Welcome in to NFL Daily's live coverage of day number 2 of NFL free agency. Tyler Jones, Matthew Peterson, the dynamic duo here with you as we will be your guiding source throughout the next several hours as we react to some of the biggest moves that are made throughout free agency and break them down in real time. Also, if any trades happen today, we're following to see if Aaron Rodgers is going to become a Jet or not. We've already had a few moves this morning and still waiting on some other big ones to happen as we go throughout the day. Shout out your favorite team, who you root for on Sundays. You don't win championships in March. You win those in February, but certainly you can make some big steps to getting towards those championships today. Shout out your favorite team, and we will shout you out as Matthew Peterson joins us as well. Petey, how we doing today? A lot of moves already underway today.
Yeah, I feel like day one was a little bit busier than most day ones of free agency, but there's still a lot of really good players out there. We talked about this yesterday. The first wide receiver got picked up today, Jacoby Myers to the Raiders. So where does Juju and Mecole Hardman end up? But let's give some shout-outs right now. I see Falcons, Bears, Steelers. Trent's a Steelers fan. Bear down coming in from Fields. Mike's a Commanders fan all the way from Ireland. Drew's going with the Cowboys. Aaron with the Panthers. Jags, 49ers, Texans, Patriots, Dolphins, Denver, Bears. Keep getting those shout-outs in. I see Eagles, Niners. You don't want to be the last team said, right? That's just a very disrespectful thing to your Sunday crew. We got Browns coming in from Ryan. We got Let's Go Bears from Jordan, FGB, Texans, Browns, Cowboys, Cardinals, Giants, Lions, Seahawks, Bears, oh my, Panthers, Saints, Steelers. Have I said everyone yet? I don't think I've said Bills.
I saw Stetson Bennett in there, your favorite guy.
Oh, yeah, no. No. Ravens coming in. We got Cardinals, Dolphins, Lions, Packers, Bears, Seahawks. How about the Seattle Seahawks last night signing Draymond Jones?
That was a big deal. Draymond Jones, 3-year contract to go to the Seattle Seahawks. That happened after our live coverage ended last night. And the Seahawks, they started the day moving on from Shelby Harris. They replaced him pretty quickly, got a lot better. This morning, they cut Quentin Jefferson. So you have to think the Seahawks aren't quite done just yet when it comes to free agency. We'll monitor that, see if they make another move. This morning, Jacoby Myers ends up going to the Las Vegas Raiders. This whole Patriots-Raiders connection continues here. And Petey, you and I actually were talking at the beginning of the day before we went on air, who was going to establish the wide receiver market. And here they go with Jacoby Myers, and they may have gotten him at a little bit of a discount.
I thought he'd get more. I saw a lot of free agent projections. Jacoby Myers getting a 4-year deal, upwards of maybe $15 or so million. Instead, it's more like a three-year, $31 million contract. So just a hair over $10 million a season. It's pretty good. I like Jacoby Myers, but man, if that's all he's getting, very curious how cheap you can get guys like Mecole Hardman and Allen Lazard, right, who aren't leaps and bounds ahead of Myers if they are at all. So I don't know if Myers sort of got ripped off and he needs to fire his agent, and we're going to get some Christian Kirk contracts coming soon, but not a very good free agent market. All right, we'll get some more shout-outs coming in here. Shout out your city. We also got this from Adam Schefter about the Jets closing in on a deal with Allen Lazard, trying to win over Aaron Rodgers. I'll be honest, this is just publicly very horny right now by the New York Jets trying to get Aaron Rodgers. Are they going to bring Greg Jennings next? Like, where does it end? They want to get Randall Cobb as well. They're trying too hard. You know, they're simping way too low for Rodgers, trying to get all of his buddies in East Rutherford.
Yeah, not to mention Nathaniel Hackett, too.
Yeah, a good point. I mean, that
OC
was made purely to get Rodgers. You do not look at the Broncos last year and go, yeah, let's hire Hackett as the OC without anything else in mind.
Doesn't it feel like this is the LeBron effect with Aaron Rodgers here? I mean,
yeah, you're exactly right.
I think Randall Cobb is like his J.R. Smith or something.
Right. So Randall Cobb, Allen Lazard. I mean, first off, the Jets already have a ton of wide receivers. Like, there's a guy named Corey Davis who's somewhat buried on this depth chart right now. They've got Garrett Wilson. You want to add Allen Lazard to the mix. You already have Elijah Moore. Like, I just don't understand what the Jets are trying to do. If it's to get Aaron Rodgers, yeah, I can follow that train of thought. But, man, if Aaron Rodgers decides he does not want to be a New York Jet, you're stuck with all these players now and no Aaron Rodgers. I mean, nothing's been signed into stone, but Alan Lazard, he just isn't that great of a receiver in my opinion
with
to begin
Joe
with.
Flacco.
Right, so this will be an interesting season for the New York Jets. Trey Wingo already called it. He says Rodgers is a Jet, but we have yet to have a big blue check mark come in and verify that. Shout out your city. Let us know where you are watching from. Tyler's going to give shout outs to everyone that gets in the chat.
We are coming at you from the Chat Sports Studios here in downtown Dallas, Texas, but we want to know where you guys are watching from. I see Miami, H-Town, Mexico, Orlando, Boston, Dayton, Ohio, Green Bay, Belmont, New Hampshire, Perry, New York, Orlando, Florida, Houston, Shreveport, Louisiana, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Cambodia, Kansas City, Chicago, Boston, Denison, Texas, Chicago, Milwaukee, Arkansas, South Dakota, Miami, Ohio, the Windy City, that's the hometown of Petey here, Miami, Canada, Maryville, Washington, Jersey, Belgium, Amarillo, Texas, home of the 72-ounce steak, Chicago, Sandusky, Michigan, that's not a great name, Philly, Miami, Arizona, Colorado, Los Angeles, Kansas, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, West Oakland, California, Arlington Heights, Illinois, could be a very important city in a few years, Jacksonville, Kansas, Pennsylvania, Keller, Houston, Kentucky, Miami, Spain, just to name a few. Appreciate you guys checking in and watching here on NFL Daily's live coverage of free agency. Day number 2, Super Chat menu. Here is what we have in store today. $5, give you a little beer cheers, or I guess it's still early. It's still
I haven't got my beer
Dallas
yet, so the first $5 Super Chat's an excuse to go get a beer out of the fridge. So be that guy.
I'll give you a coffee cheers for the time being. $10, we'll talk about your team. $20, we'll take some shots. $50, it's the Tom Downey special tortilla slaps. We'll have to find Downey or do something to get those tortilla slaps.
We'll bring him out of the dungeon right now. He's talking Cowboys and how Dallas loves just re-signing their own players and calling it a day in March.
$100, we'll get out the beer bong or the shotgun, kind of dealer's choice on that front there. So that is what we're offering today. The easiest way to get involved in the show, we get so many comments coming in. We can't see all of them. And so if you want us to react to your comment or get on screen, Super Chat. That way it guarantees that we will react to what you have to say on the show. Let's go ahead and start with Dillard, the move that was made there as we go through the free agency tracker of moves that have been made so far to this point. We'll get to that. Actually, hold on in just a second. We're
working on the fly here. We got a
Aaron
Rodgers update coming in. Just a tiny one, just one for the feeler. Very little, but we got Brian Costello saying Pat McAfee does not have a Rodgers update. Honestly, I think Pat McAfee will be one of the first to know about Aaron Rodgers. McAfee hosts Rodgers on his show. Rodgers does not like Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport all that much, it seems like. So I don't think if he had a scoop to give, it would be to those guys. I always thought it would be with his buddy Pat. So if McAfee does not have an update, I'm very curious if Trey Wingo was just like tapping into phone lines or something, because how would he know that's a done deal? Unless it's something from the Jets side. But we have to see a little update on Rodgers for you guys. Free agency tracker here. Andre Dillard, former first-round pick going to the Titans. Tyler, early thoughts on this signing for Tennessee?
Good signing for Tennessee. I am kind of confused by this organization, though. I don't know, are they trying to rebuild or go back to contending, because their decisions have shown no consistency?
I think the new GM in there, Rand Carthrin, he wants to rid of all the old contracts that he did not give out, and he wants a blank canvas, and he knows that a GM does not get judged in their first season.
But you still get Ryan Tannehill.
Tennessee was not a team that, if you go back to October of last season, no one thought at the end of the season we'd be entering a hard rebuild. But Andre Dillard definitely steps in nicely. That offensive line was atrocious last year with all the injuries. He could be the new starting left or right tackle with Taylor Lewan moving on. Some other free agency updates. I saw a Super Chat fly in. We'll get to that in just a few short minutes. Matt Breida sticking with the Giants on a one-year deal. Greg Zuerlein, the kicker, going back to the Jets. I think Marcus Epps signing a 2-year, $12 million contract was a pretty good pickup for the Raiders. No one played more snaps for the Eagles defense last year than Epps. He was a starting safety for them, and I thought that's a really good acquisition for Vegas. A blocking tight end going to the Denver Broncos in Chris Mannertz. He comes over from Jacksonville. We got Brandon Facyson, going to the Raiders. David Long, 2 years, $11 million for the Raiders. That's what I call, for the Dolphins, That's what I call a steal. And then Bobby Okereke, just $10 million a season over 4 years for the Giants. Giants fans should be excited about that pickup. Alex Singleton, the Broncos' leading tackler from last season. We'll throw that on screen for you. 3 years, $18 million deal. This is a good pickup of one of many. I mean, Tyler, no team spent money yesterday like the Denver Broncos, and I don't think it's a coincidence that their owner is Rob Walton of Walmart.
Yes, I think the Broncos are kind of resetting the clock of some sort. With Sean Payton coming in, year 2 of Russell Wilson after a disappointing year. Expectations, I think, are going to be extremely high for this Denver team. It's playoff or bust with all these moves they've made.
Yeah, I just think the ownership is, sitting on their money bags and thinking, we got money to burn, spend it, please. And I got to envision the rest of the NFL owners are not necessarily pleased about this, because now you got Cardinals fans and Cowboys fans going, well, when are we going to spend some money? Denver's already spent $200 million in the first day, and we haven't spent a dime.
I know that if you're a Bronco fan, you were frustrated with how things went the last season or the last couple of years. But as a Broncos fan, I think you would have to feel excited about the direction of where this organization is headed with how aggressive they've been with this ownership group.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. Round up the rest of our free agent tracker for us, Teach.
All right. We see on the list Zach Allen, another name for the Denver Broncos. Big deal. Gets 3 years, $45.75 million with $32.5 guaranteed. He was one of the top players entering free agency.
Kind of. I mean, he reunites with Vance Joseph, his old defensive coordinator in Arizona, now the DC in Denver, which is in its own right a very awkward situation in my opinion. But he only has 11.5 career sacks in 4 seasons, and he got triple that in guaranteed money. That sounds a little wrong.
Jameis Winston gets a 1-year deal up to $8 million to remain with the New Orleans Saints. He started out in New Orleans as the backup behind Drew Brees, became the starter, lost his job to Andy Dalton. Now Derek Carr's the starter. Something tells me Jameis must just be very comfortable in New Orleans.
I think Jameis is just like all of us. He's a cool guy, and he hates moving. And he's like, I'll take less money. And they're like, Jameis, you're not the starter. Like, that's fine. I found a good gumbo shop. You know what I mean? I don't want to move. They've got good drinks here, and I'm happy. So please, give me less money so I don't have to pack up and move.
Marcus Davenport headed to the Minnesota Vikings on a 1-year, $13 million deal. We heard a lot of talk this offseason that Marcus Davenport, because of his injury history, was one of the higher risk free agents this year. Minnesota just going 1 year on that, I think that's a perfect deal. I know it's still $13 million, but just being 1 year feels kind of like a prove-it deal of sorts.
Yeah, Davenport's a tough guy to crack. Last year, he had half a sack in 15 games, so that doesn't really warrant much attraction in free agency. But when you got that first-round buzz, as he was a first-round pick for the Saints, people are going to view you a bit higher. He did have 9 sacks in 11 games the season prior, so he's sort of hit or miss. And if you can get 9 sacks in 11 games and stretch that production over 17, which he's never played a full season, a GM's going to drool over that type of bargain potentially.
And the Vikings certainly needed help on defense. Draymond Jones goes to the Seattle Seahawks, 3-year, $51.53 million deal, $18 million guaranteed. Petey, you and I were talking before the show. Was it an overpay? Maybe. But the flip side of that, kind of like what we talked about Marcus Davenport, only 18 of that guaranteed. So if it doesn't work out, if things aren't going well, there is a potential out for Seattle here.
I think it's a bit of an overpay for Draymond Jones. He's been very consistent. He's gotten better each year for the Broncos after being picked out of Ohio State in the 3rd round. But I just think $51 million for a guy who's never had more than 6.5 sacks is a big win for Draymond Jones. And hey, if he takes off next year in Seattle, that's awesome. I've never viewed him as a number 1 in terms of having a pass rusher on your team. I thought he'd always be a good second fiddle to someone. There's no one really to be a second fiddle to right now in Seattle. So that's why it confuses me a little bit. But, hey, Seahawks fans, they never get to enjoy a fun March usually. So there's a splash signing.
Yeah. Taylor Heineke headed to the Atlanta Falcons. 2-year deal up to $20 million. Couple things this signals, Petey. One, Falcons all in on Desmond Ridder. And then two.
Oh, you think that?
For now, anyway.
I think the opposite.
Really?
I mean, I just saw Jarrett Stidham get 2-year, $10 million with the Broncos, right? So double the money going to Heineke. I think this is quarterback battle in August. I think Ridder gets the first team snaps on the first day, but if Taylor Heineke starts playing well in preseason games, I think players are going to start wanting to have an open quarterback battle.
I would be shocked if Taylor Heineke is your opening day starter. Let me rephrase this. I will say they're not going to draft a quarterback.
I like that, yeah.
Not going to bring in a star veteran, a Lamar or something like that.
Right.
This is your quarterback room.
I agree. I think that's a good point. I think Desmond Ridder will be the day one starter, but Taylor Heineke, I've said it in the office, I'll say it for all 1,100 people watching right now. Taylor Heineke is the next Ryan Fitzpatrick. You do not want him to start week 1.
I can see that.
But if he comes in halftime of week 5, the Falcons are winning 5 straight games. Like, that's just what's going to happen, right? Taylor Heineke, remember, where did Ryan Fitzpatrick end his career? With the Washington Commanders.
Correct.
Who took over? Taylor Heineke. It's a passing of the torch. Heineke is going to be the next Fitzpatrick. I don't know what nickname we're going to give him just yet, because it can't be Fitzmagic, but Taylor Heineke, I'm calling it right now, won't start week 1 in Atlanta, but he will start a game, and when he does, no one will want to go back. He's just got that sort of swagger to him coming off the bench.
Need to get him some type of Heineken endorsement at this point.
Yes, indeed.
Kind of ridiculous that hasn't happened yet. Jacoby Myers, 3-year, $33 million deal to go to the Raiders. If things hold serve with the Raiders, you're talking about a pretty dynamic offense potentially, with the weakness being Jimmy G.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Myers, 3-year, 33. I think that's a pretty good value right there for someone who put up like 850 yards, 6 touchdowns-ish, maybe even 8 touchdowns last year in a Matt Patricia-led offense. But the Raiders, they're going to be fun to watch this year. They always are fun to watch. They're always exciting.
They'll score 35 and give up 38.
And 38 in the second half.
Right.
Yeah.
Other moves of note, we see Raheem is going to end up staying with the Miami Dolphins. That run game had some issues there. What are the Dolphins going to do when it comes to that running attack? Are we going to see them improve here? I mean, they got to do better than what they did. They got to get Tua some help on the ground.
Right. I think this will be a draft pick kind of solution.
I think so.
I think they're kind of looking on the free agent market going, we're not interested in giving David Montgomery or Miles Sanders $9 to $12 million, whatever they end up getting. How about the Indianapolis Colts spending the most money potentially in free agency on a kicker?
This is the most Jim Irsay move of all time.
He's just like, listen, that Matt Gay guy, he knows how to put a football through the uprights. Blank check. Right?
4 years, 22 and a half?
Like, if you're a Colts fan, this is probably going to be the biggest contract given out for them. They are doing a hard reset. They are not signing big players. And it is going to be something that everyone makes fun of you and you look back at and go, remember in 2023 when our biggest contract was a kicker? Yeah. 22 for 4 years. What's the quick math on that? Like 5 and change-ish? Yeah, 5.5. I mean, Matt Gay's a good kicker. He was awesome with the Rams. I've got no issue with getting a good kicker. I've long said that I think most teams now would trade a first-round pick for Justin Tucker if they knew that they had 6, 7 more years of great play in him.
Right.
But, man, Colts fans, I'm sorry. If that's your splash signing, that sucks.
Man, and with the decisions the Colts have made over the last several months here, can't say I'm entirely surprised by that. The Browns going with Dalvin Tomlinson on a 4-year, $57 million deal. Petey, what do you make of the move by the Browns here to give that type of money to Tomlinson?
Well, Cleveland got a whole bunch of silver medals yesterday. They were right in the mix for Javon Hargrave, according to Adam Schefter. He ultimately went to the 49ers. They were right in the mix for Draymond Jones. He ultimately went to the Seattle Seahawks.
Right.
So I don't know if Dalvin Tomlinson was very high up on their list, but if he's the consolation prize, I think it's a good consolation prize. The Browns' run defense last year was atrocious. Myles Garrett had a whole bunch of non-NFL players sitting next to him and standing next to him on the defensive line. Tomlinson is a great run stopper, 4-year, $57 million deal. Only 27 is guaranteed. So I kind of look at it as a 3-year, $27 million contract if the Browns want to get out of it, because we know teams, when they look to make cuts to free up cap space, one of the first positions to go is usually expensive defensive tackles. That's not a spot GMs love sinking money into because they're not pass rushers, they're not corners. You know, that's a spot they view as a good replacement.
So
now,
I got an analogy for you on what you're talking about here with Dalvin Tomlinson.
Yeah.
Last night, after I got done here, I was really wanting a McFlurry from McDonald's.
Shamrock Shake?
Just an Oreo McFlurry.
Okay.
They were out of all ice cream, okay?
Call 911.
Call 911.
Good.
But they still had apple pies, and the apple pies are good, but it's not the McFlurry. Dalvin Tomlinson, you got the apple pie, but you didn't get the McFlurry.
Okay. Hey, the bosses out there, they have created a really unique task for Tyler and I. We've never really done or asked this before, but they want us to have a 50% like rate for the amount of people watching right now. We'll round up 1,400 people watching, so that would be 700 likes. My goal is to get to 700 likes, but here's the thing. I don't want more than 50%. Can we get right on that? It's going to require some teamwork, but can we get right to 50%? We need a good chunk of people watching right now who have not liked the video to go ahead and hit that thumbs up button.
What are you waiting for?
Exactly. The deal is, if we get more likes, this video will be pushed to more people on YouTube, and that helps us grow our channel, and that helps Tyler get more McFlurries and apple pies with the big raise he'll be getting. I mean, the McDonald's is going to know him by name by then.
If the ice cream machine isn't broken, they will know me.
All right, here we go. We're up to 263 likes, so we're chipping away.
Up,
here
and
we
away.
Go. Let's get all the way up there.
269, nice.
But make sure to hit that thumbs up icon if you haven't already. We're going to try and keep it a nice 50% threshold. Honestly, there can be some down points during day 2, day 3 of free agency. And I'm going to look back at this and continue to monitor, like, are we right at 50%? If we go over 50%, we'll have to start unliking the video. My producer is not happy with that joke right there. He is looking at me. She is shooting me daggers right now. He's like, it's a horrible idea. Abort. But let's see if we can get to 50%.
1,400 people watching. We're trying to get to 700. We only need just half of you to like the video right now. We want all of you to, but we're not asking for much here. Come on, guys.
All right, so we've got some more free agency kind of coverage coming your way throughout the day. As any signings come in or any rumors or whatnot are
John, why are you not
we'll
liking
be breaking
it, man?
Down.
Don't be a cop.
Is John police officer?
I think so.
Okay, he's gonna be busting through the doors, locking us up soon. But we will be breaking down all of the free agency. We're almost at 400 likes, 300 to go. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't already. That way I can stop doing the visual right here because it's really, cliche YouTube stuff. So we got to do it, though. You know how the algorithm works, baby. Now, we're going to have some super chats to catch up on here, starting with this one from Jeremy Mann. Please go in-depth a little about the Javon Hargrave contract. First year is crazy. Hargrave signed a 4-year, $84 million contract, and look at producer Jack Lauderay working behind the scenes to get us some details on this contract. So, Jack, we want to throw we'll give it a second here. But it was a huge contract.
Big.
I did not expect the Niners to be in the mix for Hargrave, but here they are. And here are the contract details. $23 million signing bonus. It's a good chunk of change. $6 million option bonus. $750,000 per game roster bonus. $100,000 workout bonus. They did add some void years. What that allows the 49ers to do is stretch out the length of the contract, but he's not actually on the team for that. So the cap hit each year is spread out over years, but you are signing up for Javon Hargrave to be getting Bobby Bonilla type payments,
right,
and not actually be on the team anymore. So the Niners are doing everything they can to get great players on their team and potentially, have some issues down the road. But hey, the cap always goes up, and the cap's a myth. So I've got no real issue with it. I think it's a good move for San Francisco. I definitely did not think while watching the NFC Championship game that Javon Hargrave will be switching sidelines soon. But He is one of the best run stoppers, one of the best pass rushers on the interior. 11 sacks last year. I think it's a really good pickup for the 49ers.
Well, and the Philadelphia Eagles would not have been in the position they were in without Javon Hargrave. He was that big of an impact player for Philadelphia this past season.
For Eagles fans, though, our Eagles guy, Chase Sr. here, he made a really good point. With all the players Philly is losing, they're going to get a ton of comp picks next year.
Yes, they are.
They already have 2 picks in the first round this year. They might just be looking to approach their Super Bowl type, window run in a different way.
Right.
Of building through the draft, which they do pretty well under Howie Roseman, despite Jalen Reagor.
Yeah, and I'll say this about San Francisco. They are taking advantage of having young quarterbacks on cheap contracts and spending money elsewhere. This is a limited window when you get the opportunities to do this, and they are capitalizing on that with the additions that they've made here with Javon Hargrave in the mix. And I'm looking at this San Francisco team. If the NFL season were to start today, granted we still have the draft, that's the team to beat in the NFC, no question.
The NFC is part of my French dog shit. It really is. Think about it for a second, right? Let's kind of go. NFC West, it's just the 49ers. The Seahawks,
I think Seattle's a playoff
Seattle's there,
team.
but I'm not quite sure if Geno Smith was just, a flash in the pan or if that's me consistent. The NFC South is trash.
Yes.
NFC North, the Packers are going to be declining without Aaron Rodgers.
They will be reclining, too.
Yeah, the Vikings are losing more players than gaining players in free agency.
I think the Lions are going to be decent.
The Lions will be decent. The Bears were the worst team in football last year.
They're going to be much better.
They'll be better, but the point being is that you go to the NFC East, Cowboys are going to be good, I think. Giants, I'm not quite sold on being legit contenders after just one season. There always is one team who is like the Jags or the Bears from 2017 to 2018 that falls off a little bit. I think the Giants are good candidates for that. The Commanders are going to suck. And the Eagles.
Yeah.
Who are losing a lot of players.
So you're talking about maybe 4 or 5 teams?
Talking 3 teams. Eagles, Cowboys, 49ers. Who else is there? No one in the North, no one in the South.
It's brutal.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the AFC, you can name 3 teams in one division alone that could be contenders to win the AFC.
Oh, yeah.
Like the AFC North, right? You can make the case for close to almost every team better than you can for other divisions.
Cleveland, Baltimore,
If Lamar
Cincinnati.
comes back, it's Burrow, Deshaun Watson, Lamar. Like those are all 3 very competitive teams, potentially.
And the Steelers are trending upwards.
Yes,
too.
exactly. Pickett could be making a huge step in year 2.
Another super chat coming in, $5 super chat. Thoughts on Atlanta potentially trading for Elijah Moore after the Jets agreeing to terms with Allen Lazard. Atlanta, they haven't agreed yet.
Just rumors. Donald Driver will be going to the Jets next, by the way. Calling it now to lure Aaron Rodgers to New York.
Brett Favre coming back.
To be the quarterback coach.
Yes.
Oh, it's got to be. He's a little busy at volleyball practice right now. I think all 31 teams should be picking up the phone to try and get Elijah Moore. He's a former second-round pick. He had a really good rookie year, too. He had 500 yards, 5 touchdowns. Someone can fact-check me. And last year, he was just phased out of the offense. I think a little bit like Brandon Ayuk, who got in the doghouse early in San Francisco. It's not the end of the line. So if you can get Elijah Moore, a former second-round pick with great speed for a 5th or a 6th, I would do that in a heartbeat for pretty much every team out there that isn't already set at wide receiver, which no team is really ever set at one position outside of like quarterback or offensive line.
And if you look at that Atlanta team, whether we talked about the quarterback position, whether it's Desmond Ridder or Taylor Heineke, whatever, getting another weapon, just helping that receiving room, Elijah Moore could go a long ways.
I agree.
I think he's so under the radar, forgotten about, of his potential of what he can be in this league.
Atlanta right now only has Drake London on their roster for wide receivers next year. The rest are like practice squad guys, but they are, Damiere Byrd,
and you get Kyle Pitts at tight end.
Right, but they're all free agents this year, so they got to bring someone in. I thought Jacoby Myers would end up in Atlanta, so I could easily see them trying to make a trade. Plus, if you are rolling with Desmond Ridder, the copycat league that is the NFL, it is all about giving your young quarterback a veteran receiver.
Right.
Elijah Moore's not a veteran receiver, but he is a start at trying to build something around Ridder to be successful.
And the Falcons have assets to be able to make a potential move for that. That could make a lot of sense for the Falcons to bring in Elijah Moore potentially. Let's hear it. Name a free agent you want to sign. Who would you like to see your team add? Still plenty of good players out there. Petey, let's start with your two teams you cover, the Broncos and the Browns. Who would you like to see your two teams go after?
For Denver, it's probably safety Juan Thornhill from the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay,
they lost they released John Johnson, so that could be a good replacement right there. For Denver, I mean, they have spent all the money in the world. Like, the treasury is liquidated. It is dry right now after Denver spent $200 million in day one. If I had to think of someone for the Broncos, probably a running back. They picked up 2 run-geared offensive linemen in Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey. There's no one in the backfield, though, to take handoffs from Russell Wilson right now.
Right.
So maybe it's David Montgomery. Maybe it's Miles Sanders, Kareem Hunt, one of the more veteran ones to kind of bridge the gap until Javonte Williams returns from his really big knee injury last season. Let's get some shout-outs, though. I see DeAndre Hopkins to Buffalo. I don't think that's really what the Bills need to do right now. No. They're good at receiver. But D-Hop's D-Hop.
They need help in the run game.
Yeah, no one's going to be upset if your team adds DeAndre Hopkins. James Bradberry to the Jags. Now, that's a move I like. They moved on from Shaq Griffin. I think Bradberry could fill in quite nicely. Saints for Leonard Fournette. That just feels too perfect, right? Leonard Fournette going back to Louisiana. That's a good move right there. C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the Broncos. I saw something on Twitter about C.J. Gardner-Johnson following a bunch of Broncos players on Instagram. So, smoke screens. Just keep an eye on it. If it happens, you heard it here first. Jerry Jeudy to the G-Men. I think Judy's probably going to cost a first and more. Maybe Joe Shane wants to do that. Who's to say? He's early in his managerial career. DJ Chark to Houston. The Texans have a strict profile. You have to be over the age of 30 for them to sign you in free agency this year.
Yes, they already signed Robert Woods.
Yeah.
So DJ Chark, I think DJ Chark's going to have some interesting pursuiters here.
Ooh, how about Bobby Wagner to Seattle? Did anyone think that would ever happen once he was released 2 years ago?
It was a bad breakup last year.
It was.
They basically kicked him to the curb and didn't give him any formal goodbye, and he took that harshly. Goes to the Rams, felt like he had something to prove. Things didn't work with the Rams. He wants to be on a contending team. The reports yesterday were that John Schneider and Pete Carroll have had awesome conversations with Bobby Wagner. You lost Cody Barton. Jordan Brooks probably not going to be back for the start of the season. There's a need at inside linebacker. Bobby Wagner sitting out there. But do they have enough money right now after all that money they paid towards Draymond Jones? We'll see.
Some other ones here. I'm seeing Mike Gesicki to Washington. No one is signing any tight ends really so far. Oh, he's a Patriot already? Oh, that's just producer Jack chiming in. You can't do that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Patriots. Speaking of the Patriots trade for Cortland Sutton. I think we're going to see a new phase of the Bill Belichick style. Bill Belichick managed Patriots.
Yes.
They were always very conservative. They love to cut a player a year too early, then hold on to a guy a year too long. They never really made big moves or big trades. I mean, Jack, feel free to correct me, but you never felt like, the Patriots, they're always in the mix to be making a big trade when they had Tom Brady. But maybe now with Mac Jones, they're going to be a little bit more aggressive to get some star power around him.
I'm pissed off.
That's a good word. Yeah, there it is. I have no sympathy for you and your 6 rings over the last 2 decades.
No.
Yeah, no.
Valid. You couldn't keep Jacoby Myers for $11 a year.
Fair.
Come on.
Yeah,
What are we doing? I don't know. But whatever.
Belichick's never liked to spend on receivers. It really hasn't been since the 08-09 days. You know?
I mean, Julian Edelman was a 7th-round pick, and he got a nice extension into when he was in New England, but it never reset the market or anything like that.
Right. I mean, you look at that was one of the reasons why Brady left was how bad his receiving core was at the end of his time there.
I'm seeing from Glenn, Jordan Poyer to Cincinnati. The Bengals lost 2 safeties yesterday. Von Bell to the Panthers and Jesse Bates to the Falcons. They already have one replacement in Daxton Hill, who they picked in the first round last year from Michigan. But Poyer, 31 years old, I could see him trying to go on a Super Bowl run with Cincinnati. I mean, kind of go with the enemy. Right now, it's just like a triangle of hate between the Chiefs, the Bengals, and the Bills. So could Poyer swap sides, defect Benedict Arnold himself over to the Bengals? I mean, if the Bills don't make an offer, then you can't really blame him. But that would be an interesting one. Let's see. What else is out there?
Oh, we got Oklahoma in the chat. Bartlesville.
Okay.
Outside of Tulsa there.
Hey, speaking of the Chiefs, Orlando Brown maybe to the Bears. Chicago's still looking for a big tackle. And Caleb McGarry and Orlando Brown are sort of the two biggest names left on the market. Does Chicago want to give Orlando Brown, I'm going to go on, say, $22 million a season to be their tackle for the next 8 years?
I know that we mentioned that the Colts probably had, their big signing in Matt Gay. One team that's been talked about with Orlando has been Indianapolis. I have a feeling that Orlando Brown, if he wants to get the money that he desires, if it's all about money and not about winning, he's going to have to go to one of these bottom-tier bad teams like Indianapolis, Chicago, something like that to get that bag. We'll see.
Just go the Eric Fisher route, pretty much.
Right.
History's, time's a flat circle.
All right. Subscribe to the channel today for the latest NFL coverage, the best around, as we're live throughout free agency. We're also covering the NFL draft. We're talking trades. We have it all here on Chat Sports as NFL Daily brings you, what you guessed it, daily news and rumors segments from our entire team, whether it's myself and Matthew Peterson here, Tom Downey, Will Scott, our entire crew, Harrison Graham, talking the National Football League all the time. And here's the deal. We are closing in on 330,000 subscribers here on the channel. Another milestone is within reach. So if you love the National Football League, if you're enjoying what you're seeing right now, you need to subscribe to the channel. The best part about it, doesn't cost you a thing. Absolutely free. Subscribe now. Turn on notifications so you never miss a moment. Petey, can we get to 330,000 subs today?
I hope so. We're 349 away, maybe even a few less after the last 30 seconds or so. We got 1,700 people watching, so do yourself a favor and hit that sub button. We're going to keep you guys in the loop
Melissa's
on all
sub.
things. Melissa's sub,
Yellow Kid.
Let's go. So make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already, because we talk about stuff like, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers potentially going to the Jets and all of the latest news and rumors throughout free agency. And if you think this is fun, wait till the draft comes around. That is when Chat Sports really takes it to another level. Our draft coverage is second to none, and I'll take that to the bank and go toe-to-toe with ESPN or whoever any single day of the week. We do have the Rodgers latest, though. The Jets and Packers, well, I say latest. It's a bit of a tease. We're all still waiting.
We're waiting.
I mean, I don't have Aaron Rodgers on speed dial. I wish a decision would be made soon. Maybe he's doing another darkness retreat. Maybe he was like, it was actually really fun not having anyone bother me for 4 straight days. Although, didn't he, leave early? He did, too. He tapped out early.
He did tap out early.
He tapped out early. He missed the big lights. Which city has big lights? New York City. I'm just saying, the city that never sleeps. Exactly. So
now,
he was tired of his sleeping bag in a cave, and he wanted to go live in Manhattan.
Aaron Rodgers is kind of holding not one but 2 franchises hostage right now by not making this decision. Yes, that's true. That's what he said, and I beg to differ. That did not happen. He's holding 2 teams hostage at the moment, so we are awaiting. Now, I would think, Petey, correct me if I'm wrong here, the timeline of events of how this would occur, Rodgers makes a decision one way or the other, I want to go to the Jets or I want to stay or I want to retire. And then the next domino would be, all right, how can we get the terms together and make this deal happen? One thing leading to another, and then a deal is announced. You think that's the timeline of how this goes?
There's no precedent for Aaron Rodgers' timeline.
That's true.
I mean, it is really a guessing game.
We've been talking about this for 3 years.
We've been talking about this for a while. Production team, did you guys see Lamar Jackson's tweet? Okay, yeah.
Oh.
So we got more quarterback controversy because I just saw that pop up on Twitter.com. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But, well, the camera kind of blocks me, So Pat McAfee, he should be the one that knows, I think. He is buddies with Rodgers. Him and A.J. Hawk chat weekly on the Pat McAfee show. And he said this particular program still has no information on the Aaron Rodgers situation. So we are all in the same boat right now. I think it's going to happen. But at some point, I wonder if no news means it's less likely, right? what is the equation, Tyler, you think? If we hear nothing for 24 more hours, does that decrease the chance, or does it not matter? If it's 24 hours or a week, the probability of Rodgers going to the Jets does not change.
I think with every passing day, it decreases because the Jets have to find other options. Remember, Jimmy G's off the table now.
Taylor Heineke, like if you were looking like deep in the barrel of like
Geno Smith is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, Baker Mayfield is probably going to sign here pretty soon too. Rumors with him going to the Bucs. So with all that being said, the Jets have to know one way or the other at least to give themselves time to figure it out in their own camp. So I think eventually, Petey, there's an ultimatum that's given by the Jets. I think this is what it ends up being. At some point, you have to have a deadline so you can figure out your situation later. Lamar Jackson, we did just get a tweet from Lamar Jackson. We'll
it's
show you that.
Juicy. We got some drama.
2 tweets.
Get your popcorn in the microwave.
Well,
set it to 3 minutes. I like mine a little bit more the crispier side, a little bit the burnt side, but it is
let's
juicy.
start with this tweet from Baltimore Beatdown. That's the SB Nation site covering the Ravens. And they quoted Adam Schefter saying that back in September, Lamar Jackson turned $200 million guaranteed back in September, which is contrary to reports that we've heard that it was as low as $133 million. So I don't know what to believe anymore. But
well, speaking of that, you're going to love the next tweet that we're going to get here.
Here was Lamar's quote tweet. Let's look at this. We can't show you the GIF, but you can get the idea. You zoom in on the guy. Some, I think, hesitation maybe.
We got some capping going on.
Some capping.
We got some capping going on. A lot of capping. I'm looking at one hat for sure, and that looks like a winter parka hat almost. So a lot of capping going on.
And then they followed up with this, Lamar Jackson did. 133, 3 years fully guaranteed, but I need an agent? And a crying, laughing emoji.
Wow, that is lowballing your MVP quarterback.
Yeah.
If it really is 133 over 3 years fully guaranteed, I mean, 133, that's $44 million a season. That at the time, I mean, I don't know if that's the offer he just got, but just 3 years for Lamar. I mean, it's interesting that the Ravens might have some hesitation about linking him to a long-term deal, given the injuries the last 2 seasons. And I wonder this year, if he already had a contract, if he would have played in the playoff game. You know what I mean?
Right.
It felt like Harbaugh every single week got more and more frustrated when he was asked on a Lamar Jackson injury status, and it seemed like Lamar was not going to push his need to come back before it's 110% because he knew what was at stake this offseason, free agency. So kind of curious if the Ravens are getting to a point where they're going to let Lamar play on this exclusive, non-exclusive franchise tag.
There was a report yesterday that Lamar would play on the tag.
Okay.
That he would sign it if he had to and be willing to play on it. But what a bizarre situation and where this goes. The never-ending drama of the contract talks. Seems unlikely that teams are going to try to match this Lamar Jackson situation. Try to put an offer out there on the non-exclusive tag. What it sounded like yesterday was that teams are not wanting to do the dirty work for the Ravens. They don't want to do the negotiating for the Ravens, do their job for them, was one of the things that was brought up.
I don't understand it, right? At first, it seemed like everyone was going to be in on the Lamar Jackson sweepstakes if it got to this point. The Falcons were rumored to be a top contender. And then within 5 minutes of the non-exclusive franchise tag being placed, all these teams just announced we are not pursuing Lamar, which is pretty unorthodox to say. Collusion. So then there's that idea. Are all the owners getting together going, listen, we're going to take one for the team. We're going to help the Ravens out for everyone's best interest because we don't want to give fully guaranteed contracts to quarterbacks and not let the Browns set a standard for that. So we're going to, unfortunately, Lamar is going to pay the price because he's sort of the next superstar quarterback up for a contract. But if I'm the Falcons, the Commanders, the Raiders, why wouldn't you try and do the dirty work? And if the Ravens end up matching, all right, but at least you made an effort to get a MVP franchise quarterback entering his prime, and you don't have to go through a decade of searching for a QB like the Commanders have been doing for 2 decades and more.
So hear me out on this, and feel free if you think I'm wrong on this. Here's one thing that I was thinking about with this situation is, we hear teams are not wanting to do the negotiating for the Ravens. That's the argument that's being placed out there, right? Is there any possibility that part of it may be we don't want to be embarrassed that we put out this offer and didn't get him, and that it's public that maybe we betrayed our quarterback or that we're looking for a quarterback option? Is that a possibility that teams don't want it public that they got left at the altar?
I've seen this idea of, it really started, I think, at least I found it originally from Benjamin Albright, who's a really good NFL and Broncos reporter, who was like, teams don't want to make an offer for Lamar, not get him, and then kind of crawl back to their other quarterback. I think Sam Howell will understand why you pursued Lamar Jackson, right? I think Desmond Ridder would get it. This is the NFL. This is a business. I just don't buy into this idea. Otherwise,
you would think.
Imagine the draft. When GMs pick a position that they've already got someone at, the player doesn't just throw a fit and not show up the next year. No, they're competitive. They try to win that job. They try and keep their starting job. So if you're Desmond Ridder and you find out that Atlanta tried to get Lamar, you shouldn't go and sulk about it and cry because the Falcons tried to get a better quarterback.
I agree with everything you just said, but
I just don't understand it.
We do know that these players have fragile egos.
But Sam Howell and Desmond Ridder can't have egos. They've started to combine 5 games.
But it's more than just those two. I mean, we're talking about, teams looking to take that next step that might have a young quarterback. It's more than just those teams we're talking about.
Yeah, there's teams like the Raiders who at the time, before they signed Jimmy G, they really had no quarterback on the roster. Right. Jared Stidham was a free agent.
Right.
So they had no one to offend in Vegas
right.
if that was truly the case for this. Yeah, if you're like the Lions, I could see we got a good thing going with Jared
right.
Goff. Maybe we don't want to push,
upset it.
Rock the boat. All right, we got to get some subs in right now. Our producer's hair is on fire. Oh, we're giving some shout-outs. Oh, okay. New live poll. So who do you think is a better quarterback, Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson? Let us know. R for Rodgers, J for Jackson in the chat right now. Who you think the better QB is? We got a Dan Graziano tweet we'll look at probably later on.
2% of you say Lamar Jackson, 38% say Aaron Rodgers right now, according to our poll. 239 votes in so far, as overwhelmingly you guys are saying Lamar Jackson at this point in time over Aaron Rodgers. I disagree with the chat. I think Aaron Rodgers is better than Lamar Jackson right now.
Right, I mean, it's tough. The question.
They're both MVPs.
Right, but the question is who would I rather have for the next 5 seasons? Lamar Jackson.
Right, but that's not the question. It's who's the better quarterback.
Yeah.
You guys are capping if you're answering Lamar Jackson. Aaron's the better quarterback right now. Sorry, but that's just the fact.
You'd rather have Aaron Rodgers on your roster over Lamar next year?
For next year, yes.
I guess so.
If all things are equal.
Yeah. If I'm told both guys are playing a full season. Right, Rodgers, it's just the way he played last year, it doesn't really spark like he is going to have a great season next year. And it's not like he was bad last year, but that might have been the beginning of the drop-off for him as he approaches 40.
Maybe, but we had those same conversations about Tom Brady and his time in New England.
True.
And he bounced back. So it's been done before. There is precedent. We'll see. Let's talk about our NFL Draft channel. We started this channel a couple weeks ago. And it is growing quick. We're already up to 2,500 subs. And we're trying to gain more to get to 3,000 subscribers. And, Petey, this is a pretty unique channel for Chat Sports. It's all draft all the time, as we have interviews from the Combine with specific players. We have mock drafts going on. We have team-specific mock drafts going on that channel as well, and breakdowns of all the top players. If you are an NFL draft nerd, NFL draft guru, this is the channel for you. If you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? And, Here's the other thing that I would encourage you. While you guys go subscribe to the channel, shout out your favorite team and represent that fan base and let them know that you guys are going to own that NFL Draft channel. I mean, just like what you're seeing today, we got fans from every team across the league. Why don't you go over there and if you're a Raider fan, if you're a Cowboy fan, Steeler fan, Seahawk fan, whatever it may be, go over there and make sure that your team gets represented among the best of the best of this NFL Draft channel. You got it, Petey. You got to be subscribed to this channel.
You really do, because when the draft rolls around, that's the next big, Everest of the NFL offseason. You won't want to miss a thing for your NFL team, whether it's mock drafts, trade rumors, draft rumors, all that good stuff. Tom Downey and all of us here at Chat Sports do our best to keep you informed and entertained. So we got team-specific mock drafts to go along with it. Help us reach our next milestone. We are just under 500 subs. I see the link is in the chat right now. Open it up in another browser, subscribe completely free, and you'll thank yourself next month when you are looking for draft content and you're searching for it and you're like, am I wasting my time? I'm not finding anything good. Boom, we got you covered. YouTube.com/chatNFL. Super chat from Kyle C. I think I know where he stands on the 49ers QB debate.
Maybe.
Who else do the Niners sign? The Niners weren't that busy last year in free agency.
Right.
They lost Jimmy Ward, but they re-signed Deshaun Gibson. Other players they could sign. Curious maybe what their plan is to replace Mike McGlinchey. Honestly, I don't think San Francisco, with a lot of the contracts they've given out, is in a spot to give big contracts, right? They might be looking at some 1 year, $5-6 million deals, but nothing crazy. One name I think of is maybe Bryce Callahan to step in that slot nickel corner position, come over from the Chargers. So that's my best guess for you, Kyle.
The other thing I would keep in mind with a team like the Niners and the position that they're in, now that roster is just completely loaded, look for some veterans that want to push for that ring, that'd be willing to take a discount of some sorts. Those older guys that want to be along for the ride, those are the players I think the Niners could be zeroing in on potentially. Kevin with a super chat, also on the Niners. Do the 49ers sign a corner or right tackle next?
Wow, I honestly did not even see that when I started to go on my tangent. I think I'll go with corner.
Okay.
But I don't have a really good reasoning behind it other than the Niners' success runs through the defense, so that's not really a spot they probably want to get flimsy at, although right tackle is very important as well. Tyler, this next one looks like it's for you.
Kind of random from Doom, but do you think Doug Baldwin would still be playing for Seattle if he didn't get the career-ending injury? It is a little bit random.
How old is Doug Baldwin?
I don't even
that was my
know
first thought.
how old Doug Baldwin is.
Whenever players retire young in their career, we always think
34, maybe,
probably
potentially. Doug Baldwin. It's unfortunate the way things ended for him, but it's crazy what he was able to do for his career, going from an undrafted free agent back in 2011 to having the solid career that he did. I know things didn't end well, but Doug Baldwin, I think you would gladly take that career, even though it ended short as it did. 34, maybe, probably lean towards not, but it's unfortunate that
I feel like if Doug Baldwin was still playing, he would have retired when Russ left.
Yeah,
that probably would have been like, all right, this is a good time to hang it up. But 14 touchdowns one season, I remember that. Mighty Booch, next one up here. What should the Cards get for the third? For a trade back? I see what you're asking. It's really tough. What should the Cardinals get for the third overall pick? It's very dependent on who wants to move up. The Panthers already went from 9 to 1.
Right.
I don't think the Colts would go from 4 to 3. Because if they want a quarterback, they know Arizona's not going to take it.
Right.
Unless they get a little spooked like the Bears did back in 2017.
Right.
When they went from 3 to 2. Even though the Niners weren't taking a QB, they didn't want someone else to move up and get a quarterback. So they eliminated that possibility. What if the Falcons want to draft a quarterback because one starts to slip, like a real-time draft trade? If they go from 8 to 3, I think that's a pick swap, a future first going to Arizona, and probably next year's second.
The main thing is that you do have to pocket a pick in next year's draft. That if you move down, I think, kind of like what Petey talked about there, you can move down and still pocket a first-round pick for the following year. And Arizona, you have Kyler Murray. You got that going for you. And you have some playmakers on that offense. You got to get some defensive players. You need some help on that defense. If I'm Arizona, trade back. Maybe it's a guy like Tyree Wilson or something like that. If you can find there at that 7, 8, 9 range, I think you're feeling pretty good.
I don't know. My view is the draft's always a bit of a crapshoot. If you're sitting there at 3 and you really believe that Will Anderson is the guy, is the next like kind of Von Miller top 5 draft pick, you know what I mean? Just go take him.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Rather than like, sure, you can move back to 9. You have 2 firsts next year, but that's a crapshoot. If you're at 3 and you know that guy is a can't miss guy, I think you go ahead and take a Will Anderson player or maybe Jalen Carter at 3. We got super chat coming in from Mr. Gilmore. Will the Eagles trade for a RB1?
No.
Phillies at 10. I think they go corner at 10. Now, maybe with their own first-round pick later in the draft. Man, if Bijan Robinson is still on the clock, on the board, towards pick 22, 23, wouldn't be shocked if Philly moves up to try and get him, but I don't think their first pick will be in our
I don't know how you feel, PD, on this, but I have always been of the belief that you don't give up value when it comes to the running back position. Like, you don't give second contracts to running backs. You don't try to give up assets for running backs either. That you find those guys through the draft. The Eagles are a smart organization. They know what they're doing here. There's no reason to be making an aggressive move to try to go get a starting running back when there's going to be plenty of them that you can draft and have fresh legs and be on rookie contracts.
I get that. And Derrick Henry was a second-round pick, but if Bijan Robinson, if I tell you right now he's going to have a Derrick Henry-type career, that's worth the first-round pick.
Right. But so that's the exception to the rule.
So, and I think Bijan might be the exception. That's what I want to make.
I mean, think about the Jags with that number 3 pick on Leonard Fournette. If they had to do it over again.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
I agree. Super Chat menu today. We've already had a handful of Super Chats flying in. $5 Super Chat, a beers cheers to everyone watching. I still need to get my first beers cheers in. So next $5 Super Chat, I'm cracking one open. $10, we'll talk about your team. We'll go in depth. We'll go in detail on your Sunday squad. $20, which we have not gotten yet. We're going to do some shots. It is noon on the dot, Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Never too early for Fireball within the walls of Chat Sports. $50, we get to bring on someone and slap them silly with a tortilla. And $100 Super Chat, which we received, 3, 4 hundos yesterday? Something in that neighborhood. A beer bong or a shotgun. 3 hundies. So that is our Super Chat menu today.
Mountains are blue.
If you like the free content, if you like what we do and you want to throw us an extra bone outside of just liking the video or being active in the chat, Super Chats go a long way. Let's run through the top free agents remaining as it is 1 Eastern. And I think we're going to start getting some signings soon. I'm going to call my shot right now.
Okay.
Put the timer on. In 15 minutes, we're going to have a signing. Juju Smith-Schuster, the number 1 receiver, I think he sucks. So whoever signs him, bad move. Odell Beckham, no idea how much money he's going to get or what that contract could look like. I have to envision heavily incentive-based. Caleb McGarry for the Falcons, former first-round pick, was pretty trash his first 3 years, but after they declined his 5th-year option, what does he do? He plays like a top 5 right tackle in the NFL last year.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz, top tight end in the market, Tyler?
Yeah, on McGarry real quick. Do you think he's a guy that could move to the left, or is he going to be pretty solid?
I think he's a right tackle. Bobby Wagner, he was sneaky good last year for the Rams.
Yeah, it sounds like the Cowboys and the Seahawks are the top contenders for him. Probably lean towards the Cowboys. He wants to play for a contending team. We'll see what happens with Bobby Wagner. Other guys on the list, Jordan Poyer. Poyer, this is somebody that I think can pretty much pick where he wants to go, like for his price.
He joked about wanting to go somewhere that doesn't have income tax. And New York got pretty big into income tax. I know that Florida doesn't, and that's home to the Miami Dolphins.
Same with Texas.
And
Tennessee.
And there is something about, I don't think any division has more interdivision moves than the AFC East.
Yes.
Patriots, Dolphins, Bills, Jets, they all love going from one team to the next. Yannick Ngakoue, I'm a little surprised he's still on the board. He's going to get something in the neighborhood of $17 to $19 million a season, if that's what Draymond Jones just got. Levante David was a top 5 linebacker last year. He's 34. Does he want to retire, or does he want to make a run with another team? He's already got a ring.
Typically speaking, paying 34-year-old linebackers gets GMs fired.
But, like, how much of a pay? Like, if you could get Levante David 1 year, not $10 million, I'd do it.
Right.
I'd do it. Even if it doesn't work out, you didn't sink that much into it. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, this one's going to be a fun signing for whoever gets him. He definitely came onto the scene.
I'm just glad we could fit his name on the graphic.
I know. What do you have? Six interceptions last season? He really exploded onto the scene. You got James Bradberry. He's also in line for a good payday. He was one of the best corners in football last year for Philly. Orlando Brown's looking to reset the market, so he may be taking his time, waiting to see the best offers come in. Then there's Mike Gesicki, who had one good year with the Dolphins and then sort of phased out last year. Curious to see where he ends up. And then Isaac Seumalo for the Philadelphia 76ers. Philadelphia Eagles offensive guard still on the market as well. So those what we think are the best free agents remaining. Let us know in the chat right now who you think the best free agent left is. Tyler, if you had to pick a name, we'll get some shout-outs.
I would lean towards Jordan Poyer.
Really? I'll go Orlando Brown.
Brown, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of an easy one. I like the Jordan Poyer one.
Jordan Poyer, see, Orlando Brown, I know that he played the best game of his career in that Super Bowl with holding serve and the Chiefs' offensive line not giving up any sacks to Philly. But, I mean, his time in Kansas City was so up and down. Like, I can't give that to Orlando Brown. The inconsistency just reeks me too much. But Jordan Poyer, I'm very fascinated to see where he's ultimately going to end up. The chat says Bobby Wagner,
The
Orlando
chat says
Brown.
Ryan Lee from Lions Talk. What's up, Micro Mike?
Ryan Leaf.
That made me laugh.
That's good. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Brett Maher. Shout out Brett Maher.
God damn it, Brett Maher. Man, we didn't include any running backs on that. So David Montgomery and Miles Sanders, those are two big names right there.
Yeah.
They're going to be playmakers. They're going to get the ball.
Tom Brady is in the chat.
Very funny.
Yes.
OBJ, very curious. I think he's going to be a Cowboy. No idea how much money he gets. What's the market for a one-time amazing wide receiver who didn't play last year, recovering from an injury, and has been down the last 2 or 3 seasons despite a good run with the Rams to help win a Super Bowl?
That's a great question.
No idea.
And with Jacoby Myers kind of getting underpaid as the first wide receiver to establish the market, there's going to be a domino effect for the other receivers involved here. OBJ, I mean, I know that he wants a long-term deal of some sorts. That's what he'd been talking about for the last couple of months. I don't see anybody giving him more than 2 years, potentially.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what this contract looks like. Some super chats to catch up on. Nick Jaimez. Nick, shout out to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. We got a super chat coming in from my main man, Ray. Browns need to sign a receiver. Man, Jacoby Myers got 3 years, $31 million from the Raiders. 33, excuse me. Mecole Hardman. If you can get him for somewhere between $8 to $10 million a season, I'd be all over that if I was Cleveland. Thank you so much, Ray. Clueless wants to talk about the Chiefs. Tyler, I air to you.
Yeah, we can talk about the Chiefs. Let's pick up where we left off with Mecole Hardman there.
Okay.
Mecole Hardman going to free agency, not expecting him or Juju to return to Kansas City. Mecole Hardman, I don't know how many people know this, but he and Patrick Mahomes were hardly ever on the same page. Mecole Hardman ran a lot of bad routes and wasn't doing what he was supposed to. Really frustrated Patrick Mahomes. And I think, if anything, Mecole Hardman, one of the reasons why the Chiefs will move on from him was the issues Patrick Mahomes personally had with Mecole Hardman. I don't think that gets talked about enough. Juju, that doesn't seem like they can really afford. They liked what they saw from Sky Moore towards the end of the year. Kadarius Toney ended up being a nice pickup. Expect the Chiefs to draft another receiver as well. I don't think Kansas City's going to be too aggressive. The Jawan Taylor move, I was a little questionable about. A guy that played right tackle with Jags, you move him to left tackle to replace Orlando Brown there. He gave up 5 sacks as a right tackle last year in Jacksonville. Now you're going to trust him at your left tackle? I got some questions about that. What are you going to do about replacing Andrew Wiley? I think that's a draft move for Kansas City there. But, I mean, you still got Patrick Mahomes. Everything's going to be okay if you're Kansas City.
Oh,
Thanks
my
for the super
goodness.
chat.
We got to get the Schefter tweet up there, boys. We made a lot of jokes. This is hysterical.
Oh, my gosh.
It continues. I mean, I won't.
He is LeBron.
We'll throw it on screen. Let's get through the rest of the super chats. That way we don't cuck anyone. Doom for you, Tyler. You guys are in for a goodie.
Doom says with a $5 super chat, B-Wags, Bobby Wagner, going to sign with Seattle. It only makes sense for the union to happen. In my opinion, he doesn't fit the Cowboy scheme. Disagree about not fitting the Cowboy scheme. You have 140 tackles, you can play anywhere. I can tell you that much right now. But with Bobby Wagner going to Seattle, it seems like the odds are the best they've ever been for this to happen. Remember, we started free agency talking about that his price tag was going to be a little bit too high compared to what the Seahawks could afford. But you moved on from Quentin Jefferson. You moved on from Shelby Harris. You got the cap space now. Let's see what they want to do. And you didn't bring back Cody Barton. There is a need for that position. We'll see. Cowboys can probably spend more, but will they do so? That remains to be seen. Cheers to you.
Cheers to you, Doom.
Doom and the Seahawks. Let's see if they bring in Bobby Wagner or not. Thank you for that.
Robert Kraft's wife, Carrie Kraft. Niners are working on a big trade. You heard it here first. Cheers. Let's chug a beer. And also, can I have a job? You know, next time we're hiring, we'll go to Robert Kraft first, and we'll ask to get in touch with Carrie Kraft. But, Carrie, thank you so much for the super chat. As for the Niners making a big trade, what if it's Brandon Ayuk? I've heard whispers of Brandon Ayuk going elsewhere because the Niners are looking ahead.
Marshy tells me he's going to be a Giant.
Yeah, this really comes from me sitting across from our Giants host and him going once every 2 or 3 days, like, just want to let you know, Brandon Ayuk's a New York Giant. And the Niners should not give up Ayuk. I get it. They have a lot of mouths to feed.
Sure.
But you ride out Ayuk for the rest of his rookie contract.
Right. Capitalize on it.
Right. If you lose him in free agency afterwards, so be it. But why get a draft pick and have that guy hopefully be as good as Ayuk, because you'd probably draft a receiver. And if he's not, well, then you probably miss Brandon Ayuk. So as for the Niners making a trade for someone, I don't really have any. They did the Christian McCaffrey trade.
Right.
I haven't heard much buzz about who they could be trading for.
Let's get to the next super chat. Thank you, Kerry.
Thank you, Kerry.
Nick, Bradberry to the Broncos. We know the Broncos are spending a lot of money. James Bradberry, the top corner remaining on the market. What about this possibility?
I mean, Denver released Ronald Darby to start free agency. That was their second corner. They drafted a corner last year, Damari Mathis, and when Ronald Darby tore his ACL, he filled in, had a disastrous first game against the Chargers on Monday Night Football. But after that, he played pretty solid. I don't know if Denver is thrilled about him being CB2. Listen, they've always spent a boatload of money, so we can't rule out them spending more, but at some point, you do run out of money to spend, right? I think James Bradberry is probably going to get more money. Well, he's getting offers elsewhere. I don't know if Denver's got that deep of pockets, but if it happens, like Tyler said, you don't start parades or Super Bowls in March, but Denver fans would have to be really excited about Patrick Surtain and James Bradberry being their two corners.
I do have an Aaron Rodgers update.
Okay. We're going to get to that in just a second.
Okay.
Lion Fighter X. Hey, fam, can I get a quick recap on notable signings? There's a lot of big ones. Notable ones, maybe from the last, 18 hours. Dalvin Tomlinson went to the Browns from the Vikings, defensive tackle. Draymond Jones went from Denver to Seattle. Other big ones, we had the Bears pick up an edge rusher. Jacoby Myers this morning went to the Raiders. So we're going to go through a full tracker in a couple of minutes, but those are some of the bigger names.
Been a little slower today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, Jacoby Myers is the only guy that's really signed. Taylor Heineke this morning. So Those are a couple of names out there, but we'll go through a full tracker later on, Lion. Thank you so much for the super chat, though. Real one for sure. Cheers to you.
Cheers indeed. Bosses are asking for a 50% like rate.
Help us out, please. Help us out.
We are at 2,000 people watching right now, so we need 1,000 likes. So if everybody liked the video right now, then we would easily have our 1,000 like number. So smash that like button. If you're having a great time today, if your team has made some good moves, if you like what you've seen from your team, hit that like button as well. Let's drive up those likes. If we get more people liking the video, that means more people can watch and be a part of what we're doing here on NFL Daily Live. Helps the algorithm out. So go ahead and smash that like button if you would. How many likes can we gain in this next minute? Let's put the shot clock on.
I see Steve saying, buy me a beer for a like. I can give you a cheers, Steve. How about that?
1 minute on the clock. How many likes are we going to gain in this next minute?
We've already had 100. There we go. Honestly,
699. Nice.
Help Tyler and I get our bosses off of our back because we get slacks about this if we don't get enough likes, and it gets in the way, I think, a little bit of having some fun during free agency. Just hit that thumbs up button when you get to the stream here.
We want to be popular. We want to sit at the cool kids table.
Ooh, I like this. Gerald Ekler to the Dolphins. That'd be a fun one. I think Ekler just wants more money. I don't think he actually wants to leave the Chargers.
All right, 30 seconds in. We've gained about 70 likes in that 30 seconds.
DJ Chark to the Falcons. That could be a lot of fun. Atlanta does need more receivers. I'll keep giving shout-outs as we keep getting more likes in. Poona Ford to Houston. Poona Ford is just not good.
15 seconds.
So I wouldn't do that. But the Texans aren't very smart
right now. Like the video,
now.
everybody. Come on now.
Yep. Noah Brown to the Texans. That is actually true. They do add a big body receiver right there. We are closing in on 2,000 people watching right now, trying to reach 1,000 likes to stay right at 50% throughout the rest of our
We gained
stream.
about 100 likes in that 1 minute of the shot.
There we go.
Not bad.
I like it. I like it. All right, what do we got next up? We're going to talk Rodgers, boys and girls.
So we do
got
have
some
some
tweets.
tweets.
We got some drama. Get your popcorn ready.
I saw that Shooter McGavin of Happy Gilmore fame is saying that Rodgers is going to take a supervisor position at Silver Acres Rest Home.
I didn't know Shooter McGavin was even on Twitter.
Yes.
That was my only takeaway from that right there. Because I learned Shooter McGavin's on Twitter. But we have this from Adam Schefter, right? Let's start at the beginning of the story, which is the Jets are closing in on Alan Lazard, a.k.a. they're trying to buy Aaron Rodgers' best friends to make Rodgers come to New York, okay? It's a bit thirsty, it's a bit horny, but whatever. Then we got this from Connor Orr. If you're the Jets and you are committed to running outside zone anyway, get big X's and O's there from Connor. Lazard is good to have regardless of QB. He blocks. He performs a lot of dirty work other receivers are not willing to do. I have heard coaches on other teams running that offense say that they wish they had him. He is one of the best, if not the best, blocking receiver.
Let me add this point to what Connor is saying, though. Yes, all of that is true. But remember what we had heard yesterday was that Lazard was waiting for Aaron to figure out his situation before figuring out his own. So to me, if he's going to the New York Jets, I don't think he's going there just to hang out.
Right.
It's a coordinated effort at that point.
All right. So now we got this from Dan Graziano. This is absolutely true. It's a quote tweet of the previous tweet. However, there is no equivalent tweet to explain a 2023 pursuit of Randall Cobb. There can be one and only one reason for that. So it was for the memes right there, but it's actually true. We're going after Randall Cobb.
And then,
but the best of all, Packers veteran free agent tight end Mercedes Lewis, who spent the past 5 seasons in Green Bay, has drawn interest from amongst others the New York Jets, and who cares about the rest? This is what I am talking about. The Jets are horny in free agency for Aaron Rodgers.
Brings up a point.
They are trying to buy friendships right now. You can't buy friendships. We all learned that in the 5th grade.
So Phil Yates brought up a point that Aaron Rodgers is attempting not only to win his 5th MVP, but also NFL Executive of the Year, trying to get the band back together. This feels like a bad sitcom. Rodgers and the gang takes New York. Maybe
yes,
like
really
a Muppets movie or something.
This is sort of as bad as the last episode of Seinfeld.
That was bad.
Yeah,
too.
it was bad too. And this feels like I'm just not a big believer in the Jets being contenders with Rodgers. This is the question on screen right now. Are the Jets contenders with Aaron Rodgers? Yes or no? Let me know in the chat. So I'm out. I just think that.
Are we saying Super Bowl contenders?
I think winning a playoff game.
I think they can win a playoff game.
I'm out on it.
I don't think that they can contend for a Super Bowl title.
Yeah. The defense was awesome last year. It started off super well. The offense really hindered it, but it didn't feel like towards the end of the season it was a playoff win. I mean, maybe that's a bad take. It was a good defense. It was a great defense. So I'm already going against my own word there. I just gut feeling. It's a gut check. Not in on it. Not in on it. What's up, Jack?
I have some bad news for you.
Okay.
So remember when you said in the next 15 minutes something will happen, start the clock?
Oh, you started the clock?
So I started a clock, and
Nothing happened.
15 minutes is very loose. In some cultures, they
We're at
actually don't
17.
even take time that seriously. In
So-
Spain, they don't start eating until midnight, Jack. So,
So-
how about you take your 15
In case
minutes and
people-
shove it up your know what?
Along those same points, in case people don't know, I'm Native American. We have a thing called Indian time.
Ooh, let's go!
Oh.
News, baby!
Austin
yes! Suck
Ekler.
it! Suck it! I knew it! You just started the timer too early. That was the issue.
wait, but this isn't a
This
free
is
agent
news.
signing. This
No,
isn't a
no,
free
I
agent
said
signing.
This counts.
Go back and check the
We
tape.
were running
Go back
on
and check
Indian
the
time.
tape.
YouTube does not keep this type of stuff. It deletes everything after like 30 seconds, so we'll never know what I said. But Austin Ekler, here we go, baby. Chargers granted permission to running back Austin Ekler today to seek a trade after the two sides failed to make progress for a new contract. I thought they would reach an agreement. Tyler, 3 Austin Ekler destinations. Let's tag team this. The Dolphins make sense.
Yes.
I know Denver needs a running back. I don't see an AFC West trade going down. Seems unlikely, but not impossible.
Another team that comes to mind, although I did just say that they shouldn't trade for a running back,
Chiefs?
is Philadelphia.
Okay, yes, I do like that actually.
So that's 2. Now one more.
Yeah, let's get. What do we do? We did Dolphins,
Dolphins, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. I think like Kansas City, they're probably not going to go that route, even if they
They
were
liked
in the
what
same
they
division.
saw from Pacheco.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Good point. Denver, I just don't envision an interdivision trade happening.
Right.
So other teams, NFC West, the 49ers are good. The Seahawks are good.
Are we only considering contending teams here?
Yeah, I think that's the only team that would give up a pick for a running back.
Okay.
What about the Lions if they
Okay,
lose
here's-
Jamal Williams?
Here's one for you. Lions, that's an interesting call. What about the Cowboys?
Ooh.
What about
No,
the-
they like Zeke.
I don't think.
I just wanted to get a reaction of our Cowboys host right there.
Pollard's coming off the broken leg.
Yeah.
Eckler's a good receiver. Another weapon for Dak. That can make sense to me. Look at the numbers from last year.
And that's not a typo. Producer Jack thought it was.
722 receiving yards for Ekler last year, 18 total touchdowns. You are getting a guy that's almost as much a receiver as he is a running back.
He's LT light, 18 touchdowns, and it's only fitting that he plays for the Chargers.
Look,
I mean, 722 receiving yards, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that would be the second most on 50% of the NFL teams.
let me make a case for Austin Ekler to Dallas. Hear me out on this, folks. What was the biggest complaint about Dak Prescott in 2022? The interceptions, the turnovers, trying to force things downfield too much. Dak, in actuality, needs to reel it in and more checkdowns, more short passing game. Who better than Austin Ekler as your checkdown guy?
Ooh, can I throw out the Bills?
Yes.
Bills. The Bills, I feel like if they get a good running back, it won't be fair because that's been the only position. I mean, James Cook was good last year. I thought he got better as the year went on, but Devin Singletary isn't it. So I think the Bills, if they really want to go, this is the last piece of the puzzle, could be a running back. Producer Sam's got his hand up. He's got a nomination for a Austin Eckler destination. Sam, fire away.
I don't love this destination, but I've heard several times, several people throw it out. The Bengals with Joe Mixon's contract, there's some potential cut talk, restructure talk. Samaje Perine a free agent. I think that Bengals offense would be insane with Austin Eckler.
I like that one a lot.
Yes.
That's a good one. That's a good one indeed. So let us know. Best fit for Austin Eckler. We have given our ideas out there. Maybe it's one of those teams we suggested. Maybe it's another team you have in mind.
Let's check the chat. Sean says Panthers. Carter says Dolphins. He's a Dolphin. Bill says the Bills. Let's see. Buffalo, Bengals, Bears, Patriots, Dolphins, Cowboys, Buffalo. Bears, Chiefs, Eagles, Saints, Broncos, Bears, Falcons, Chiefs, Bills, Bucks, Jets, Bears, Chiefs, Dolphins. I think we named about every team as a possible fit for Austin Eckler there. Who is the best fit? Tell us in the comment section below. Petey, we are getting closer, just a little bit closer,
chipping
to
away.
330,000 subscribers here on the channel, less than 300 subs away. Petey, what's your 30-second elevator pitch of why they should subscribe to Chat Sports?
I like it. It's completely free, which is not the case for all outlets out there. Also, it's entertaining, and there's no other spot that when you send some buckaroos our way or we reach some milestones and likes or subscribers, we're doing cheers. I mean, for example, we've got a Falcons YouTube channel. It's hosted and ran pretty much by our producer, Nick Roloff, and myself. And, hey, Nick Roloff was saying if we reach 11,000 subs, he'll do a body shot to start a show. There's no other YouTube channel that opens up that way and also giving you guys informative and entertaining information. I don't know if that would go over well with strangers in an elevator, but hey, that's Chat Sports. We don't want to be strangers. We want to have a two-way conversation.
Right. We want to be your friends here.
Yeah.
So if that didn't convince you to subscribe, then Petey's not going to have a job next Monday. So kidding aside. But nonetheless, subscribe now.
What's up, Tony?
Thank you, Tony.
Tony has it on mute, though. You couldn't even hear that.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
James with a $1 super chat. James William, thanks for the super chat.
Shout out to you, James.
Shout out to you. Thanks for joining us. Travis with a $5 super chat. Who had the Detroit Lions signed this free agency period?
Cam Sutton was their big signing. I think it's a good move.
Very good.
They needed a corner. You
Their
ask any
defense-
Lions fan, what was your biggest need? It was cornerback. And I think maybe a sneaky good move, like best move, was retaining one of their own, right? Linebacker Alex Anzalone, 3-year, Anzalone, 18.75.
Their defense
was
was terrible last year. They needed help.
They needed help, so they pick up a good starter in Sutton. They keep one of the better linebackers on their roster. It's been a bit of a quiet-ish free agency, but also it's been, what, guys, 25 hours? Like,
Right.
There's still a lot of big names out there still to be signed. So another super chat from our main man, Lion Fighter X, Austin to Philly. Yeah, Austin Ekler, I could see him being a Philadelphia Eagle next season. I just think if the Eagles wanted to go that route, where like giving up draft assets for a running back, maybe just go to the draft and draft one of your own so that you are young.
And then having to pay Austin Eckler too, because remember, the heart of this issue with him and the Chargers is the fact that they can't come to terms in a new deal. So you have to think wherever he gets traded, you're paying him a new contract on top of that. So something to keep in mind there. Dougie Fresh. When's Harrison going live? Bears should be live later today.
Bears, yeah. Austin Eckler, by the way, just turns 28 this May. 1:30
Central? Okay, 2:30 Eastern.
So an hour.
1 hour from now.
1:30 for Bears Live with Bears Now Live with Harrison Graham. A lot going on in Chicago. A lot of moves being made through the first day of free agency. I expect more today. So hang out with us, Dougie, until Bears Live gets going in an hour at 1:30. So we did have a super chat earlier asked for a recap of some free agency acquisitions so far. TG, you want to go back and forth on this bad boy?
Well, let's roll through, shall we? Andre Dillard, 3 years, $29 million with the Tennessee Titans. Petey, we were trying to assess this situation for Tennessee, and it seems like the new management that's come into town is kind of just getting rid of the old and bringing in their guys.
Yep, they're going to roll with Nicholas Petit-Frere as a starting tackle and Andre Dillard. Not sure who will be left or who will be right tackle. That'll probably be figured out during training camp.
Some other key free agents on this list. Greg the Leg going to the Jets, 1 year, $3.35 million. I'm very shocked at the way his career has gone. He was great with the Rams, the Cowboys, these other teams. This is his third team there with the Jets. 1 year, $3.35. To me, that's very worth it for a guy his caliber.
I mean, talk about how much the Colts paid Matt Gay. That completely changes stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Raiders, as our Raider host, Mitchell Rentz, pops in, Marcus Epps, 2 year, $12 million. Mitch, can I get a thumb? Oh, okay, yeah. Chuck Norris style.
Quick thoughts from
Thumbs up
Mitchell
right
Rentz.
there. Marcus Epps?
They didn't want to pay a lot of money to Jordan Poyer, so you're going to be able to find a guy who played the most snaps in the Philadelphia Eagles last season, over 1,000 on defense. Cheap safety, good player.
Good player.
We'll see.
I'm
Who's
sad because
better?
Jordan Poyer was going to come party with you if he signed.
Yeah, that's kind of devastating. But
Maybe the Raiders want to do a 3-safety set.
hey, or they're just going to continue to just spend on offense because apparently they have a great defense.
Marcus Epps is invited to come party. Though.
Who's better, Jimmy G or Derek Carr?
At the value, it's Jimmy Garoppolo.
There you go.
There we go.
That's the right answer.
All right, some other names here, some smaller names, but I want to zoom in on one, Bobby Okereke. 4-year, $40 million contract. I really like this pickup for the Giants. He had 150-plus tackles last season, so I think
All right, now everyone wants to talk. Harrison's got one.
Bobby Okereke.
Okereke.
Think carrot cake when you say
I
his
like
name.
it. I like
Bobby Okereke.
Why don't we just call him Bobby Carrot Cake?
Bobby Carrot Cake.
That's closer.
They got to update the pronunciation guides for the NFL.
4-year, $40 million, like I was saying. That's a good pickup right there.
I like the David Long deal to Miami, too.
I do. I do as well.
2 years, $11 million. More names on the list. Denver, very active. Alex Singleton, 3 years, $18 million, 9 guaranteed.
They bring back their leading tackler from last year. The Panthers re-signed their center, Bradley Bozeman, 3-year, $18 million. I like that signing as well. Duke Riley to the Dolphins on a 2-year deal. Then we got some other smaller moves coming up, but Zach Allen, wow. $45 million, 32 of it guaranteed. He comes over from Arizona, so he keeps his old DC, Vance Joseph, who is now with the Broncos. I think for a player who had 5 sacks last year, it's a bit of an overpay. But if Denver's got money to burn, spend it, I guess. I think this one might be one we look back on and go, that might not have worked out well. But once they signed him, that shut the door on Draymond Jones returning.
Yeah, there was quite the market for Zach Allen. A lot of teams showed interest, but ultimately Denver, who's been the biggest spender so far, gets the job done. Jameis is coming back to New Orleans. Started out his career backing up Drew Brees, became the starter, lost his job to Andy Dalton. They've brought in Derek Carr now. Now he's back on a 1-year deal for less money, $8 million. Jameis, I guess he's comfortable with the all the Cajun food down there in NOLA?
Yes, like I said.
A lot of crab legs.
He found a good gumbo spot and daiquiri location, and he's like, I just hate moving. And they're like, Jameis, you know you're not starting. He's like, I don't care. I don't want to move. So can I say here, please?
Other names, the Texans going with Jimmy Ward, 2 years, $13 million. The Texans, the tank is over, it seems. It seems like they're actually investing in this team.
I think the tank's still full on. I do like the Jimmy Ward pickup. He follows his old coach, D'Amico Ryans, to Houston. Good acquisition. Caden Ellis, man. Caden Ellis is getting 3 years, $21 million. Like, talk about this defensive tackle market. That's a good payday for him. Davenport, speaking of former Saints players, he's on a 1-year contract with the Vikings. Kind of a prove-it situation. Not too bad. Not great necessarily for the Vikings, though. Draymond Jones, your guy, going to Seattle.
3 years, $51.5 million, 18 guaranteed. The Seahawks had some money to spend, but history tells us that they're not too active in free agency. This go-round, though, they spend that money on Draymond Jones. A big deal for Seattle to get their guy, to get help on that defense that struggled a lot through last year. Other notable names, Taylor Heineke is headed to the Atlanta Falcons. 2-year deal, up to $20 million. He and Desmond Ridder now the quarterbacks for that Atlanta team. And if you look at that division, whether it's Ridder or Heineke, or if one of them gets hurt and they go to the other, there's no reason why the Falcons can't contend and win that division.
DeMarcus Walker is going to Chicago. Former Tennessee Titan had 7 sacks last year. The Bears had an abysmal pass rush last season. They traded away Robert Quinn. They lose Roquan Smith. DeMarcus Walker is a good start. I don't think he's the ending point, though. And then this morning, Jacoby Myers signed a 3-year, $33 million deal with the Raiders. Vegas is spending some money, so at least you're doing something, I guess. But I don't mind this contract for the Raiders. I think it's pretty good value. I know Raiders fans are really upset with just not getting Aaron Rodgers right now, it seems like. But Jacoby Myers, I think, is a good pickup for them.
I think so, too. Other notable names, Raheem goes back to the Miami Dolphins, 2-year, $5.6 million deal, $2.2 million guaranteed. This doesn't mean the Dolphins are done at the running back position, though.
Yes, I agree.
Matt Gay, 4 years, $22.5 million for a kicker.
He better not miss one kick. That's all I'm going to say. He better not miss one kick. And if you're a Colts fan and you walk away with this and it's like, what was the biggest contract you gave out? It was the kicker. Ooh. That sucks.
Dalvin Tomlinson, 4 years, $57 million with the Browns. The Browns, they restructured that Deshaun Watson deal, and they got aggressive after that.
They did. They wanted to get Javon Hargrave. It sounds like they finished second place for him and Draymond Jones. They move on to Dalvin Tomlinson. He's a great run-stopping defensive tackle, something they did not have on their roster last season. So a really good pickup for Cleveland and their new defensive coordinator, Jim Schwartz. We've got Noah Brown going from one Texas team to another, from Dallas to Houston on a one-year deal. The Jags hold on to their own Andrew Wingard, 3-year, $9.6 million deal. And the latest news here, Miles Bryant and Tyrell Dodson both signing one-year contracts with their respective teams. So that is our free agency tracker thus far. As we get more signings, we'll keep you guys in the loop and update everything for you. We got a super chat to catch up on here from Not Webb's World with the Titans signing Andre Dillard. Do they still go left tackle at 11? Or does this open them up to trade out of that pick? It's a really good question because everyone mocked Paris Johnson to the Titans. Here's what I'll say. If they go tackle at 11, I think that shows that they aren't really thrilled about Nicholas Petit-Frere, who did show some good signs. Dylan Radunz, another player they picked early in the draft a couple of years ago. I think they do have some flexibility with Dillard potentially moving to guard. He was sort of a Swiss Army knife for Philly last year. Outside of center, he really stepped in wherever needed. But I do think you raise a good point that if they have faith and trust in Dillard and Petit-Frere being their left and right tackle, maybe they go best player available. Maybe they trade back. Who's to say? But I definitely think this does give some weight to the Titans not going offensive tackle in round one, which everyone mocked them doing for the last 3 or so months.
Yeah. That's a great point. When it comes to that Tennessee Titans team, we'll see what they do. Not Webb's World, beer cheers to you.
Yep.
Thanks for the $5 super chat. Now, let's shift gears and try to break our chat record. We are going to do a lot of shout-outs.
Here we go.
As we try to see if we can get about 1,000 comments in the next minute. PD?
Should we simultaneously just yell out names? Or
I think that's what we should do.
Is that too much chaos?
I'm all for it.
All
I'm
right.
all for chaos.
There's going to be a lot of yelling.
Let's count it down. Get the me's going. Get them as quickly as possible. Spam them in there. And if you're lucky, we'll try to get to your name.
You
We'll
ready?
see. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Atlanta's
Falcons fan.
Gaming, Lucas,
Hayden,
I am
Lucas,
Cooper,
Blake,
Andrew,
Santiago,
Kyle,
Joe,
Falcons
Nick,
fan, Dylan,
Kyle,
Richard,
Dylan,
Ethan, Purple,
Richard, Hayden,
Cornell,
Purple, Cornell,
Richard,
JR, Go,
the
the NFL Experience,
Packers,
Mike, Lucas,
Dylan,
Jimmy,
Jimmy,
Dylan, Sean,
Cujo,
Morgan,
Lucas,
Cujo,
Mike Honcho,
Nicholas,
Natik,
FL,
Bill,
Boyd,
Morgan,
Bill,
JR,
Retro,
Mike
JR,
Honcho,
Eddie,
Clan Donald,
Gaming,
Tommy from Washington,
Adam,
Ryan Chowdhury,
Gaming,
Kieran,
Kyer,
Falcons fan, Gaming Ward,
Schmitzy,
Lucas,
Cayenne,
Devin,
MD,
Storm something,
Franklin,
Atlanta's Gaming, Brennan Santiago, Adam
Berman,
Christopher,
Exotic,
Jimmy, Loyal,
JR,
Morgan, Brian
Morgan,
Reese,
Martin,
Adam,
Ice
Nicholas,
Fish,
Christopher
Jenkins, Philly,
Jr., Greek,
Bill, Frankie,
Cujo,
Kojo, Freak,
Nicholas,
Bill
Jenkins,
Lau,
Gaming,
Bad Day,
NFL Experience,
Thomas, Jonathan
David,
Taylor
Bill,
here,
JR,
Thomas,
I am
Ray,
Cooper,
Jeff,
Ray,
Bill, Isaiah,
Loyalty,
Jack,
Nicholas,
JR, Nicholas, King,
Jr., Jeff,
Ray, David,
Ray,
Goats,
Goat,
Frank,
Jamel, Tommy, Brian,
Patrick,
Hudson,
Chandler,
Patrick,
Devin,
Morgan,
Josh,
Mr.
Williams,
Light.
TK, Evan,
Yeah,
Jenkins.
I'm retiring.
Go. All right, good enough.
That was a lot right there. Woo. Did we break it? I really hope so.
We'll see.
We gotta wait. We gotta wait for the hardcore analytics to flood in. If you got a shout out and you haven't liked the video, please go ahead and do so. We're trying to.
That was an electric factory.
We're close to getting 50% of the number of likes of people watching right now.
I believe that we can do this.
I hate the I believe chant.
I hate it too. I just left it at I
cringy thing out there.
It is. I just left it that I believe we can.
Yep. We got more Rodgers. We got more rumblings. Diana Rossini from ESPN. Aaron Rodgers has provided the New York Jets with a wish list of free agents he would like them to sign, to target, and acquire. It includes Randall Cobb, Alan Lazard, Mercedes Lewis, and Odell Beckham Jr. Holy shitballs. Just add Greg Jennings and Donald Driver to that list, and Ryan Grant, and the whole band's back together. Robert Tonyan, I mean, I get it. Rodgers is Rodgers. But at some point, are the Jets really going to get taken to the woodshed and just do whatever Aaron Rodgers demands them to do? That's a lot of power going to one player.
That's what this sounds like to me.
I think it's a bit much. Yeah, but
And then
Your
the
hands.
OBJ factor. OBJ with the Jets would be very interesting.
OBJ anywhere would be interesting.
That too.
There's really no team that I think doesn't make sense for Odell Beckham Jr.
Is there any chance that Rodgers gets this wish list, the Jets make these moves, and then he says, you know what? Nah, never mind.
No, I
Just
don't
leaves
think
them all
so.
out there to dry.
It's like he doesn't have a bird, he doesn't have a vendetta against the Jets. Like I could see him doing that with the Niners because he was pissed that they took Alex Smith over him.
Right.
And maybe this would be one last piece of justice in his eyes. But the Jets, he plays them once every 4 years. It's not like they've had a tumultuous
This
battle.
would mean OBJ back in New York.
It would. It would. OBJ back to the Big Apple just with the other team. But, man, we've seen the rumors of Cobb, Lazard, and Lewis to the Jets. Odell Beckham Jr., that's brand new. That is interesting.
That is. And now I wonder, too, what is the Jets cap situation? How many of these guys can they bring in?
They're not paying any quarterback right now.
Right.
Zach Wilson, it's a second overall pick that does have a bit of a hefty contract. $16.4 million. Poor Spotrac. Now, they can always restructure current deals and free up more money.
Remember,
they've got to be above zero before the new league year starts 4 o'clock Eastern tomorrow.
Interesting history lesson, too. Remember, Odell and Aaron nearly paired up in 2021 after the Browns cut Odell. Instead, he ended up with the Rams, won a Super Bowl there. So this has been on his wish list to try to play with Odell for a while.
Yeah. It's interesting. So we are trying to reach 1,000 likes on today's stream. We are just over 90 away. So help us reach that milestone. Like today's video if you haven't already. And once we reach 1,000 likes, it's shot o'clock here at the studios for Tyler and I. So we'll throw back some fireball shots if we cross over 1,000 likes. Some cannonballs coming. Help us get to that milestone.
You got
Hit
the
thumbs
dog bowl
up
ready
button.
to go?
I do not have the dog bowl ready. The dog bowl, maybe we should get that on at some point.
Maybe.
I like that idea. We are just over 70 likes away. Let's see if we can count it down, get all the way to 1,000. And then we got some more free agency buzz and rumors to get hit on here for you all watching today. David says he'll play quarterback for the Jets. We are
Aaron's
65
doing a great
likes
job
away.
trying to win the 2014 Super Bowl.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's try to get to 1,000. That's over 50. Yeah. ECK Sports, you raise a good point. Apparently, my idea of only staying at 50% was not good with the producer, so that got shot down, although I think it would be fun. We got some FGBs coming in from some Bears fans out there right now.
50 more. 50 more.
Thoughts on Shaq Mason to Houston? I don't get what the Texans are doing, but Shaq Mason's a good guard. If it costs you a 6th and you got a 7th back, I've got no issue with it. I don't see why more teams wouldn't do that for how little it cost you. Although you do take on his contract, but Houston's not paying anyone any money right now. All right, let's see. We are 45 likes away. Let's try and get there. Am still yes. Yo, Jonathan Taylor, why haven't the Colts signed anyone? I wish JT was in the chat right now and could answer that question for you. They signed Matt Gay. You got your kicker of the future. Oh, we got to. Gotcha. Oh, there he is. Well, if how about this? If
You
you
mean
were,
to tell me that's not the real Jonathan
if you were
Taylor?
Jonathan Taylor, I think the best cover-up would be just name Jonathan Taylor. Like, no one would ever think that was actually you. 20 likes away. Let's
20.
get to 1,000. When we reach 1,000 likes, we'll take a shot. We are closing in right now. Let's see if we can get there after
We got the
next
fireball ready to
refresh.
go. They're pouring it right now for us.
John, will the Broncos sign Kareem Hunt? There has been some buzz about Denver looking into Kareem Hunt. I think they're going to sign a running back and probably draft one too. 10 likes away. Let's get there.
Is Jordy Nelson about to be a Jet too?
Good one. Great one, Tyler. Yes. One like away. We're at 999. Oh, there it is. Got
Yay.
across 1,000. Thank you so much to everyone who liked today's video. Really appreciate it. We got some cannonballs coming our way, some fireball. Thanks to producer Mr. Sam Brown. Here we go. The hard stuff. The party stopper's off on it, and if you don't know that, you end up flooding your table. So be ready teacher. The Saints are retaining Michael Thomas. Okay. So that's some news. We'll talk about that after throwing down these shots. You pour yourself in,
Let's
trust
see.
me.
Here we go. Let's have a shot together, shall we? This
Yep.
is well earned. 1,000 likes by our loyal and faithful viewers. Great job, everybody. Let's. It's what, just close to 2 o'clock on the East Coast. Still morning time out west, but as far as I'm concerned, it's drinking time here on NFL Daily. Cheers,
Cannonball,
everybody.
Cannonball coming. Woo! It's a bit harsh.
Wow.
It's a bit harsh.
Jack just stole my joke on Twitter.
Ooh.
I tweeted it out, and he didn't even give me credit for my joke.
Okay.
Wow.
We got some interesting stuff coming in down from the wire on. Albert Breer mentioning what Tyler actually mentioned, how the Packers were interested in OBJ before he signed with the Rams 2 years ago. So might Aaron Rodgers revisit that now? Sure seems like that. But this from Ian Rappaport. Sources, the Saints are expected to retain star wide receiver Michael Thomas on an incentive-laden one-year deal to keep him in New Orleans for the 2023 season. One of the NFL's best when healthy, Thomas sticks with his new QB, Derek Carr. If it's really all incentive-based, I guess you got nothing to be upset about, because if he doesn't hit those milestones, you don't give up any money. But who are you fooling here? Michael Thomas, unfortunately, I think is toast.
Well, and as Rap Sheet just points out,
Yeah.
Michael Thomas recruited Derek Carr. Then Derek Carr recruited Michael Thomas. Now they're playing together here in 2023. So,
And
1 year, $10 million.
We'll get that
max
Schefter
value
tweet
of
up in a second.
15. Is Michael Thomas actually going to be healthy though?
Dude, I'm sorry. Like, if you're a Saints fan, yes, you go back to this nostalgia of when he led the NFL in receptions. But I got some bad news for you. That was in 2019. Like that's 4 years ago. A lot of time has passed.
I mean, we talked earlier about Aaron Rodgers trying to create the 2014 Super Bowl champions with the New York Jets. It feels like the New Orleans Saints, some of the moves they've made, they still think it's like 2019.
2020, 2021, 2022. 3 seasons. Does anyone want to guess how many games Michael Thomas has played in those 3 seasons?
It's not very high.
Want to take a stab at it?
I'm going to guess
3 seasons, 2 of which had 17-game seasons, so that's 35 games. And then 51 with 16 added on.
I'm going to guess, isn't it like, it's got to be less than 20, isn't it?
He has played in 10 games.
10 games, yeah.
10 games, 609 yards, 3 touchdowns. Yes, if you can find that 2019 version of Michael Thomas, that is awesome. I don't think it's out there anymore. I think it's gone. I think you're chasing your shadow.
Michael,
So for the Saints fans watching, the nostalgia is great, but in terms of him actually being what we all remember him as in 2019, the NFL receptions leader, 3 straight Pro Bowls, all-pro performances, I think those days are gone.
Saints are cooked, y'all.
Yep. Well, I don't know. Derek Carr's going to be good there. And I'm not even a big Derek Carr guy.
Oh, I think Derek Carr is going to end poorly.
You
I
think
think
so?
he's going to be awful.
I think he could get them to 9-10 wins. I think the Saints will make the playoffs with Derek Carr.
Every time Derek Carr cashes a paycheck, he's stealing money. He's a turnover machine. That's not going to end well. His coaching staff is awful. Pete Carmichael and Dennis Allen. It will not end well. I can promise you that right now. We're continuing. It is NFL Daily's live coverage of free agency. Day numero dos. Tyler Jones, Matthew Peterson here with you on this Tuesday afternoon. Thanks for spending it with us. Breaking news coming just a few moments ago. Michael Thomas restructuring a deal to remain with the New Orleans Saints. 1 year, $10 million there. We haven't seen a whole lot of Michael Thomas the last couple of years, but looks like he's staying in New Orleans for now. Meanwhile, OBJ, he's been a free agent for a minute, and he's had some workouts for a few teams. Allegedly, he wants around $20 million per year. Petey, I don't know why on earth anyone would give OBJ $20 million.
Yeah. On one hand, I could see why he would garnish $20 million, right? We're talking about Odell Beckham Jr., NFL Rookie of the Year on the offensive side. He's had, I don't need to go through OBJ's resume for anyone. We all know what he's capable of. He just hasn't been at that consistent level for quite
Bless you.
excuse me, I had that sneeze for like 20 minutes. For quite some time. So, if you believe that OBJ is gonna get back to that New York Giants level play or the way he ended with the Rams, and you're in a bidding war, then $20 million is a good deal if you know that you're signing the Giants version of Odell Beckham like 2013 to 2017-ish.
Right.
But if you're not getting that version, $20 million is an overpay.
Yes.
So will GMs think that they're getting which version, right? The guy in 2021 coming off an ACL tear with 537 yards and 5 touchdowns, very productive for LA, not so much for Cleveland. His last full season, 2019, 1,000 yards, 4 touchdowns, and that's good numbers. That's not $20 million numbers.
No.
And if you want $20 million numbers, you got to go back further. And now we're talking 5+ years removed. So I do think $20 million is a bit ambitious. But if OBJ is going to look like the way he worked out privately in Arizona, where 11 teams came and watched last week, I could see how a GM could convince the owner this is someone we should give $20 million a season to. So be honest with me. Do you want your team to sign Odell Beckham Jr.? Type OBJ for yes, or type no OBJ for no. It's the pinned poll. So get your votes in down in the chat right now, but also in the pinned poll towards the top.
Got a little Seahawks update.
Ooh, I like it.
Coming in. We'll get to that as you guys answer the poll question here. Do you want your team to sign OBJ? OBJ for yes, no OBJ for no. Let us know in the comment section below if you want your team to sign OBJ. So far, the votes coming in, 34% of you say yes, and the vast majority saying no at this point in time, with about 140 votes in so far to this point in time. Keep those votes on coming. The Seahawks have given the tender to Ryan Neal. It is a minimum tender that they are set to pay him. It is $2.627 million, a one-year tender. That's a low restricted free agent tender amount. 2.627.
That means if another team matches it, they'll get a draft pick for him.
Correct.
So what basically is, for a guy that pretty good, you're right, a team
Yeah,
can
he was
match
the-
and you could lose him.
He was the highest rated safety in the entire league according to PFF this year. And you're in a situation with Seattle where Jamal Adams is coming back, and you obviously have Quandre Diggs there. I think the ideal scenario, if you're Seattle, you have this issue at linebacker, right? We've talked about that. That's why Bobby Wagner's being talked about. With Jamal Adams' size and athleticism, I think the ideal situation would be start Ryan Neal alongside Quandre Diggs, move Jamal Adams to linebacker. I think that's your best case scenario here. But the Seahawks, by giving the low tender here, obviously they're not putting a ton of value in Ryan Neal right now.
No, they are open to the possibility of losing him to another team matching that tender. We got a super chat coming in from Kerry Kraft. He may be 6'5". He may be number 13. He may be on the Niners' mind. Where's that beer chug? I like it. Odell Beckham Jr. to the Niners would be a lot of fun. I mean, if there's one coach that gets the best out of the talent on his roster, it's Shanahan.
Yes.
He knows where everyone's strengths are and how to maximize it. So I'd have to envision OBJ on the Niners would be a lot of fun. Similar to OBJ on any team because he's Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah. OBJ, I think any team he goes on, he's going to make them better, and it's going to be a lot more entertaining. San Francisco with OBJ, you already have Brandon Ayuk there. Debo and George Kittle. That offense is already loaded. OBJ into the fold. Watch out. I mean, the possibilities are endless.
Gary Kraft with that super chat. I want to remind everyone about our super chat menu today if you want to get on screen like Carrie. $5 super chat. It's a beers cheers. $10, we'll talk about your team, break it down. $20, we'll take some shots on the camera for you guys, on the show for you all. $50, some tortilla slaps. $100 is a super chat, for a beer bong. Are we losing teacher for just a moment? Just for a moment. Okay, teacher's running to the restroom maybe. So I'm going to be here with you guys for the next 2 or 3 minutes. I mean, a beer's cheers is a cheers, right? It's
Hey,
gross.
guys,
it's a
guys,
cheers.
guys.
It's
Guys,
not
guys.
finish your beer.
Yeah, guys. A beer's cheers is like that's what $5 is. It's like, oh, we're gonna take a little drink. Cheers
Yeah.
to you. It's not a chug. We're not chugging.
Well, we could chug, but
We
right
could
now,
chug,
beer's cheers. I think we got to get to that level, though, for big, not just super chats, but big news going on right now, which right now things are a little bit mild, so we'll build up to that point. We want to run through some free agency signings that have been made so far. We'll kind of just hit the big names here. Dillard to the Titans. I like this move for Tennessee. 3 years, $29 million. Curious to see which side of the line he starts on, left or right tackle. Greg the Leg going back to the Jets. Marcus Epps, 2-year deal with the 49ers, with the Las Vegas Raiders. And then it's Bobby Carrot Cake, right? Bobby Okereke. 4-year, $40 million deal. I like that a lot for the Giants. I've said that before, and I'll continue to repeat it. 2 years, $11 million for the Dolphins. David Long, if you don't remember, he was on the Titans last year, and he picked off Carson Wentz at the goal line in like week 5, and I believe that killed the over in that game, so I was a little upset with David Long, but I have learned to forgive him since then. Alex Singleton signed a 3-year contract with the Broncos. Really good linebacker. Led them in tackles last year. Denver was a disaster in 2022. Singleton was probably the only bright spot consistent throughout the whole season. Duke Riley, Bradley Bozeman returning to their respective clubs. And then you got Kelvin Beachum going to the Cardinals, 2 years, $5.1 million. Arizona, I don't blame them. They're spending no money, and I know that's not fun, but they really shouldn't because they're going to suck. So embrace it and don't give out big contracts just to be an expensive bad team. Eric Kendricks goes back to his home city in L.A. Jimmy Ward is reuniting with his old coach, D'Amico Ryans, in Houston. Caden Ellis switches NFC South teams. He is off to Atlanta. Marcus Davenport signs with the Vikings. The Vikings have lost a lot of players in free agency. They do pick up one there. Draymond Jones, talk about a big signing. 3-year, $51 million to go to Seattle. I like Draymond Jones. I don't know if he's worth $51 million over 3 seasons, though. I think that's an overpay from the Seahawks. Some other signings there. Eric Kendricks returning to the City of Angels, played his college ball at UCLA. He is back there with the Chargers now. Zach Allen, similar to Draymond Jones. I just think these are two guys that might be ascending, might be heading in the right direction, but neither player's ever had more than 6.5 sacks in a season, and they both got pretty big paydays. $45 million for Allen. Jameis Winston is sticking in New Orleans on a 1-year deal worth up to $8 million to back up Derek Carr, which is puzzling. I thought he'd want to go somewhere to try and prove he can still be a starter in the league and not be a backup for 2 straight seasons, 3 out of the last 4 now. DeMarcus Walker last night signed with the Chicago Bears. They need help at pass rush. He's definitely going to be help. He's a start. I don't think he's where you want to finish, though, in that department. Taylor Heineke, 2 years, $20 million. That's a lot of money for just a backup quarterback. I expect a bit of a QB battle to go on in Atlanta throughout the preseason with Desmond Ridder. Luke Gifford, 2-year deal up to $5 million with the Tennessee Titans. Jacoby Myers signed a 3-year, $33 million contract with the Raiders this morning. First receiver off the board, and it's a low bargain if you ask me. Shaq Mason, he is signing with the traded to the Houston Texans for basically a bag of footballs. Nick Mullins is back in Minnesota, and he is going to back up Kirk Cousins. Donovan Wilson, the safety that Dan Quinn loves so much, he returns to Dallas on a 3-year contract. Raheem Mostert is signing with the Dolphins on a 2-year deal. Matt Gay cashes in for all kickers across the world, resetting the market, baby. 4-year, $22.5 million. And then late last night, it was Cleveland finally finding the defensive tackle they have been searching for in Dalvin Tomlinson from the Minnesota Vikings. 4-year, $57 million contract. Noah Brown switches zip codes in Texas. He's off to Houston on a 1-year deal. And special team core safety Andrew Wingard is staying in Jacksonville on a very cheap 3-year contract. Some other moves made most recently, Michael Thomas, 1-year deal, $10 million. He can make up to $15 million in incentives. I think Michael Thomas is cooked, but hey, if he gets back to 2019 form, that's an absolute steal. Ooh, center Garrett Bradberry. He was one of the best centers in football last year. He got nicked up towards the end of the season. 3-year, $15 million contract to stay in Minneapolis. And then the Steelers signing DeMonte Casey and Nate Herberg, both on 2-year contracts. So Pittsburgh making some moves right now despite losing Cam Sutton yesterday to the Detroit Lions. So with that all said, that is the latest free agency signings thus far. Other names out there beforehand yesterday, like Jesse Bates. That's not everyone, by the way. Everyone's a very long list. Javon Hargrave, the big ones that happened early on yesterday, McGlinchey, all that good stuff, Ben Powers. We will probably hit them on maybe a little bit later of a full big name recap or something. But let's get to our NFL Draft channel now because we are trying to reach 3,000 subscribers on it. We need 473 of you watching right now to click the link in the chat, hit the sub button, and when NFL Draft season really blossoms and takes off, once free agency dies down, we'll keep you guys tapped in, informed, and entertained, as we like to say here at Chat Sports. So help us get to that milestone. Hit the sub button at youtube.com/chatNFL for the best NFL draft coverage for your favorite team. Shout out your favorite team, by the way. Speaking of that, we'll talk about the first one that we see. Okay. Oh, we got a signing? Oh, we got a re-signing. Okay. 49ers bringing back center Jake Brendel on a 4-year deal. Okay, so after losing Mike McGlinchey, the Niners are going to retain their center. But I'm going to look at the chat in just a second, and I will be picking the first team I see. 3, 2, 1 at the bottom. Ravens. Ravens was the first one I saw. Obviously, the big discussion there is Lamar Jackson, who I don't know if he leaked it because it was already kind of known, but he tweeted out today that the Ravens offered him a $133 million contract, guaranteed 3 years. My initial gut reaction was, what a low ball, right? 3 years, $133 million. Doesn't sound very big. Fully guaranteed. It looked like it had a lot of incentives in it so he can make some more money guaranteed. Listen, if you're Lamar, maybe a 3-year deal is not all that bad because then you get to be a free agent again soon and you get to cash in once again. And it's all guaranteed. So I'm kind of going back and forth on this. It looks bad on the surface just because the number 1 and 3 are small numbers. There's never a 2 or a 5 there, which I feel like is just our brain telling me it's big. But fully guaranteed, $44 million a season. You get to be a free agent soon again and make a lot of money once again. Maybe that's not the worst contract offer in the world. Maybe we're kind of blowing it out of proportion. The Ravens so far, they've done nothing. They have lost players. They lost their starting left guard and Ben Powers. They lost their tight end, Josh Oliver, who is more just a blocking tight end anyway, to the Vikings. They've got some cap space. I know the Ravens fans know this. They never are big spenders in free agency. Will they sign a wide receiver? Will they look to draft a wide receiver? Or will they look to improve their strength and conditioning program so everyone stops getting hurt every season? Shout out your favorite team. We'll run it back one more time here. Who knows? Jake Brendel, by the way, that's the news we were talking about. 4-year deal with the 49ers re-signing there. Close my eyes. First one I see at the bottom of the chat, I will say out loud. 3, 2, 1. Well, it went too fast. 3, 2, 1. Bills. Bills was the first one I saw. Buffalo doesn't have to do a whole lot. They have a guy named Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. They're pretty set roster-wise. They could add to their defense because it looked very vulnerable when Von Miller went down last year. He also, along with Josh Allen, restructured their contracts last night to free up more cap space for Buffalo. I don't know if that's in wake of them trying to make a signing. They picked up the Dallas Cowboys version of Connor McGovern. They did lose Tremaine Edmonds to the Chicago Bears, so they might look to try and replace him. They've got good pieces already. If you're Buffalo, this wasn't a free agency period that you had to absolutely master. You just had to stay where you are, which is one of the big dogs in the AFC, and being in the whole negative $10 million in cap space. Restructuring those deals would definitely help free up cap space right there. But if you're a Bills fan, I hate to break it to you, I don't think you're going to see any big splashy signings like Von Miller last year coming to Buffalo. Now, if you want your team to start making some moves, if you're a Bills fan and you're like, hey, Billy, Mr. Bean, do something, please, like the video. I can't absolutely guarantee, but why jinx it, right? So we're trying to get more likes on today's video. We crossed 1,000 earlier. We're going to welcome Tom Downey on in just a few short moments. And let's have Tom hop on a show that's got 1,100 likes on it. We're 15 away from that milestone. Hit the thumbs up icon if you haven't already. I'll do one more random team for the people. Bears spend a lot of money and keep spending money and fill the rest of your needs in the draft, and you'll be good to go if Justin Fields is him, which I think he is. I'm Bob Dole. Bob Dole is a congressman, I believe. So, okay, Bob. Mike Evans to the Niners. I think that the Bucs are going to be entering a hard rebuild, and maybe Mike Evans could get got. He's never gone below 1,000 yards. Do the Niners really need Mike Evans? Like, they've got players, right? They've got receivers in Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. They already paid Deebo. They're going to be on the hook for Ayuk soon if they end up paying him. I get it, how fun it could be to getting all the good players on your team. I don't think this is an absolute must-get for San Francisco to actually get better. So we're going to welcome Tom Downey on here, and I want to introduce him with this question. Best fit for Austin Ekler. Who is it? Go.
The answer is the Chargers still, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Cheating answer, but that is the correct answer.
Yep.
Because Josh Kelly is their next best running back.
Yes.
That does not move the needle for me in terms of here's how good somebody is. I don't love that idea.
I like the Eagles. I could see it being fun.
Eagles are a great fit for everybody,
Yeah,
playmaker-wise.
Right, that's very true. So I think the Eagles, I think the Bills too. I also wonder what's the trade value for Ekler? A fourth?
Maybe. Like, teams don't like paying running backs who are getting earlier.
Right.
Or older. And that's the case with him at this point.
Yeah.
I also worry about this aspect. The Bills have invested so much into the running back spot. They have invested a second-round pick in James Cook. They had a third-round pick in Zach Moss. They later traded. They had a third-round pick in Devin Singletary. They have done a lot at the running back position, which at a certain point, you can't keep throwing more picks at the running back spot or more assets and just kind of move on at that point and figure out what you're going to do beyond that. So I'll get some shout-outs here. I see people saying Cowboys, and I know that Tyler Jones had pitched the Cowboys. They're not doing that. You can't franchise tag Tony Pollard and then also give big money to Austin Eckler. That's not how they're going to go about there. Raiders aren't a terrible fit. You have Josh Jacobs, so I'm not sure that's the route you're going to go. Vikings, if you want from Dalvin Cook, I'm in on that one. That's a fun idea there. Bears I don't mind Bears, Jake. It's not the worst idea ever. Falcons have bodies at running back, but I think it'd be a fun fit as well. Saints, Bengals, Dolphins, Bears, Panthers. Okay. Ravens, Falcons, Jets, Ravens, the Dolphins. Is that Will Scott in there? I don't mind that one. Keep the comments coming. Here are the top NFL free agents as of now still unsigned. So Juju Smith-Schuster has not been picked up yet. The receiver market in general has been very quiet. I'm curious when that begins to change. These are not ranked, by the way. Odell Beckham Jr., who apparently the Jets want / Aaron Rodgers wants. Caleb McGarry is the one big offensive lineman still unsigned. Bears and Falcons have been linked there. Dalton Schultz, I think, will sign soon-ish. Wonder if the market's been a little bit less than he expected it to be. Bobby Wagner isn't technically cut until tomorrow, so I think he will continue to wait on that to stay in front. Jordan Poyer, the safety, remains unsigned. Yannick Ngakoue, the defensive end, who consistently puts up big edge or sack numbers, but these numbers have dipped from a pressure rate perspective and not a great run defender. Levante David is an older linebacker, but he still remains very good at football, which I think carries value. C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Miles Sanders, two of the top Eagles free agents, along with Both James Bradberry and Isaac Tuimalo, 2 starting caliber players there. Orlando Brown is our #1 ranked free agent. He is still unsigned at this stage. Curious what ends up happening to Orlando Brown. Every now and then you'll see a player misjudge his market. I don't think that's the case with Orlando Brown, and he was asking for too much money because starting caliber tackles are tough to find. But I'm curious where he ends up going. Mike Gesicki, the tight end, coming off a down year with the Miami Dolphins. Bruce Jackson, he's a Patriot. We'll see about that one there. We mentioned Tuimalo, and then David Montgomery, the running back, also still unsigned, who the running back market very slow to develop. Maybe the Austin Ekler trade request and searching for a trade request there is playing a factor on that standpoint. All right, we'll bring back on now Matthew Peterson. Petey, welcome back to the show here. How was your bathroom break?
Blow my nose break.
Oh, blow your nose break.
I'm sure people saw it,
Okay.
but I was like, I gotta blow my nose real bad. So next player
We
to be
should have
signed.
done $10 supers for a shot while you were gone.
Yeah, that would be a
That's
good
the
one.
play every time someone leaves.
Next player to be signed. I'm just kind of thinking position groups. No running back's been signed.
It's true.
I think that will continue to be the case.
Ooh, okay.
So Elijah Moore will not. You know, I saw that earlier from
We'll
Josie.
see.
Josie, like I think Dobbs getting ahead of his skis right there. Josie just like replied to someone saying no when they asked, "Will he be traded?" Yeah.
Yeah, Dobbs on time
Next
now.
player to get signed though. I mean, the big rush has been defense so
Dalton
far.
Schultz,
You think Dalton Schultz? Where's he gonna go? Dallas.
Giants.
Giants. I like it.
Giants or Charger. You can't say every time he's a Patriot, Jack. You're being like Will. Every player. He's a Dolphin.
I just think it's going to go defense. Like, I think if of the, I don't know, we've had
James
100 guys
Bradberry,
signed
then.
so far.
James Bradberry on defense then.
60,
Stop
70
it.
even defense. I like James Bradberry. Bradberry to the Raiders?
I think he goes somewhere else. I don't know.
Yeah.
I want to say Bears. Bears would be a lot of fun.
Bears would be.
They just have money.
Bradberry's
so it's
coming off
fun.
a great year. So, I
Just
mean,
spend money.
he can make sense in a lot of spots. Atlanta, for example. They added
Atlanta's
Jesse
not a bad
Bates,
idea.
but they like Casey Hayward.
Cleveland, and then you can give me Greg.
Oh, yeah, we'll
Newsome
start
for next to
playing
nothing.
couch
Yeah.
GM over here.
Yeah.
So, here we go.
I'll just take your good players. I'll give you a gently used Kelvin Joseph. It'll be fine.
It
It'll be
is
fine.
109 Central,
Yeah.
my birthday,
Nice.
209 Eastern, and we have not had a fun signing yet.
It's been a very slow day.
Someone tell Adam Schefter to schedule his tweets earlier, please, because this is obnoxious. Come on, let's get some moves here, people. If you want some signings, hit that sub button. The more subscribers we get, I think 330,000 subs equals James Bradberry getting signed.
If we get to 330K subs in the next 5 minutes, I will do a jungle bong on air.
Wow.
That's
That
the
is a
offer.
big offer.
I guarantee there are 256 people watching now who are not subscribed. I
Want-
have a
you wanna-
fresh
you
beer
wanna-
right here. I got Jack Daniels right here. All I need is the beer bong.
Yeah, you want to let them in on what a jungle bong
Yes,
is?
so you pour the beer in like a normal beer bong, and then you take alcohol, in this case Jack Daniels, and just top it off for a couple seconds there.
Yeah.
And then that way it's beer, and at the end it's like you did a shot and it burns
So this
in a not fun way.
this like report. That's not even it's too strong of a word. But this
Claim.
rumor of Elijah Moore not being traded, I do want to verbalize. Good reminder. This is peak. Teams say we're not going to trade someone until we actually trade them because they don't want to upset the player if they can't actually end up finding a
Good
trade
point.
destination. So
Good
they
point.
might say right now we're not trying to trade Elijah Moore, but if a call comes in for a 5th-round pick that wasn't there earlier,
It's got to be more than a fifth.
yeah, that's
A three.
Oh, I don't think he's getting a 3.
2 a couple of years ago, and
I
he's
had a
been
2.
good. He's been good when not catching passes from Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I just think a 3's probably too rich for a guy like him.
Claypool went for a 2.
I get it, but Claypool.
The receiver market is broken when it comes
It
to
doesn't make
trades.
sense. It really doesn't make sense. You're right. You're right. So,
In
hey,
a negative broken standpoint.
let's
I mean.
reach that next sub milestone, and
Pulling up the numbers out
Tom
here.
here is going to do a jungle bong with some beer and some Jack Daniels. It's tough to watch. Not gonna lie.
It's $100
and
for
it's
a
worth
straight
to take down.
for a jungle bong in general.
Yeah, well, you keep saying that. It's just $100 for a beer bong.
Yeah, and then
you
I'll make
keep
it a jungle
looping
bong.
in the jungle, like poor pricing.
Makes it more fun for
yeah.
everybody. Makes it more fun. You're not unmuted.
That's like taking the hot chip when we did the wild card game 2 years ago. Started at $100 and discounted all the way down to $5 for Jeremy.
We're also 15 cents away from $100, so if anyone wants to do a 15-cent super chat, that would be really cool.
There you go.
Just get back to that even number, baby. Hey, Chat Sports all week long. Make sure to subscribe like we said. This is day 2 of free agency. It is Tuesday, Tom. How long we keep the marathon going for, you think?
Long as there's big players still inside.
I like it. I like it.
At this point, it might be a month before Aaron Rodgers makes his decision, trying to reverse jinx that one into existence here, because I know you've been talking about it. What are we doing here, Jets? We're just going to bring the gang back together?
Really? Yeah.
The whole complaint in Green Bay was, the playmakers weren't good enough. And now we're going to bring the playmakers back to New York.
It doesn't really make sense. You're right about he didn't like what he had to work with really in Green Bay.
They're getting worse at free agents, or at receiver.
They
if
are.
They play Randall Cobb over guys like Elijah Moore.
If Randall Cobb is on the field and Garrett Wilson's on the sideline, what are we doing? You just got worse right there. So the other thought I had is if Rodgers really does end up going to the Jets, I cannot wait because I assume a first-round pick is going to go back to Green Bay.
Soon.
That first-round pick, and that pick specifically, has to be a wide receiver in the first round. Just to kind of stick it to Aaron Rodgers a little bit of the moment you walk out the door, we want to surround Jordan Love with some really good first-round talent. Let's get Jackson Smith and Jigba for him a round number 1.
So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're going to do Austin Eckler destinations here, Petey. Do you want to host
like
that
it.
one? I can send you the doc if you don't have it yet.
Yeah, sure.
I'll send you the docket. Okay, you sent it to you there. We'll look at the Austin Eckler trade idea because I think that's
That'd be fun. I like that.
And there's nothing going on right now.
And we're telling all of our friends about Fume during this, I assume?
Yes, we are. So I'll put that in there. So I see some super chats coming in. I see you, Brooks. I see you, others.
Do you want to hit those before we start? Or
Let's
right
hit those
afterwards?
after.
Okay.
And then that way, any supers that come in, we'll hit after here. Again, make sure you guys are subscribed. The deal is, if we get to 330,000 subscribers during this cut, I will do a jungle bong.
I like it. How far are we now?
329,764.
Okay.
So we still have a
256
very long way to go. And to be honest, I don't think you guys can get there.
Oh, Tom's talking shit.
I don't think you guys can
Make
get
him
there.
eat his words with the jungle bong. Just hit that free sub button. So, are we ready, Jack and Sam?
Ready to go?
All right, let's talk about Austin Eckler trade destinations. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Matthew Peterson here alongside Tom Downey. And we're going to be running through some Austin Eckler trade destinations. We are filming this right now in the middle of day 2 of NFL free agency. And with the current rate of how slow some of the signings have been, we might be live all month long. So make sure to subscribe and do not miss a single thing. With that, let's jump into some Austin Eckler trade destinations as the Chargers are letting Eckler search for a trade. He wanted a new contract. Two sides couldn't come to an agreement on it. So now the Chargers are telling Eckler and his agent, see what you can find in a trade, and if it's a good deal, we'll make a trade happen. He's only got 1 year left on his contract, and he's got a base salary of $6.25 million. That's the number teams will be looking at because that's what they would be taking on for this year. Although I'd have to imagine if Eckler's getting traded, a part of the deal would be
New deal.
I want a new contract. So.
Which isn't a huge surprise. I think this is very clearly driven by the lack of a contract getting done between Eckler and the Chargers. The running back market, unfortunately, is not player-friendly. It is very mean to running backs because if you are lucky, you get one extension.
Right.
Eckler's now going for his second extension. That is a significant standpoint from that overall. He's still a good football player. I think he's still, wherever you want to rank him among RBs with the third down value that he carries as well. There is an impact, an influence there. But how many teams really want to pay what I would assume at minimum is $10 million per year at the running back position and give up something resembling a draft pick, whether it's early day 3, late day 2, whatever. That type of move doesn't happen very often at the running back spot, even though Eckler's still very good, Petey.
Yeah, and it's always kind of fun to, everyone loves to say you don't pay running backs. You go through the draft. Austin Eckler scored 18 touchdowns last year, and he put up 20 the year before. I don't know how many rookie running backs are walking off the stage and scoring 18 for that team the
Very
next
few.
season. So it might be $10 million, but you're getting your money's worth, in my opinion. Now, the highest paid running backs per year in the NFL right now, Christian McCaffrey is number 1 at 16. Kamara and Zeke, for the moment, are tied at 15, although that's going to change with Zeke. Hopefully by the time you're watching this, if you're a Cowboys fan. Dalvin Cook next, Derrick Henry after that. Chubb's a good bargain at 12. Aaron Jones is an overpay. I think Joe Mixon's a bit of an overpay now, looking back at it. Barkley's on the tag along with Jacobs.
I mean, think about this. This list is going to change because I don't think Elliott, Cook, Mixon are back on their same deals. Jones already had his deal restructured a little bit.
Yeah.
Paying running backs historically has not worked out very well. Eckler was actually a really good deal for the Chargers, and he knows that. And now he wants a new deal. And we'll see if he finds one or not.
38 touchdowns in 2 seasons.
That's
great.
Insane. I mean, Zeke had a lot of scores too. Like touchdowns, can't always chase those. The Chargers have nobody else behind Austin Eckler. Like, I'm sorry, Joshua Kelly, Isaiah Spiller, etc. Do we have faith in those guys?
No.
No.
You don't.
No.
And I don't think the Chargers are really in a spot where, hey, we can move on from Ekler and take that draft pick and draft his replacement. A lot of your offense and success runs through Austin Eckler. And for a team that had an all-time meltdown in the playoffs last year, maybe don't take away one of your best players. But it sounds like a trade is inevitable if a contract cannot be figured out. So what do you guys think? Will the Chargers end up trading Austin Eckler? This is the pinned comment. So if YouTube sticks an ad break when I'm done talking, take advantage of it, get down there and reply with Y for yes or N for no. Tom, do you think a trade ends up happening?
I'm going to go with 60% yes.
Okay.
I still think at its core, this is the Chargers calling the bluff of Austin Eckler and saying, you know what, go find – you can't find a trade.
Yeah, it's
Go see if you can actually do it.
Time is a flat circle because I remember when this happened with Melvin Gordon, what happened?
Couldn't find one.
And Austin Eckler took over and never looked back. So could that be happening again after you just badmouthed Josh Kelly? Future Austin Eckler. Let's get into our top 8, Austin Eckler trade destinations. Coming in at number 8, it's the Arizona Cardinals. Why? There's no talent whatsoever on that roster outside of DeAndre Hopkins and Kyler Murray. And even though this one seems like a head-scratcher, maybe if you want to give Kyler something to work with, I like James Conner. This one doesn't really add up to me as an absolute slam dunk option, but it
would
could
be more intriguing if the Cardinals were trying to be contenders.
Yes.
That's why they're 8 for the down on this list, because I think James Conner is fine as a committee piece, but he's not the only guy on that roster.
I like that, Tuck. Okay,
right?
talk me into it.
As a committee with Conner and Eckler, if they were a contender right now trying to win football games,
right.
They've done nothing so far in NFL free agency. Darrell Williams, a free agent. Keontae James is a 6th-round pick. So I bet they draft somebody. But if they were a contender, they'd be a lot higher.
I'd buy more into that if Kyler was starting week 1. But he's probably not. Moving on, number 7, potential interdivision trade. The Broncos absolutely do need a running back.
I put this on there just for you.
Javonte Williams, he's going to miss some time next year. I think Denver should plan for him to miss the entire season. He tore his ACL and a lot more in October of 2022, similar to Saquon Barkley's injury and J.K. Dobbins, and they took more than a year to recover. So if he's not on track by November and you're slipping into December, maybe you just shut it down instead of tossing him out there with a bad knee. So
my idea here was, doesn't this seem like a Sean Payton move?
Yeah, I could
Getting
see
an Austin Eckler. If they weren't in the same division, they would also be higher.
It would make a ton of sense then.
I think that negatively impacts it from a destination fit.
It's tough to envision an interdivision trade for one skill player going to one team to the next. Sometimes you see like guards get traded or something like that. Probably not going to be in the cards here. Now, we're going to break down more Austin Eckler destinations in just a second. But today's show is sponsored by Fume. We all have bad habits, and we certainly know how hard they can be to kick those bad habits. Our sponsor, Fume, is on a mission to accelerate humanity's breakup from the bad habits that consume far too many of us. Fume is a natural diffusive device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out your negative habit for a positive one. Now, I personally didn't expect a whole lot out of Fume when we got it here at Chat Sports, but the whole office agrees the minty sensation is very powerful and hits the back of the throat quite nicely. Now, the Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors, and you can see Tom and I holding our Fumes here. They're light, they're really small and manageable. Comes with white cranberry, maple pepper, and crisp mint. Now, I should mention Fume is not a vape. It's actually a non-electronic device designed to transform your negative habits. The easiest way to stop a bad habit is to switch to a positive one, and Fume is designed perfectly to do just that. So head to tryfume.com/chatsports and use code chatsports to save 10% off. That's tryfum.com/chatsports with promo code chatsports. I got that link in the comments and the description of today's show. On to Ekler destination number 6. It's the Bengals. Why? Tom, I think I'm going to steal the words out of your mouth. Will Joe Mixon be on Cincinnati next year?
Exactly. You could cut Mixon, probably not retain Samaje Perine, find a different kind of blocking back to help out on third downs, and have Ekler come in at maybe a similar-ish price point. I suspect the Bengals want to get cheaper at running back. I'm actually a little surprised no move has been made as of this point with Joe Mixon. Chris Evans can also do some third down pass catching stuff for you if you're Cincinnati as well. But I like the idea of Joe Burrow, Austin Eckler, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, etc. on offense. That's really fun for me. So
not too shabby. At number 5, it's the team with all the money to spend, the Chicago Bears. David Montgomery is a free agent. They like Khalil Herbert a lot. I think they'd be more than happy to ride it out with Herbert and Treston Ebner next season. He'll be entering his second year. But hey, Justin Fields is ascending. You got DJ Moore. Why not add a really proven running back like Austin Eckler? I think this one does have some legs to it.
Why pay David Montgomery when you can just put Austin Eckler and Herbert as your 1-2 punch?
Yeah.
I like Herbert a pretty good amount there. Plug them in together, and now I think you got some really intriguing upside at running back. You have upgraded at wide receiver. You've given Justin Fields everything he would possibly need to prove he's the guy long term.
Right.
Which in theory he does, and then you move on from other players later down the road.
You add it to your offensive line in free agency a little bit, and you're going to probably add some more in the draft. Now, predict it for me. Where will Austin Eckler play in 2023? As I stand here right now, your guess is really as good as mine. I think it's going to be one of these 4 teams we're going to look at in just a second, but beat me to the punch and let me know in the comments. Number 4, it's a team that traded away a star running back less than a year ago. The Carolina Panthers. If they want to go out and get a rookie quarterback, maybe give him something to work with that isn't Chuba Hubbard.
They need playmakers. Like that offense,
they need talent.
Without DJ Moore, has really taken a step back. You'll have a new quarterback in there. If you lose Deonta Foreman, it's Chuba Hubbard, Raheem Blackshear. That's not good enough. You're light on draft capital already. Maybe you take a receiver, day 2, and then you go out and acquire the running back via the trade market.
I think this could be a trade if it happens where we all go, that's a bit of a head scratcher, but they do need help. They do need talent. But if you're the Panthers, I don't think it's all that wise to invest in a near 28-year-old running back while you're trying to rebuild. Okay. Now, this next team I do think has some serious momentum behind it. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. Why? Because as Tom likes to say, insert name, great fit for Philadelphia.
Ekler in that offense, I think, is a flawless fit. Not that it's hard to be a bad fit in that offense. I think Kenny Gainwell and
they like him a lot.
Ekler is your 1-2 punch?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to ever give a running back 90% of your touches. Looking at you, Pittsburgh, Najee Harris in his first year. I think that's a really fun duo there at number 3 on our list.
Right, and moving on to number 2, it's a team that has always been rumored to any running back for the last 12 months, the Miami Dolphins.
Well, funnily enough, as we sit here filming this 52 seconds ago, the Dolphins just re-signed Jeff Wilson too. So
who's better?
Eckler.
Okay, so we're back on track.
We can still do it, I suppose, but Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson as a duo is fine.
Okay.
I think they're not paying that. Wilson is a 2-year deal worth up to $8.2 million, so maybe it's more like $3 million, but I think that's just kind of where they're at this stage.
So working on the fly here with Mostert and Wilson coming back, where do the number 8 Chargers, where do the number 2 Chargers now fall to on this list?
The Dolphins, you mean?
Yes. Dolphins, excuse me.
Put them in at 4, I guess. 5, maybe drop them down a few spots there.
Mm-hmm. So, what draft pick is Austin Eckler worth? Let us know. I think he's worth a 4th-round pick.
Sure, I think that's about right.
That contract's like you're doing the Chargers a bit of a favor. We got some big NFL news we'll get to in just a few minutes. But number 1 on our list is the Buffalo Bills. Why? Because this has been the last Avenger.
The Bills are always linked to the running back.
For.
It's a little annoying to me, frankly, because they've invested a lot in running backs, but they have 1.5 of those investments under contract right now. James Cook, 2nd-round pick, who I think would be a really great 1-2 punch alongside Austin Eckler. Nyheim Hines did restructure his deal. He can come back as RB3/specialist there. You let Devin Singletary walk, and you add a really good fit alongside Josh Allen in Ekler. He's a good fit for a lot of players. Go figure, right?
I mean, it would just be unfair. Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Austin Eckler.
Still need a wide receiver 2 in the end.
Gabe Davis.
He wasn't very good for them last year.
Oh, well.
Bills fans tell me they need another playmaker.
I don't want to hear Bills fans say they need anything. They've got a lot of good things right now.
Yeah.
So we do have some fun other coverage coming your way here, but that is our Austin Eckler segment of today's show. Holy
How about that?
Santa Claus
the
shit.
Producing team could keep
Wow.
their shit together here in the background.
Darren Waller
We
to
were
the
mid-cut.
Giants.
Sam goes, oh, in the background.
Raw reaction.
Good job, Giants.
Well, okay, ready? It's a win for the Giants. I think it's a win already, but like, what kind of draft pick going to Vegas does that maybe change the scales?
I pick.
Okay,
It's
you-
pick
you
number 100.
ruined it, Sam.
It's the Kadarius Toney pick. So the Giants just flipped Kadarius Toney for Darren Waller. That's a pretty good deal.
Pretty good deal.
Again, here's my question.
What?
Raiders, the fuck are you doing right now? what are we doing here, Vegas? Now the Raiders need a tight end. Well, unless they're going to re-sign Foster Moreau to big money. I had said
Hayden Hurst is a free agent, isn't he?
yeah, he's a free agent. Dalton Schultz, free agent.
Dalton
I'd
Schultz?
said Giants for tight end for Schultz. I knew they were in the market for one, and then they go get Darren Waller. They got a better one. Great job, Giants.
Don't you want to surround Jimmy Garoppolo with weapons?
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
Like,
Yeah,
I thought for sure they were going to move Hunter Renfrow here. What's up, Jack?
Should we call the police department or something? Or highway patrol? Because this is like highway robbery, I think. Isn't this highway robbery?
Darren Waller's a little bit on the old side, but
Well, I do think before we kind of just start awarding the Giants all their roses, Darren Waller has – we got to fix that, guys. Has not been very productive the last 2 years.
he has been banged up, but
Yeah.
it's very tough to
And-
find 1,000-yard tight ends.
And I will just kind of maybe not defend the Raiders, but also just make, put all the facts out there. Hamstring and soft tissue injuries
Linger.
for older guys, that's death curse. And that's what he has. It's hamstrings bad in week 1. He comes back in week 4, and he's shut down again in week 6. You know what I mean? That seems to be the timeline with Darren Waller the last 2 years. So it's a bit of a scary move right there.
If you're getting,
But it's worth it. It's worth it.
if you're getting prime Darren Waller, 2019, 2020, when he was a 1,000-yard receiver,
Yeah.
that's an awesome trade.
Right.
If you're getting last 2 years Darren Waller, Raiders win that one.
Yeah.
I suspect you can get at least a couple more years out of really good Darren Waller.
I am excited for Daniel Jones because he has been a quarterback who has never had, well, I'm about to put my foot in my mouth here, healthy players around him.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if Darren Waller is the healthy asset you want to surround him with. But if Darren Waller gets close to even 2020, even 80% of it, it's a great trade for the Giants.
Who do you think won the trade? You got to pick a side here.
Well, okay.
And you guys can vote too.
You know the savvy answer here is
I'm gonna make
I
this a
can't
pin
grade it
poll.
until I know this third round pick.
That's a cop-out
I know.
answer.
I
Roughly what. I'm going to make this a pin poll.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm being a dickhead. I'll go with the Giants, right? You got Darren Waller. The Raiders, here's why it's a new regime, but it's not like the Raiders have a good history of drafting. So with that, I'm going to err to Darren Waller, hopefully getting back to 100% this offseason, and him, Barkley, and whatever receiver they end up getting could be a really fun offensive trio, especially for Brian Dable.
I'll give the Giants credit for going to make a big move here.
Yes, I agree. You want your team to do something. And the only
They
thing
did
that kind of just pops in my head, Brian Dable from the Bills to the Giants now, he's never had a big-time tight end in his offense, right? Dawson Knox is good, but not great, not out of this
Fine.
world. Has his offense ever run through a really good tight end?
Kafka's has
Okay.
in Kansas City
With
Travis
Kelce?
Kelce.
So maybe that's where they're trying to replicate.
Yeah.
So I do find that a bit interesting. Usually when trades like this, you try to look a little deeper into it. It's like, oh, yeah, this coach really needs this position to be successful. Wasn't always the case with Dable in Buffalo, but Kafka with Kelce, I mean, I could have been the OC with Kelce and been somewhat successful. But maybe that's where they're trying to replicate and bring some plays over from Kansas City of, hey, Waller, can you just run towards the middle of the field and ad-lib, and you're that good, we'll get you the football.
There you go. So who won the trade? Giants or Raiders? The pin poll right now, PD, is 84% Giants.
I think that's the right answer.
I'm going to throw it up on as the L3.
I will say, like, I will keep my back door open and say if Waller comes out, if Waller does not play week 1, I'd be nervous, right? If it's like, hey, hamstring injury popped up in training camp, it's like, oh boy, now we know what Raiders fans have been going through the last 2 seasons. Tom, when you're done, we know that you're the contract guru. You want to fill everyone in on what the Giants are taking on because Darren Waller signed a pretty big contract extension not too long ago. So the money side of this, what does this look like now for New York?
His deal was not like a lot of signing bonus stuff, making it a very easily tradable contract. I'm getting my numbers to load up here if it ends up doing that. Up to 87% now, by the way. On the vote side.
I think those 87% are right. The 13% to you, I say, let's wait till week 1 and see if Waller's healthy.
All right, so Darren Waller is going to be owed roughly 12.3 million this year from the Giants.
Manageable.
Comes in a little bit less than that in 2024. 13-ish in 2025, 15-ish in 2026. There's actually not that much guaranteed money left. Basically, just some of his base salary this year is guaranteed. So I would say they will probably restructure that $11 million base salary and bring his cap hit down to something in the lines of $3 to $5 million.
How many years on his contract
He has
remaining?
4 more years left.
Wow.
So they signed the extension recently. There's not that much guaranteed money.
He could be a Giant for a while.
He could be a Giant until the end of his career, frankly. And that'd be 2026, the year his contract expires. He's 34 that season.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're probably going to get Prime Waller the entire time there, but I would bet they restructure that contract, bring that cap hit down a little bit, and still have more flexibility to do more things here in the
At least
market.
if you're a Giants fan, your team's trying.
Look,
You're not standing on the sidelines right now.
Look, I
doing
think
something.
the other option is like signing a Dalton Schultz for more money, probably.
Probably, you're right.
Who I think Waller, when healthy, is better
No
than
doubt about
Schultz.
it. Raiders fans, this one goes out to you here. Josh Jacobs, shit's sad for real. Yeah. Like, this is a tough, pill to swallow for Raiders fans. It looks like a complete changing of the guard with Derek Carr gone, Darren Waller gone. Mm-hmm. You still have, like, half of the cast. It's kind of like when Michael Scott left The Office. The show kept going. Mm-hmm. You still had Jim and Dwight. You still have Josh Jacobs and Devontae Adams. Mm-hmm. But it's different.
But you made Andy the lead, and that's like making Jimmy Garoppolo your quarterback.
Helm's not ready for that.
There's moments it works, but it's just not the same.
So who's going to be Will
Scott,
Ferrell joining the Raiders then?
Jacoby Myers?
Jacoby Myers. Yeah, there we go.
Might be good for a little bit.
Okay. Look, here's my next question. Are the Raiders is Hunter Renfrow available?
I thought he was gone when they signed Jacoby Myers. His deal is also very movable.
Yep.
So I thought, okay, that means they're going to trade Renfrow. They've had trade talks on Waller for a while now.
Yes.
So I think depending on which Waller you get, this either looks really smart for the Giants, pretty mediocre for the Giants, and foresight of brillianceness by the Raiders, or really bad for the Raiders.
I agree.
So it's a late third. It's basically the first pick in the 4th round.
Yes, it is a comp pick, right, from the comp pick. So it's not one of the first 32 picks of the 3rd round. You're in the weeds of round number 3. You are getting a top 100 player off a draft board potentially, so better than 101, I guess. Now we got a super chat right now coming in from Rashard Lee.
Do we have the super chat menu by chance?
Oh, we do, absolutely.
Get that
what
here.
You think of Rodgers' wish list? It's something. He's holding the Jets hostage.
It is a choice.
It is an interesting choice. I think it's a bad decision. It's a bad wish list up until Odell Beckham Jr.
I'd say there's a reason why you don't let the players make the personnel moves.
Yeah, it always feels like wouldn't the quarterback know it's best to throw to? Maybe, but also maybe don't give him all the keys to the kingdom.
My mindset is it's very similar to I always like Bill Parcells' analogy of if you're gonna make me cook the dinner, let me pick out the food.
Yeah,
I think it's fine to have input on the food.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're out there just spending all the money on the meal and being reckless with it, maybe that's not the best idea. And maybe the people around you who buy your food, the shoppers, are good at their jobs too.
Just a guy.
That's weird.
What pick would team have to give up for the tender?
Depends on which RFA tender you're talking about.
Who was the one that got tendered, guys?
So there have been tenders. Terrence Steele.
Ryan Neal. I think this is what he's referring to. Ryan Neal for the Seahawks, the safety.
No, there's no pick involved there. There's just the basic
Match the salary.
tender. Yeah, so just match the salary or they lose him. There's the first round tender, the second round tender, the original round tender, which isn't used very much, and then just like default tender, which is hey, no picks back. For Ryan Neal, you can give him the original round tender. He wasn't drafted, so there's no original round to apply there. So first round tender, second round tender for Terrence Steele, for example, match or get that pick back.
Jimmy Productions for our boy Tom.
You think Joey Myers would have been a good fit for the Dallas Cowboys? I mean, I guess, but like you want to play CeeDee Lamb in space, or in the slot. I think you're kind of overlapping that with Jacoby Myers' role. I think you could have gone in a different direction and saved some money, found a better overall fit. I think you need speed. Like the Cowboys' offense, outside of Tony Pollard, does not have speed.
Noah Brown's gone.
Noah Brown isn't fast either.
Yeah.
Like they have to find speed on this team, and I don't think Jacoby Myers brings that enough for you.
We got a $10 super chat. We also have beers cheers to Mr. Productions right there. Cheers to you.
Oh, nice.
Brooke72, keep up the great work, guys. Always enjoy the content. Brooke72 for that one right there. It's a double beers cheers for me. Thank you so much for supporting us here. Hope you enjoy the content as always. Shout out to you, Brooke72.
Thank you, Brooks. Make sure you subscribe, by the way. Greek Freak Fan 2.0, just a $2 super chat. Or a $5 super chat. Another beer cheers.
Another cheers for the Greek Freak.
There you go. Cheers.
Ray Bidding, my man. Matthew, teach Tom how not to butcher my last name.
Did I say biting at one point?
I said biting before. He's a brownie right
Sorry,
there.
Ray.
Ray Bidding. Ray, shout out to you. You are quickly becoming a legend here at Chat Sports as you make your way across one channel to the next. Shout out to you, Ray. Cheers to you. And then Michael Warnecki coming over also from the Browns Report. Cheers, man. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here at NFL Daily. And we got more Cowboys questions.
What are the wide receivers best fit, most realistic for the Cowboys? Free agents and trades. Look, I know Cowboys fans think Stephon Diggs could happen. It's not going to happen.
Why not?
They don't. The Bills lose like $14 million in salary cap space.
Yeah.
On top of what they're paying him. So not going to happen.
And a good player.
And also he's like their only good receiver. So that's not going to happen. Someone told me Devontae Adams. I'm like, it's not happening. It's not going to happen. Told him maybe Renfrow or Waller. Look how that goes. I think free agency, DJ Chark or Mecole Hardman. Chark fits their size preferences. We'll see if he gets what the money ends up looking like there. Offers them some speed. So does Mecole Hardman, who I don't think is that good, but I'll take the speed.
Mecole Hardman?
They don't have it right
First
now.
3 years of his career, he was like a 500-yard receiver for 3 to 5 touchdowns. And when you're third string, like behind at the time Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, I think that's pretty good production right there. So if he bumps up to a number 2 with another team, that 500 yards and 4 touchdowns, 750 yards and 6 touchdowns.
I think that's optimistic, but it's possible.
Yeah, I like Mecole Hardman.
Trades, maybe a Brandon Cooks. I don't think Sutton and Judy get dealt. I don't know what you think on that one.
I think Sutton does.
Okay.
I think Judy is staying. Denver wanted us.
I could play with Sutton.
I like Cortland Sutton. He's a great guy to have on your team. He's a team captain right out of the bat. Like we kind of lose sight of players are more than just receptions and yards. Yeah. They are people in the locker room that help bring the best out of others. And he's an awesome player to have in your locker room, no doubt about that. If you want speed, he's not speed, right? That's not what he offers you. And he's a receiver that I think is slowly following the Allen Robinson path of struggling to separate a little bit later in his career. Still got a lot of good years left in him, but I think if Denver gets a good offer for Sutton, with Tim Patrick coming back from the ACL injury, they'll feel confident about Judy, Patrick, and someone else and taking that third rounder because they lost a lot of picks. They gave up 3 firsts and a little bit more and some seconds to get Russell Wilson and Sean Payton. They got to get picks back.
Yeah, fair. All right, Will Levis or Anthony Richardson, Raiders' best fit?
Ooh, good question. You're the draft guru.
I'm going Richardson.
Yeah, he's bad at football, though.
Yeah, but Levis isn't good at football either.
Yeah, they're both bad, actually.
Like,
so
Richardson
who would look cool in a Raiders
Richardson
uniform?
has a lot more upside.
I think Richardson would rock the black and silver better.
Both these guys have to fix mechanical stuff. I would rather gamble on the younger guy to fix his mechanical stuff than the older guy to fix that.
Yeah.
So give me Richardson. The Jimmy Garoppolo deal at its core, they can get out of it after a year. They eat a bunch of dead money. But they can still take a Richardson or a Levis in round 1 and give them a year, maybe 2, and then move on from Jimmy Garoppolo.
If they don't want to move on for the dead
Jimmy G.
money, you draft one of those guys, they sit for their rookie season, and then you got a QB battle in the second year. And they take over in week 4 when the Raiders are 1-3 and they've blown their third straight second half lead. That's probably what happens, actually.
There you go.
So we just actually predict the Raiders next 2 years. Greek Freak Fan 2.0. What receiver do you think the Giants will pursue? I know
Draft pick?
Yeah, I know New York was very much in. I should say no for sure, but rumors be very much in on Judy and Sutton, speak of the devil. They were making calls on their availability. Might they revisit those phone calls? They just give a third for Waller. Probably not going to make another trade for a receiver.
Maybe not.
So now it's probably who you picking at 26 in the draft, 25?
Zay Flowers, maybe one of the big 3 receivers. fall to
Whoever's
you.
number 1 on your draft board that's on the board, you take.
Yeah.
That's your move
I
right
think that
there.
makes sense. All right. From Ray, where do you think Jacoby Brissett could land? Any thoughts, Mr. Browns?
I
I have a couple teams. If you
if
don't
the
have
Bucks don't get Baker, that could be a spot right there.
great spot.
The Falcons went with Heineke, so it kind of rule them out now. Other teams looking for like temporary quarterbacks. What about the Cardinals until Murray returns?
Cardinals
Kind of
is-
like we did last year with
Cardinals.
Watson.
Cardinals is a great fit. 'Cause
Yeah.
Murray might need some time. I think the Colts reunion
I like that one a lot. It's a great one.
could make sense, especially if they take a Levis or a Richardson and just let Brissett be the guy for a half year, whatever.
Yep.
I was trying to think on the team there. I think the Commanders could still be a dark horse.
I
Like,
agree.
Go
If I'm-
compete with the Sam Howell job.
If I'm Brissett, right, and your agent finds you 3 spots you could land, you have been viewed as a backup for a couple straight years now since that real first year starting in Indianapolis. Maybe you don't want to go to Arizona, though, where you have to turn the job over. Maybe you want to go somewhere like the Commanders where you feel like, or the Bucks, where you can win it and hold on to the job. So I think Brissett might go that route, not the route of what he did last year in Cleveland where he knew his role. You are the quarterback until Deshaun Watson returns. And no matter what, undefeated or not, we're turning it over to Watson. So maybe he doesn't want to repeat that same history there.
Very fair.
Ray, thanks so much for the super chat. Hey, if you want to get on screen like Ray just did a moment ago, here is our super chat menu today. $5 super chat, it's a beers cheers. $10, we'll talk about your team. $20, we'll take some shots. $50, Tom or I will slap the other with a tortilla. It's a
Still got
Tommy
'em in the
Feder
fridge.
special. And $100, it's a beer bong or a shotgun, your choice. So that is the Super Chat menu today. We have crossed over $100 in Super Chats. If you like the free content and you like hanging out with us and you want to have some extra fun in between all the free agency news and trades, make sure to indulge in a Super Chat if you feel so inclined.
Yeah, I'll have a good time here. $20 for shots is a fun time. If you guys want to do it. That's all I got to do there. All right, Petey, what's up next?
So we're going to try and get the chat rate to the moon right now, Doge style. Oh, Jack now filling us in. He stopped the count. We did beat the record earlier. Well, we got the numbers now. We did beat the record. What was it, like 998? Yeah, 998.
I see 12-12. Okay. Same offer as what we've been doing. If we beat the record, that's 12-12, 1,212, 212, excuse me. I'll do it a Jungle Bong. All you guys have to
You
do
are
is just
desperate for that Jungle
all
Bong.
you guys have to do is just type in me 3 times each.
All right, so
If
earlier,
every person does it, we're gonna shatter it. There's a minute time frame, so do it right now.
Earlier, Tyler and I gave shout-outs at the same time. Do you want to go down that same path? It's
No,
chaos.
I heard that. It didn't make any sense. No one could hear a word.
A lot of names were said.
Fine,
All yours then.
Fine,
All yours.
Fine. I'll go quick, and
Go
then you go
first.
quick. All right.
Tom shot that down real quick.
Did you guys enjoy it? Fine. Fine.
No,
we'll,
no, no,
we'll
no,
do
no,
it.
no.
It's fine. No. Regis Guy, Junior Strata, Kingsar, Nick,
I
Fat
see
Monkey,
Garrett,
Hunter, Easy,
Bobby,
Christopher,
Daniel,
Aaron,
Christopher,
Mid, King,
Aaron,
Jamie,
Dylan,
Jim,
King,
Jimbo, Rohan,
Ryan,
External,
Hustle,
Blue
Deez,
Backside, ML,
Nick,
Hunter,
Deez Nuts,
Aaron, Nick,
Gare,
Daxwood,
Junior,
Isaiah,
Thomas,
Adam,
ML,
Eric,
Boyd,
Gare, Dylan,
Junior,
Hid,
Storm,
David,
J.
Daniel,
Harp,
Jr.
Aaron, Lil Beam.
I didn't make any better. I can still hear
Join
him.
the Death,
Sam, Mac, Burns,
Loyal,
Santiago,
External,
Loyal, Rohan,
Aggie,
External
Storm,
Chaos,
Lil Beam,
Steve,
Aaron,
Hayden,
Hunter
Loyalty,
Burns,
Addison,
Steven,
Burns,
Boyd,
Alexander, D-Line, Gamma,
Hollywood,
Eddie,
Russell
Alexander
Wilson,
Jr. Dude, I hate this so much. It's not fun.
Alexander. There's a lot of memes.
I don't like it. Chulor, Kyle's in there. different Kyle, Russell, Walter, Dylan, external, Jimbo, Hunter, Eric, Lucas, Loyalty, Trenton, Dylan, Jose, ML, Boyd, Real Talker, Aggie, Storm, Dylan, Dustin, Isaac, Dylan, Loyal, Nicholas, Crean, Virus, Cujo, Storm, Maven, Dylan, Jamie, Real Talk, Boyd, Alfredo, Eric, King, Yeet, Benjamin, Isaac, Burns, Nicholas, Lil Harp, Lil Nuts, Michael as well. Lil Nuts was in there, I'm going to tell you. Lil Nuts was in there. All right. That's a lot. That's a lot of names to say on the row. Keep the me's coming. Everyone types it in 3 or 4 times. Just types me in 3 or 4 times. Every person watching, we will shatter the chat rate mark. Do you think we're gonna do it, PD?
1,200 is a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a big number.
That's
not
a
gonna
lot.
lie.
That's a big number.
Yep, that's a big number.
Analytics are always a bit behind, but we'll see. Initial jump is 756. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get there.
If I could ever read a name, it's not going fast enough for 1,200.
That's probably true. There's the first
The
spike
second
and
wave.
the second bike. All right. All right, it's 756 is the first number here. We're waiting on the second update. Keep the me's coming. I don't feel good about it. You get to double that initial spike. We peaked at 756. Disappointing. All right, you want to run through all the latest moves here?
Yeah, we're gonna hit the big names because we haven't actually had, outside of Jacoby Myers,
Yeah, I've been pretty quiet.
anyone like notable signed today.
Yeah.
So the GM slept in. They were really busy yesterday.
They took a nap.
Exactly.
Just like the Cowboys.
How about Javon Hargrave though? $84 million 4-year for the 49ers. Tom,
How
I
about
could
it?
have picked a lot of Javon Hargrave destinations. I don't think San Francisco is one of them.
And no one saw that one coming.
Yeah.
That defensive line is loaded now.
It really
not,
is.
Not that it wasn't in the first place, but it's even more stacked now.
Him, Kinlaw, they got
Armstead, Bosa. I kind of wonder if Kinlaw maybe get chopped a little bit, but we'll find out.
Yeah. So Mike McGlinchey, he's got the record so far for total money. $87.5 million, 5 years for Denver. Speaking of the Niners, he goes from the Bay Area to the Broncos. He will be their right tackle. And what Broncos fans have been searching for the better half of a decade now, a permanent right tackle. Nick Gates, 3 years to go to the Commanders. Cam Sutton, 3 years to go to Detroit.
I like that one.
I like that one a lot, especially for the value. 3-year, 33, it's $11 million. That's not bad for
deal.
CB2. Bradley Pinion, that is going to be booting the balls down
punter,
in
not-
Atlanta.
not a person.
Now, okay. Shai Tuttle, 3 years. No division has had more crossover than the NFC South. They're all leaving the Saints to
they're
go
all
to the
taking-
Falcons or the Panthers.
Which is weird.
I don't get it. They all, listen, we
So
love
it's-
visiting Carolina once a year. This is home for me now.
We like our bad division. Let's keep all the players in here.
Jimmy Garoppolo is not throwing balls to Darren Waller, but he is the Raiders quarterback. 3 years, $67.5 million. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator Bieniemy to the nation's capital on a 3-year, $24 million deal. Good signing right there by the Commanders. Connor McGovern, speaking of offensive line, he is up to Buffalo on a 3-year deal. Mike White is backing up Tua or Skylar Thompson?
Tua.
Okay.
Funny.
Well, I
Funny.
mean, Skylar played pretty well in the postseason game, I thought. Expectations.
Expectations, sure. Doesn't mean he played well. Like Cooper Rush played well relative to expectations. That doesn't mean he actually played that well.
Case Keenum and Chase Winovich join the dinosaurs that are going to Houston.
Texans just sign vets for no reason. I will never understand it. They do it all the time.
Speaking of vets, Mike Boone with the Vikings,
Why?
with the Broncos.
Why bother? Why sign Mike Boone?
I mean, he'll be cut midseason.
Exactly.
Sorry,
why?
Mike.
Why bother? Draft somebody.
Yeah.
I just don't understand it.
Juwan Taylor. This was a move that Tom and I broke down yesterday. Playing left tackle as a mediocre right tackle.
Left
He gave
tackle.
$80 million. Andy Reid's way smarter than I am. But I don't get this one.
I guess Orlando Brown wants like 100.
But keep,
Which he might get.
but keep Taylor at right tackle. Why move him? I don't know. Corliss Waitman, he is the punter in Denver.
Not a person.
He signs his tender. Jermaine Pratt, one of several linebackers, which we thought was a dying position. I don't know. It was a big day for linebackers yesterday. They cashed in nicely. 3-year, $21 million contract. Josh Oliver is going to get paid $7 million a season to be a blocking tight end in Minnesota. I'm not a huge fan of that
money.
one for the Vikings. Wyatt Davis is back to the Giants. Von Bell, 3 years, $22. The Bengals lost both starting safeties in free agency. Ethan Posick was the center for Cleveland last year. He will stay by the lake.
Is that a good
3-year,
deal?
$18 million, $6 million a season. He was really good, and his value was probably shown when he was out for 4 weeks last year. They struggled mightily without him.
Fair.
Hassan Ridgeway, 1 year with the Texans. Nate Davis and Tremaine Edmonds are going to the Windy City. Edmonds cashes in big time. 4 years, $72 million. A good toy for Matt Eberflus, a defensive coach to have in the middle of the field. Although he had that in Roquan Smith more or less, but maybe the Bears just didn't have
It's a pick and a little bit less money.
Yep, that's a fair point.
It's fine.
Cam Lewis to Buffalo, Kevin Givens to the 49ers, Jesse Bates, 4 years, $64 million.
He is a Falcon.
He's a Falcon. I thought he'd get closer to $20 million than $16 million.
Yeah, I think the safety market was just a little bit muted this year.
Yep. It is the Detroit Lions linebacker, Alex Anzalone, returning to the Lions on a 3-year deal.
Seems like
good move for him.
All the non-Tremaine Edmonds linebackers came in between like $6 million and $9 million.
Yeah.
Like that's just kind of what the market
I like
is.
that pickup in Cam Sutton for Detroit. I know it may not be
Yeah.
splashy so far, but it's
I like
still
that.
early. Still a lot of good players out there.
Yeah.
Patrick Peterson is going to the Steel City. He's on a 2-year contract with Pittsburgh. Raheem Nunez-Roche, 3-year, $12 million with the Giants. And then the Browns found Myles Garrett's partner in Obo Okoronkwo, 3-year deal worth up to $22 million. I'm going to get this right. Obo Okoronkwo. Well, no, see, I got worse there. Okoronkwo,
There you
former
go.
Oklahoma Sooner. He was really good on that defense. Cameron Dantzler released from the Vikings. Then he signed with the Commanders. Jamel Dean is staying in Tampa.
That was a cheap deal for him. I thought that was a great value deal for Tampa.
I guess so. If just doesn't want to leave, doesn't want to pack up. I don't blame him.
I guess. Packing
Sam
sucks.
Darnold, 1 year, $4.5 million to maybe be the Week 1 starter.
I think it's still Trey Lance if Purdy can't go. As a long-time Sam Darnold denier, said he's never been good. I am worried about this.
Is there a,
Because if anyone's going to get him good, it's going to be Kyle Shanahan.
is there a possibility that Trey Lance is not healthy Week 1?
He should be fine.
He had to get a second surgery.
Yeah, but that surgery was mid-season, so
Okay.
he should be back with plenty of time.
Brett Tolt and Cody Barton are in the NFC East. Andre Dillard signed a 3-year contract to be, what, Tom, the left or right tackle for Tennessee?
Should be left. He isn't good on the right side.
Yeah. I
The
just
dark
wonder-
horse is maybe left guard.
Yeah. He can do anything but center. So he was drafted as a tackle, and he served as the 6th man for Philadelphia for 4 years.
He lost his job.
Yeah,
at left tackle.
But I wonder if it's just, hey, between you and Nicholas Petit-Friere, the better one gets left tackle.
Which
And we'll figure it out in
should be
training
Dillard.
camp.
Should be Dillard.
Matt Breida is staying in New York. Greg DeLeg also in New Jersey. Marcus Epps is signing with the Raiders. Good contract. 2 years, $12 million for the Raiders.
Good money for him. Kind of helps set the floor for the safety market that eventually impacted the Donovan Wilson deal.
Chris Manhertz, a blocking tight end, goes from Jacksonville to Denver. He reunites with an old coach of his named Sean Payton. I like the David Long move right there for Miami. I didn't think that was all that expensive for
steal.
2 years, $11 million for
That's a
a
steal.
good linebacker. And then there is the former Colts linebacker, Bobby Okereke, 4-year, $40 million contract. I love that one. That might be one of my sleeper contracts given out. $10 million for a 150-plus tackler last year.
I don't love him in coverage. I think that's why the tackles were so high. But I think it's the Giants needed help there, and he gets Jalen Smith off the field. That's a win because Jalen Smith just isn't good.
Let's see the Broncos logo one more time because they signed a lot of players yesterday. They spent over $200 million yesterday, 18 of which went to Alex Singleton. He led them in tackles last year. He played all 17 games. Denver was a car crash you just quite couldn't look away from last season. He was actually one good bright spot they had. Sam Franklin and Bradley Bozeman are sticking with the Panthers. Duke Riley's on a 2-year deal with the Dolphins. For the first time today, I think we see the Cardinals logo. Kelvin Beachum, we'll throw that on screen for you in just a second here. Eric Kendricks goes back to the City of Angels where he played his college ball. Zach
I did
Allen,
like that deal too.
Yep, I do too. Zach Allen, and we'll talk about another guy in just a moment, I think is a bit of an overpay. 5 sacks
I think so
is a
too.
career high. Came last year. He missed some time, but he does get to be reunited with Vance Joseph, so maybe Vance Joseph really vouched for him as a cheaper Draymond Jones replacement because we'll look at it in a second here. It is cheaper. Jameis Winston I think he just likes the food in New Orleans too much, and he didn't want to move. That's the only thing that makes sense. So remember that year.
He could have gone to Indy, been the stopgap guy there too.
Exactly. He could have gone to Tampa Bay. We'll gone back to Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
3 years, 45 for Zach Allen. Compare that to this next contract on screen here. Draymond Jones, 3 years, $51 million, so $6 million cheaper for Denver to replace Draymond Jones. I think they're both overpays.
We kind of thought Draymond was going to get a bag this offseason, and he did. I think I just might have stuck with Draymond.
No, I don't know.
I'll pay a little bit more for I mean, I guess it's a new defense, so maybe you are sticking with a guy that you know knows works in the defense. So
Davenport, how about this one?
it's a lot of money for a guy with a half sack last year.
And 15 games too.
And I get that the pressure rate has been pretty good for Marcus Davenport the past couple of years, but I feel like it reminds you of the DJ Chark signing last year. Like, you're banking on a return to form when he had 9 sacks in 11 games in 2021, but you're still paying the premium for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't love that outcome in the end.
Speaking of defensive linemen from the NFC South staying in the NFC South, Caden Ellis goes from New Orleans to Atlanta. He reunites with his old defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen, along with David Onyemata, who I think we got to add to the free agent tracker.
He was a good, kind of strong side linebacker for him, but I don't know I don't know why the Falcons are paying so many Saints players. That's just confusing to me.
Speaking of
and they're getting okay Saints players, not like the best Saints players.
Right. Well, speaking of players following old coaches, Jimmy Ward follows D'Amico Ryans from San Francisco to Houston. He's over 30. That's been the MO for Houston Texans free agent signings.
Jimmy Ward, I'm okay with the older veteran there.
Yeah, I like Jimmy Ward a lot.
That I'm on board with.
Yeah.
Because they're looking to add D'Amico Ryans pieces to the defense.
Right.
And he's still young enough. It's the moves like Mike Boone that we go, what are we doing here?
Davenport's an interesting one because, like you mentioned, half a sack last year, but the year before that, I think it was 9 sacks in 11 games. So the idea of, we got 9 sacks in 11 games, man, if you could stretch 11 games to even just 15 or 16 games, we're talking about a double-digit sack guy for $13 million. Not too shabby.
That part sort of makes some more sense there. The DeMarcus Walker deal with the Bears.
They needed pass rushers.
Yeah, but we're talking about a player who was a former Bronco, and maybe he'll be or DeMarcus Walker, I think I might have said Ware. He's coming off a career year,
Wish
sure.
they got DeMarcus Ware.
But he'd been bouncing around the NFL for years now.
Yeah, 7 sacks last year, right, with Tennessee?
7 sacks with Tennessee. Did have a resurgence here. I think he was always kind of miscast in the Denver Broncos 3-4 scheme. Did that with Houston, too. He'll be a better fit in Chicago as that base end, / can get some 3 technique work. But, man, you're really assuming that guy's going to be that guy for the next couple of years at that cost.
I don't know. I look at it as a 2-year, $16 million deal. You're out of it after 2. You know what I mean? So It's not too much of an investment.
Yeah.
EJ Speed, I never heard of him before.
Linebacker. He's kind of
a made-up name.
He's the Bobby O replacement for them.
Yeah, no.
That's what's going to happen there.
Taylor Heineke, $20 million to be the backup? I don't think so. I think it's $20 million to be competitive.
It's deceptive. The up to number is kind of carrying the workload there. If I told you it's more like 2 years, $15 million, that sound more like a normal backup job money for you?
I think that training camp, I'm going to call this right now. Taylor Heineke will start a preseason game.
Gross. Final preseason game?
No. I think it might go Ritter, Heineke, Ritter. Right?
You say so. I think it's just going to be Desmond Ritter. Because if you're not going after Lamar Jackson, yet you're going to give Taylor Heineke a shot as a starter, fire your organization into the sun. You don't deserve it anymore.
They're colluding. Arthur Blank told them,
yes,
we can't pursue Lamar. I know what you can.
I know that they're colluding, but come on, that's not. Let's also operate in good football sense here. I guess it's a horrible idea.
Luke Gifford, small contract to go to the Titans on a 2-year deal. And then this morning, and really the only signing we've had this morning, Jacoby Myers, 3 years, 33. This is not good for the DJ Charks and Mecole Hardmans of the world.
I think he's a slot, so it kind of brings the value is already lower to begin with. Okay. But, yeah, I mean, if you're Odell Beckham, if you're Hardman, if you're Darius Slayton, and you're like, $11 million a year is all we got.
Yikes.
But it's also not a great receiver class. So
yeah, it's not.
I think that could start to make some sense as to why. Why there's not as much interest there. So I think that's for teams, I think they're glad that that's what the number came in to be in the end.
How about Shaq Mason? Traded once again for a bag of peanuts.
I like it for Houston.
I do too. It's a starting guard and a good guard.
Yeah, it's a very cheap acquisition. You can help protect your quarterback. I'm fine doing the veteran route if they're like good veterans to help protect your quarterback here. But again, this Texans, like you look at the moves like, they're trying to win football games, but are they?
So Nick
a little
Mullins
weird.
is going to back up Kirk Cousins, and Kirk Cousins, like this is the dream backup job. He never misses games.
Yeah.
Unless it's COVID.
He just gets to hang out.
Yeah. You just get to hold the clipboard.
Cash them checks.
I mean, you can like literally let yourself go mid-season because you know you won't play.
Yeah, there you go.
So not bad. Donovan Wilson, your man.
3 years, $24 million. The Cowboys did something. It was nice. I'm glad they did it. Wilson was actually their leading tackler last year. Cowboys like to play the 3 safety look pretty heavily, so they start 3 safeties, and they really only use 2 off-ball linebackers at most. So Wilson is a starter for them. Safety market was pretty strong-ish, especially when Marcus Epps got $6 million. So they keep him under contract for an extra year than what Jaron Kearse and Lee Cooker got. Got a little bit more money as well. And if one of those guys leaves next offseason, at least you still have Donovan Wilson at that point.
Moving on here, Raheem Mostert, one of 2 running backs who signed with the Dolphins.
Very cheap deal.
Yeah. We made jokes about it. Shout out to Matt Gay, resetting the kicker markets. And if you're a Colts fan, pour one out because this is going to be, I think, the biggest contract they give out in free agency.
You're a history buff. I know that. Did you know that paying a kicker that much is outlawed by the Geneva Convention?
It is what the Treaty of Paris was all
It's
for.
a literal war crime.
Yeah.
Like
After World War I, they stripped Germany of all of their colonies, and they also said never pay a kicker that much. That's a very small thing in the contract.
It just blows my mind that he's getting that much money because that's more than David Long got per year. And David Long is like a very good off-ball linebacker. Like they gave him a little more than EJ Speed. Like I can't get on board with this particular deal. I think it is an awful signing.
I'm going to continue to say
I really do.
$22.5 million is going to be the most money they give out this free agency.
That is more than what Micah
kicker.
Parsons makes. I'm cheating. It's a rookie deal, but still, it's more. That's a horrible deal.
And then we had Wharton sign a cheap 1-year deal with the Chiefs, whatever. And then late last night, Dalvin Tomlinson, his agent, and Andrew Berry decide, you know what the time to negotiate a 4-year, $57 million deal is? 11:30 p.m. Eastern. So I like this deal. For the Browns, they needed a run stopper. They desperately need a defensive tackle. It's a bit of a bummer if you're a Browns fan because you were second place to Javon Hargrave, according to Adam Schefter. You lost out on Draymond Jones. So you went to what appears to be option number 3. It's a good option number 3.
It's a good run stopper, which you needed.
You needed that. So I still like the deal. I'm curious if this was where this was for Andrew Berry, the GM in Cleveland. Plan A, B, C, D, where Tomlinson fell. But 4 years, 57. I know 27 of it is guaranteed. So I look at it as a 3-year 27 because he does not like paying defensive tackles. Noah Brown, your guy, goes from Dallas to Houston.
Yeah, he can drop a pass, turn into a pick 6 in Houston. This is like what I talk about when those weird Houston moves. Like Noah Brown is at his best as a receiver 4-ish special teamer. I don't know what he got yet. It should be fairly cheap. But why are you signing that guy? You draft that guy, and if they're not the guy you drafted, okay, it's a 5th-round pick. Like they love to build out their 35th through 65th spot on their roster. That particular roster grouping of like talent-wise for Houston is the best in the NFL, and it means nothing. I don't understand it.
I think the movie, The Replacements, was just all Texans players.
I guess so.
Andrew Wingard, he's a special teamer. You gotta love special teamers. 3-year deal going back to Jacksonville.
I counted his body one in Noah Brown, so well for Houston at least specifically.
Yeah, but Duval got a good player back.
There you go.
Brandon Parker on the offensive line, cheap 1-year contract.
That's I'll see what the guaranteed money is. That might be fight for a roster spot.
Yeah. Moving on here, Miles Bryant. Speaking of a run of 1-year deals, the most notable name on screen, Michael Thomas. Listen, if you get 2019 Michael Thomas, this is awesome. Here's the thing. You're not.
I don't think you're getting him.
You're not getting him. I mean,
he ain't been good in a while.
Were you here when I did my impromptu Saints trivia?
No.
So, 2019 was that career reception,
Yeah.
record. 2020, 2021, 2023, 2022. 3 years. How many games has Michael Thomas played in the last 3 years?
12?
10.
Ah, it's close.
10 games in
That's not
3
good.
years.
That's not good.
I think, sure, it's just 10 million, but also it's 10 million. Like, that's a good amount of money. That could go to someone who would actually play. I think the Saints should just cut ties and move on from Michael Thomas.
There you go.
All right, Garrett Bradberry, the center, 3 years and 15.75. They missed him sorely last year when he got hurt.
Hey, Seatman, what was the projection deal for Garrett Bradberry? $11 million a year, right? $12 million. That's what I thought.
They got him for
And what we
$5-ish?
talked about on Vikings was like he's not going to get that much money. They get him down for a little over $5.25.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot more sense.
Pair of Steelers signings, Jake Brendel, their center, comes back on a 4-year, $20 million.
2 center deals in like a 10-minute span from each other.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
But they lose Mike
Similar
McGlinchey.
money for all.
They keep the center. And some other signings and moves made. Jeff Wilson, 2-year deal up to 8.5 or almost 8.5 with the Dolphins. But the biggest one of all, Darren Waller, traded to the Giants for the 100th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft from the Las Vegas Raiders. So I like this move for the Giants.
I
You
do
are
too.
trying. If you're trying, you got to be happy about that.
Like,
He hasn't been very productive because he hasn't been very available the last 2 years, which is why I'm not going to completely jump into bed with this being
The greatest
home
deal
run.
ever?
Right.
Yeah.
That's like
That's
the
fair.
only thing
That's
that's
fair.
holding me back from being like all-time fleece. What were the Raiders thinking? If Darren Waller misses some time, they might look back in this and go, at least we got a third for him. And who knows what that third-round pick turns out to be. With the Raiders drafting,
could be Lynn Bowden.
he will be off the team soon.
That was really mean for me.
That
for
was
Raiders fans. That
assault
was
to
super
Raiders.
mean.
I
That
mean,
was super mean.
Almost
He
as
was-
mean as Cleveland Farrell, Damon Arnett.
See, the goal is
so
to
many
make
other
them say
players.
he was a second-round pick, Tom. And I go, yeah, that doesn't make it any better.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
But Darren Waller will throw his stats
Yeah.
up from the last 4 seasons. 20 combined games over the last 2 seasons. Quick math, 17 times 2, 35? No? Right?
I can't do math.
So,
Pass.
yeah,
Phone a friend.
34. 34.
I wasn't paying attention to the math either. to
But
be honest.
before then, 2 straight seasons, 16 games each, over 1,000 yards, 12 touchdowns. If you can find even 90% of 2020 Darren Waller, 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns,
800 yards even.
yeah,
That's pretty
you'd
valuable.
be very happy
That's
with that.
worth it for a third-round pick.
Plus, at least Daniel Bellinger finally. I mean, I know that they drafted Kadarius Toney with that in mind of like, let's give Bellinger. Speaking of Bellinger, the other tight end there, that'd be a fun room. But let's give Daniel Jones a real weapon in the receiving game because everyone else is either hurt or bad. Well, now you give him a real star tight end. My only fear is that he might fall into the same bucket as all the other really good Giants skilled players. They're all injury prone. So, who won the trade? Raiders or Giants? We'll give shout outs. I'm going to go with the Giants. I just think they've got more upside potentially out there.
Agreed.
But the Raiders might look back in a couple years and be happy about this move. I don't think it's an absolute fire your GM type of trade. You know what I mean?
I know Mitch is in shambles.
Raiders always want to fire everybody.
But
let's remember that too.
It's not just the Darren Waller trade. It's everything else that's happened in the past calendar year or so that hasn't gone their way.
Oh, getting Devontae Adams was not their way.
Well, that went their way, but since then, they peaked at Devontae Adams. It's all been downhill since then.
But they only had themselves to blame.
That's why they're upset.
It was their fault for not picking up Josh Jacobs' 5th year.
Mhm.
It was their fault for holding on for Derek Carr for a little longer and giving him a contract last offseason instead of trading him when you could have gotten first-round picks for him. Instead, you hold on a year too long, and you end up getting nothing for him. So, outside of Devontae Adams, they only have themselves to blame for
Which is why the fans
the
are mad,
misfires.
because it hasn't gone well for the team.
Okay. I
Like-
thought you
like-
it hasn't gone their way like unlucky bounces or
Oh
something.
no, it's just been bad. Period.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's not fun.
I concur. I got Anthony Armstrong saying G for the Giants. Big Lebowski, Giants. Josh McDaniels is a wrecking ball. I mean, McDaniels
He's doing Josh McDaniels things. Why are we surprised?
Is McDaniels even really quarterback in this? It's Ziegler.
I think it's absolutely Josh McDaniels.
Oh, really?
yeah.
Okay.
Ziegler's just a Josh McDaniels crony. That's all that is. That's like the husband signs the checks, but the wife's making the decisions behind the scenes.
I like it. Okay. A lot of G's coming in. Nightmare, Brandon, True Vids, Teddy saying the Lions won. That's an interesting one. Let's see. Dylan says the Giants. Victor says the Giants. Sports says the Raiders got fleeced. G from Dax, what you doing? Falcons fan. Nick McLean, the only one to say R for Raiders. Maybe Rolando McLean's relative, and that's why. It's the only idea I have for, again, the only path you have as a Raiders fan to make you sleep better at night is Darren Waller's injury prone. Hopefully we hit this third-round pick. And those things,
I better hope so.
you better hope so.
See if the Giants had any more receivers in the coming days.
Yeah, I think they should go after they have their own Darius Slayton. A DJ Chark could be fun.
Hardman.
Mecole Hardman. You go Darren Waller, DJ Chark, Mecole Hardman, and you're getting what's his face from Kentucky, Robinson.
Wan'Dale Robinson
back, and you're drafting a receiver in round 1. That's firepower, right? If that first round receiver actually is productive in year 1 and not like a project type thing, like Rashad Bateman maybe didn't emerge on the scene.
One note: Emmanuel Mosley, 1-year deal with the Lions, $6 million. I like that deal. We finally have traction in the running back market. Rashad Penny is going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Details not known. Mike Garafolo said many dollars for Penny, which I feel like was just trying to be funny about it being, dollars for Penny. But he is now an Eagle. I assume this means
no more Austin Eckler.
No more Miles Sanders in
like
Philadelphia.
That. Yeah.
So I would guess this is. I'm going to shoot my shot here, Petey. 1 year, up to $7 million, but it's really more like 1 year, $3 million.
Yeah.
With
I
incentives because he's always hurt.
Yep. Rashad Penny was not a free agent.
He was.
He was? Okay.
Free agent.
Just the way that was worded from Rap Sheet made it sound like a trade almost. But you're right. First round pick 4 years ago now.
The profile pick. My profile picture on Twitter is from the Rashad Penny pick.
Is that you going
That's me, like
WTF?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it didn't make any sense.
No, I remember when he got
Which
picked.
I was right, by the way.
When he
it
got
was a bad
picked,
pick.
I was sitting on the couch. I'm like, I know I'm not an NFL GM, but I can chime in and say, that's a bad pick right there.
Like, it was a bad pick. Like, when he's been healthy, he's been super explosive, and I can put up really good numbers in that Eagles offense, but he's never been healthy.
No, it should be Penny, Gainwell, and I'm guessing a rookie running back. That's their three-headed monster, running back by committee. You mentioned when he's healthy. I'll even push back on that and say just in 2021 he was good. Right? When he went off for that 5-game stretch.
He was good this year, and then he got hurt like 3 games in. And it was like, or 5 games in. There we go again. He's hurt again.
So, grade the move of Rashad Penny to the Eagles. I'll give it a C. C minus. You know what I mean? I think it's average.
I gotta see the money here.
It's not gonna be much.
So if it's what I think it is, I think it's like B.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If it's 1 year, $3 million, I'm fine with that deal. It's a matter of how much they actually give him, because in that offense, he should thrive on the ground.
I don't know. The last 3 years,
if he can stay healthy.
Last 3 years, 2 seasons when he played 5 games or fewer. I have no faith in him coming to Philadelphia and playing 16 or 17.
It's all if he stays healthy.
Yeah.
Because he's a 6 yards per carry guy.
But at some point,
really
like, a player is what he is.
And he's going to be hurt.
Yeah, he's
now,
going to be hurt.
If you time it up right and you get 15 games out of him,
yeah,
that's really good.
There we go. We'll get some shout-outs here. Bro Cave says B. Falcons fan says B. Nightmare says C+. I Am Your World, C-. Victor says D. Money Mitch says D. I think it's C. C to C-. I just think it's average. It's not going to be an impact player in 2023 for Philly because he'll be hurt for most of 2023, unfortunately. Victor says D. Teddy says C-. Dylan also says depends on the money. Ryan Chowdhury says C+. Retro Sports says B. Rashard Lee says F. That's harsh. Hard to be an F if it's under $7 million.
Well, wait and see what the deal looks like there. We have a signing, by the way. The Lions re-signing John Kaminsky, 2 years, $8.5 million, $4 million guaranteed. He was actually really good for the Lions this year.
He was. This is a good re-sign for
Yeah,
Detroit.
after he hadn't done nothing before that in Atlanta. He didn't do anything, and then all of a sudden he gets out of there, and boom, he's actually playing really well.
He was
for
cut by the
Detroit
Falcons,
Lions.
and he was a waiver claim for a couple of teams, if I remember
He kind of
correctly.
bounced around a little bit, yeah.
And then finds a home in Detroit, and he re-signs there. Good move for the Lions. Hey, here is our Super Chat menu, by the way. If you want to throw some buckaroos our way, we have some Super Chats to catch up on. But quick reminder here, $5, a beers, cheers. $10, we'll talk about your team. $20, some shots. $50, a tortilla slap. And $100 is a beer bong or a shotgun. So, with that, Richard Holt. Rams trade Allen Robinson to Giants for 6. Ooh, interesting.
Is A-Rob good anymore?
That's the first question I guess you got to ask.
Because I'm kind of worried about like that. I'm worried about him being cooked.
No, he's not a free agent. He's not been cut.
They can't cut him. There's too much money tied up into him.
I like Allen Robinson, so I want to believe he could get back to that 2018 years with the Bears.
Here's my concern. You trade for Allen Robinson, congratulations, you just got
Kenny Galladay.
again.
Yeah.
That's my concern. I think I'd rather go a little bit younger, and I will gamble on the unknown at that point.
$2 super chat from Zeno. Jerry's seeing rivals do things. We like our guys.
They are the yachts in the Bahamas / the Caymans. So
It's a good time.
maybe
It's great weather down there.
Maybe they're diving with some sharks and whatnot there. I wouldn't expect anything big on that front.
Tristan Piffner. Broncos Gardner Johnson. Listen, Denver spent a lot of money, so I don't think you can actually say no to Denver signing anyone else. They might continue to spend money, but I have heard some little bit of whispers of Gardner Johnson being on Denver's radar. He would make a great safety tandem with Justin Simmons. Unpopular. I shouldn't even be an unpopular opinion. I like Caden Stearns, former Texas safety. I think him and Justin Simmons, while Stearns on his rookie contract, is a more than good, capable safety room. I think it might be a bit of an overkill, but it's Gardner Johnson. He had like 6 picks
He's an
last
elite
year.
trash talker too.
Yeah, it's hard not to be excited about that possible signing, but I don't think it's necessary. This one I'm not going to even try and pronounce. Hoyer to the Patriots. I said earlier, no division loves...
Excess Sphinx.
Excess Sphinx?
That's what I'm going to go with. Probably
No
wrong, but-
division loves inter-division moves all time than the AFC East. It's almost a ritual. It's a part of the agreement. You sign with one of our teams, your next team must be one of the other 3 teams.
Poyer said he wanted to go play where there was no income tax.
Nope, that's not Massachusetts.
That's not Boston. I would say
Miami?
Miami still makes a lot of sense there.
Yeah,
Houston likes to just spend money on random vets. Maybe Houston Texans.
right.
Dallas
Cowboys,
is off the books. They just paid Dono Wilson. So
Titans, they're pretty good secondary, at least in the safety department.
yeah, Kevin Byard, Kevin overlap there. I don't think they need another safety.
All right, Christopher C., what's up? Realistic and impactful moves Pittsburgh could make. I like this question.
I mean, they already did the Patrick Peterson move. Realistic is what's the problem there for me. I'm not sure how busy they're going to be. Maybe again, he wants safety.
Yeah.
Insert safety here. I don't think Jordan Poyer is going to be that guy, but there are others out there. Juan Thornhill, Taylor Rapp.
Are there any offensive coordinators in free agency?
Byron Leftwich, I think, is still
That's
unsigned.
probably your best move if you're Pittsburgh.
I think you could look at offensive line in general, but the market dried up real quickly.
Yeah.
And then backup running back for Najee Harris. Sign a cheap third down back.
They like what's his face from Oklahoma State.
Joan Warren.
Yeah.
That's fine.
They might like him more
That's
than
fine.
Najee Harris,
Yeah,
depending on
that's
who you
fine.
talk to.
Yeah, it should still be Najee Harris. Maybe upgrade that offensive line a little bit and run the ball better with.
So
your
3
game planning.
realistic. It is hire Byron Leftwich.
Juan Thornhill and go get a linebacker.
Levante David.
Levante David.
There you go.
Levante David. Bye, Devin Bush.
Painful punching cap. Do you think KC overpaid for Juwan Taylor? I do. I kind of agree.
I do. He got more than Mike McGlinchey, and I think McGlinchey's better.
Yeah, $80 million for. What I think is like when okay, Taylor in Jacksonville basically never missed a snap. He was an every game starter for 4 years. That's awesome, right? You want to pay someone who's going to pay for you, who's going to play, right? You don't want to have money on the bench.
Yeah.
But when he played, he got better as the years went on, but he never hit free agency this year, I thought, with the reputation of, now that's one of the top tackles in football. who's going to get a big payday.
He's just not.
So I think it's an overpay. I think moving to left tackle is a bit scary. And if things don't go well, you can find this video in October, and you'll see that we said it first here in March.
I think he'll also be pressured a little bit by the Mahomes structure. Like, Mahomes allows pressure because he drops back and so deep in the pocket.
Yeah.
Makes life tougher on his offensive linemen. I think Taylor's a good pass protector. Then he has a better pass protector than he's a run blocker. But teams are going to dare you to run the football too in KC. So, and making him the left tackle flip is what makes me go.
I'll wait to see it once it actually happens.
He played like less than 200 snaps on the left side of Florida. So that's just raises red flags across the board for me.
Super chat coming in from across the border, maybe in Windsor, because we're talking about the Lions signing so far. Well, they just re-signed two of their players along with Cam Sutton. I think Detroit might not be making big splash moves, but the Lions ended last year on a very hot streak.
They did.
With a good locker room. I don't know if it requires major revamping. You want to get better. You don't want to stay still.
I think the Lions getting better is going to come through the draft.
Yeah.
Where they have 2 premium picks. I would love to see them go get Lamar Jackson. I'm sure they're not going to, but imagine that.
It would be fun.
That'd be such a great fit with an offensive line that's loaded, playmakers at receiver to an extent. Jameis Williams, Lamar Jackson, just run around, throw it downfield.
Speaking of free agency about Detroit, just quick sidebar. Was hosting trivia last night.
Okay.
And it was a question about which team signed Trey Flowers to the biggest contract in free agency in 2020. No one had even heard of Trey Flowers. I'm like,
they don't know ball.
That's the whole point. It's Trey Flowers.
They don't know ball.
Calvin Anderson goes from Denver to New England, returning actually, I believe, with the Patriots. I think he was there before his stint with the Broncos. I'm going to go out and predict
he bounced around a lot.
Or am I thinking of Cam Fleming?
Cam Fleming definitely was.
Okay, I think that's what I'm thinking of. But we got another super chat coming in from Val. Val, thank you so much for the super chat. Cheers to you. Victor Garcia. Who will be better?
You are correct. Both Cam Fleming and Calvin Anderson played for the Patriots briefly for Calvin Anderson.
Who will be better, Lions or Bears? The Lions have had the Bears number the last 3 seasons going on now. I mean, Justin Fields feels like the sky's the limit with Chicago.
Yeah. With
the way this offseason is shaped up. I think these teams are both in that 7 to 10 game win
They're
wheelhouse.
both in the I want them to win the division category.
Yeah.
Like, I think they could. I don't know if they're going to, but I think that they could.
I mean, all the signs point to Detroit. They swept the Bears last year. They ended the year on a good streak. Jared Goff looks like more than just a rental quarterback.
Yeah.
So they have the 5th pick in the draft. They have the Lions have the 6th pick in the draft or whatever.
Seattle's
5.
I don't know what are the Lions going to do in the draft?
Best player available.
Because I assume corner. They just signed 2 of them.
Yeah,
I think one's a 1-year deal, so they could maybe not go that route. But I'm just interesting.
Defensive line.
They invested a lot in the D line the past 2 years.
I know. I just think about when they had Ndamukong
I'm kind of
Suh.
like Anthony Richardson.
No, I kind of go back to when they had Ndamukong Suh. It didn't work out, but the next year in the draft, what do? They go, remember Nick Fairley from Auburn?
I remember that, yeah.
Didn't work out, but the idea
Didn't
was
work.
to get a tandem. Maybe they do that to Aiden Hutchinson. Just a thought.
I think their goal was Josh Pascal there, second-round pick.
To answer the question, though, more wins, Lions or Chicago
I'm
next
going to
year?
go Detroit Lions. Bears
right.
need 1 more year.
I'll go Chicago then. All right, make sure to subscribe, by the way. We are 208 away from 330,000 subs. Producer Sam just whispered in our headset that we're going to turn our chat mode to sub only. So if you want to be engaged in the chat right now, you have to be subscribed. The good news, it's completely free. And it's not even like the BS free where it's put your credit card in, but it's free.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you forget and you get charged.
No,
No,
none of that.
There's nothing that ever
None of that.
happens. So make sure to subscribe if you're not already. We're trying to reach the next big milestone here at Chat Sports, 330,000 subs. Tom Downey's been growing this bad boy for how many years now?
Bonk. Many of the years now.
Many of the years.
I lose track of the years.
All
All
so
of the many of the years.
All the gray hairs coming in is from not reaching sub milestones quick enough.
Widow's Peak's getting worse and worse over here.
All right, let's
At least the hair's still thick.
let's shout out a random free agent, and the first one we see.
Okay,
we'll
I
talk
like that
about.
idea. It's a fun
Good idea
game.
by Sam.
Yeah, I like that game,
You
Sam.
pick the free agent.
Okay, we'll give him some time to get the comments in
Yeah,
there.
gotta be subscribed too. So
Yeah.
if you've got someone you want to talk about, hit the sub button. Then you can hop into the chat.
Kind of surprised Calvin Anderson got a 2-year deal from the Patriots, by the way. That's kind of weird,
Was it
right?
2-year for like $7 million?
Yeah, maybe it's swing tackle money. Because
Yeah.
he's not going to be their left tackle, I'd assume, or their
No,
right tackle either.
It was funny because when Denver signed Billy Turner last year to be the starting right tackle, and it was like, well, Billy Turner's actually still hurt. Calvin Anderson was like, well, he's the next man up. And then week 1, they just tossed out Cam Fleming. And it was like, whoa, we thought Anderson was the backup. So if he couldn't even hold on to the swing tackle job, I'm a little anxious to see what New England sees in him to be their starting tackle. All right, you ready to
Yeah.
shout one out?
Count me down.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's frozen. Well, it's actually Miles Sanders, which I think is actually pretty
I
good
like
there.
that one. Where's he going to go?
Well, the one that I stopped was from Tim Stark, and is Miles Sanders going to sign with Denver. I actually like that fit a lot.
Yeah. I mean, with the
He's
Broncos,
not in Philly anymore.
Here's like the quick 30-second spiel on Denver. They signed 2 offensive linemen yesterday, Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey, along with a blocking tight end. What does that signal to me? Sean Payton wants to run the football next year.
So they're not going to let Russ cook anymore?
No.
No more burning
The spatula is gone.
of the dinner?
They are a microwave team.
Sam's going,
Strictly air fryer in Denver now moving forward. But listen, you want to run the football? Awesome. You need someone to run the football, though, and they don't have that right now. Murray was brought over from New Orleans last year. He did a great job of filling in. He's also 33. I don't know if they're going to run it back with him. And then there's Javonte Williams, who, like we talked about, I don't know, earlier on the show 30 minutes ago, he is coming off a major knee injury. It's more than just a torn ACL, multiple other ligaments included. He tore it in October. If it's a 13-month recovery, we're talking about a November return. And I think back to when J.K. Dobbins and Saquon Barkley came back from big knee injuries, they were not 100%, 90%, or even 80% in the first week or two back. So if that November turns into December, might they just consider shutting him down for the full season or at least majority of it? And that gets us to Miles Sanders, who are you going to have running the football for 10-plus games most likely next year. If you can get Miles Sanders for $8 million?
I think that's a lot.
You think so?
The running back market doesn't make any sense. There's like the high-end guys at 15, that next tier of like the Mixons, the Cooks, et cetera, the Henrys all got 12 million. The franchise tag is 10. James Conner's at 7, and there's nothing else behind him.
Yeah.
Like Melvin Gordon got like 7 or 8 one year, and then he got cut. Like, and there's a couple of guys at 5. Like Ekler was at 6.5. So like, I'm very curious to what Rashad Penny ends up getting, because I think that might help set the market a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I think his high end, I think there will be incentives on this deal. The high end incentives, no one's going to beat that APY.
1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns for Sanders last year. Other destinations other than
Sneaky, almost 1,300
the Broncos.
yards, by the way.
What about, I saw in the chat, the Panthers?
Yes, I love that idea.
Yeah.
Some Philly overlap a little bit there with Frank Reich.
Right.
How about Arizona? Shane Steichen.
Do they overlap?
I got to check if they actually overlapped. I'm not sure they did, but there's enough of the connection between the organizations that I think you would have a good feel
Good
for.
chance he came across an old Frank Reich like donut. He's like, all right, I know how Frank Reich runs his offense now.
I don't
teams,
think they actually overlapped, but there's the Eagles connection. I'm going to count in the end.
Okay, he knows someone who's got Frank Reich's number. Miles Sanders. So Carolina, they did not. That's a bummer.
Arizona then with Shane Steichen.
So yeah, James Conner, but yeah, Arizona maybe. But
Conner sucks.
boy,
I'll
if the
say it.
Chargers trade Austin Eckler,
Great fit.
Miles Sanders, I think to LA would make a lot of sense. Right, kind of similar play style as well.
Yeah.
Can't quite replicate Eckler.
Your turn to do this one.
All right,
Get the comments
shout
in.
out a random free agent. I will pick the first one that I see. So I'm gonna give it 3-5 seconds
Yeah,
or
give you guys
whatever.
some time. There's always
Yep.
the YouTube delay of when we say something, YouTube publishes it, you're watching. There's just that 30-second delay, whatever
Yeah,
there.
so we're gonna let the names start filing in. How was lunch today, by the way?
That's fine.
It was just fine.
That was
Pretty
good.
hungry.
I mean,
Okay, here we go.
get you some food here.
You want to count me down?
Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's funny.
Well, no, Cook doesn't work.
Dalvin Cook's free agent. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Okay.
Something T.
That's fine.
C.J.
Back-to-back
Gardner-Johnson.
Eagles. That's weird.
Yeah. Well, they have a lot of free agents, though. So it's a
True.
pretty good probability.
Not even their best free agent. They still have James Bradberry out there.
Yeah. Where does Gardner-Johnson end up? Does he go back to New Orleans?
It'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, it would be.
That'd be really funny, actually.
Pretty good deal for New Orleans. They get a pick and they get the player back.
Pick and the player back. That's some Aroldis
Yeah, I was
Chapman
about to say,
Yankee
that's some
stuff.
baseball shit right there.
As a Reds fan, that broke my heart because I said this is going to happen. They're going to get more back for him, and then they got the shortstop, and the Reds got Jack.
Baseball by
Jack
Chat
shit.
Sports. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he goes where? I feel like there's a lot of options, right? He's a really good
Cleveland.
player. The Browns, I could see that. They want to, they have to replace John Johnson.
I got to pull up the cap space numbers here because I don't know who's available.
Chicago, I'm just thinking teams with a lot of cap space. The Falcons already signed a safety. They like Grant on the other side. I don't think that would make a lot of sense.
Oh, Green Bay.
Oh, you think so?
When Rodgers is gone, they signed Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
We're always good for, by the way, a team that we view as not going to be a contender or a spender in free agency
Throw some money around.
to make one random big signing. And you're like, why? It's like, well, because the player got a lot of money. That's why he went there.
Mm-hmm.
Why did the team do it? They were bored. It was
They
March,
were
and everyone
bored.
else was having fun, and nothing.
Funny.
TweetDeck didn't have anything about their teams on it.
So they're
It's
like, we're going to do something.
exactly.
Saints would be that category, I guess, then, too.
We got some super chats to catch up on here coming in from Vel. Hayden Hurst to Green Bay. Robert Tonyan is a free agent. I expect him to be a New York Jet soon. So Hayden Hurst could make some sense.
It's funny. Yeah, it's fine. The Josiah DeGara pick has not worked out very well for them. If you're going, who's Josiah DeGara? Exactly. Third round pick. Mercedes Lewis probably going to be a Jet apparently.
Yep.
You're probably right that Robert Tonyan ends up following him. That would then leave Josiah DeGara, and one of these names is fake. Can you guess which name is fake?
Where am I
Austin
looking?
Allen, Tyler Davis, Nick Guigmos.
Austin Allen. No, I know Austin Allen. I know Tyler Davis.
Okay. Trick question. They were all actual names.
Okay, I was like,
Got them both.
I knew the last one wasn't fake because I was like, that's
it was too weird.
to-
Yeah. Exactly. You think that they're fake name shows you there's nobody actually out there right now.
True.
So
Very
they got to get a tight end. They could draft one first round.
Top remaining free agents right now. We got Juju Smith-Schuster. I have long stated he is not good.
TikTok boy.
Yep.
It's funny.
He got bodied in his own game.
I'm gonna keep calling it. I'm gonna keep calling him TikTok boy because it's funny.
God, I can't wait to see what OBJ's contract ends up looking like.
He wants $20 million. That's just that doesn't exist in reality.
Caleb
It's like saying,
McGarry.
I want a $10 million salary. I'm not gonna get that.
Maybe Caleb McGarry does go back to Atlanta. Maybe goes to Chicago. The Bears are still looking for a tackle, and they were in on McGlinchey. So that tells me they're looking for a backup plan.
Peter Skronsky, you are a Bear.
Stay from Evanston to Lake Forest. Yeah. Dalton Schultz from Dallas. He does not go to the Giants anymore.
Back with the Chargers. That's his eventual
or to the
destination.
Raiders. Yeah. Bobby Wagner.
That would be pretty funny if they traded away Darren Waller and then gave Dalton Schultz more money.
Oh, that'd be great.
That would be a choice by definition.
Bobby Wagner going to be a Dallas Cowboy? Yes or no?
Let's see what happens with Leighton Vander Esch.
Okay.
As near as I can tell, there has been some negotiating done in public where one report says, the Cowboys are working to bring back Vander Esch, but a new team is in the mix, and there was no specification of who the new team was. Then a report of, just like last year, the Cowboys have interest in Nicholas Morrow, who's not that good. But they mentioned him last year, then they got the Vander Esch deal done. So kind of like, okay, so both camps are leaking. Well, we can go in a different direction. Like, I'll just dump you type of deal. So I think Vander Esch gets done. 55% confidence.
Okay, so Jordan Poyer, he wants to go to no income state tax, so welcome to Miami.
In the words of Will Scott, he's a Dolphin?
Yep. Yannick Ngakoue, Tom, why is he still a free agent?
I think he's overrated.
Oh, you think?
I think the sack production has been really consistent. That's awesome. Don't get me wrong, but the pressure rates have dipped over the years, and he's not a good run defender.
Okay.
I think there's going to be some Robert Quinn to his game the next couple of years of there might be some more variance in the sack production each year.
Levante David was a top 5 linebacker in football, I thought, last year. He's also approaching 35. He's 34 right now, I think.
NFL's ageist.
Listen, if you can get Levante David on a 1 year, like between 8 to 10 million,
I'm so in.
yeah. Why aren't you in? He's going to make your team better.
Yeah.
Even if it's just for one season, who cares? C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Miles Sanders, one of several Eagles free agents out there. Gardner-Johnson, I mean, if Jesse Bates got $16 million a season, he's going to get $15 million a season, right, Tom? Or is he going to? He's not going to get more than Bates.
Probably just less than Bates.
That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe Gardner-Johnson seeing Jesse Bates not get as much was like, that kind of hurt my market.
Yeah.
He's trying to recover a little bit there.
Miles Sanders is waiting. He is circling like planes that can't land at DFW.
We've got one
With all
running
other
back
running backs.
and one receiver, right? That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not normal for free agents. Normally there's a lot of business going on there.
Exactly. James Bradberry, I mean, he can have his pick of the litter with the way he finished or played last season.
Bradberry.
Finished last year, yeah. But curious to see, are the Eagles going to bring back any of these guys other than Brandon Graham?
Maybe Bradberry.
I'm sure they like to.
Maybe if Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Especially if Darius Slay has moved.
Maybe if Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's market's slow, he comes back.
Okay.
But, I think Isaac Sumalo's gone.
Yeah.
Because they got to play Cam Jurgens at guard.
Yeah.
Get him on the field with Kelsey coming back for one more year.
Then there's Orlando Brown, who wants to get the most amount of money any tackle's ever got. Like, outside Trent Williams' money, he wants to get 20 plus.
The issue is normally that type of deal comes together immediately.
Yeah.
Not 24 plus hours in.
Agreed. Usually it's like it's a scheduled Adam Schefter tweet.
Yes.
Okay. Mike Gesicki.
Still think he's a Bear.
Oh, you think I like that? That's not a bad spot.
He's a Bear.
And then speaking of the Bears, there's David Montgomery, who is he's hanging out with Miles Sanders. The two of them are playing Call of Duty Zombies right now.
They're just kind of like, all right, when's Lamar going to materialize? Tell you what, being a free agent back is not fun.
No.
Teams are like,
They are just mean to
especially when it's a great running back class.
you. Right.
There's not much interest in those guys.
You
so
go into the meeting with the GM.
I feel bad for him.
And they're like, you suck. It's like, well, that wasn't very nice. Like, you're just being ageist.
Yeah.
Class action lawsuit.
Yeah.
Like when Michael Scott discovered you can't discriminate against old people. Someone's got to tell the running backs that. So we had the trade earlier. It was a huge trade. Darren Waller for a third. Again, you got to wait and see how much Waller plays and what that third turns into. But gut reaction is Giants win this trade.
Gut reaction as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. I just found an old Rashad Penny tweet.
Oh, this will be good. This is going to be good content.
It just says Eagles are trash. Oh, yes. Yes. I screenshotted it. That's pretty funny. Oh, poor Rashad Penny. Back to this one. Sorry. Giants win the trade. 85% on the poll side, by the way, say Giants won.
Yeah.
It's a
trade that obviously, not to be a loser, you can't grade immediately because you're talking about a player who does have injury concerns over the last 2 years. Just 20 games the last 2 seasons. And you're talking about a Raiders team that's awful at drafting. So both sides have some baggage holding them back a little bit, but on the surface, New York gets an awesome player.
What's up, Sam?
I just wanted to get your thoughts on this because I feel like every person I've talked to and seen on social media, it's just, they flipped the Kadarius Toney pick into Darren Waller. That makes sense and all until you if you're ignoring the fact that they spent a first-round pick on Kadarius Toney to begin with.
Sunk cost,
Good point,
already
good
gone.
point.
Sunk cost.
I love sunk. It's like your Venmo balance.
That's
It's
like
not
the
real
whole
money.
thing about it's basically cap doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Sunk cost. It just doesn't matter anymore.
It's already gone. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
Yep.
So I also saw a tweet from a Titans person. This popped on my timeline of source inside the Cowboys tells me Luke Gifford's a baller and a guy you just want on your team. You can't have 17 tackles and be a baller. Come on. That's cap. Don't be ridiculous there. All right, that's me getting off track there. Ooh, okay. We're close to shot time. 1,400 likes. And we'll do a shot. We need 187. Actually, we need less than that. We need 147 now. It just changed on my end.
Okay.
147 likes. We'll both do shots here. Do you want the fireball?
Yeah, I'll take the fireball.
There you go.
And
Here,
then after
catch.
that, I'm
It's-
probably going to be looking for some lunch.
Yeah, go for it. I can ride.
But let's
You just have
send
to-
me
you just
off
have
with a
to-
shot.
You just have to bring my water in for me.
I can do that.
Bet.
I can manage that. No,
Jesus
I am not
Christ,
making
Sam,
it.
you're asking for a coffee?
Come on. I am not
It's a
your
Keurig.
intern.
It's not. You're not. I'm not asking you to like
I'm not a
make me a
coffee
roast.
guy.
or
I've never
anything.
used the Keurig out there one time.
I am not either, so I don't think.
Don't even know how to do it.
It's wearing out a
You'd
little
find
bit.
the Keurig. You'd find the actual plastic cup in your coffee if I had to make it.
You just get him water
I was
with,
like,
with
yep.
loop in there. Oh, it's funny. We are at 1-2-9-3 in the light category, so we are less than 100 away. Shots here if we get to 1,400. I'm not going off this screen until we get there, because there's a 1,800 people. So at minimum, 500 people have not yet liked the video.
True.
Asking for a fraction of you guys
Less than 100.
to like it. That's it.
91 away.
That's it. Inside of 100.
I really want to get a shot before I leave, though. But
Yeah, you really
you know,
want one?
I gotta stay. Well, I'd like to. I've been hanging out with you guys, for everyone that's been rocking and rolling with us since we started at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
So,
Good 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Almost 5.
I mean, stamina through the roof, baby.
Bonk. 1350. We're 50 likes away. That's it.
There we go.
I feel great about our chances here.
If we
I
reach
feel
it,
great.
your team will make a signing guaranteed. Help us update. For example,
Well, we
my
cannot
tweet deck-
guarantee the Ravens yet.
No. My tweet deck
Only
is not
team.
updated in 17 minutes.
That's
that should
bad.
be illegal for free agency.
That is jail.
Yeah.
Lock him
Way
up.
too long.
Put him in jail right alongside Deshaun.
Corbin, who is signed today, the biggest name is Jacoby Myers to the Raiders, 3 years, 33. Other than that, it's guys you probably think I've never heard of, or it's Rashad Penny to the Eagles. Right? Did I miss anyone? Oh, and Darren Waller got
The
traded.
Darren Waller trade. Probably,
Yeah.
probably a big one there. I think that's fair. 12 likes away. I like that one.
12 more.
I like that one.
I'm going to call my shot right now. I'm going to pour the shot before we even get to 1,400.
We're 6 away. I think we can pour it.
Yep.
7 away.
I'm going to big
Wait,
take
what?
this one.
You're going to what this one?
I'm going to call it. There it is.
I got 3 more. There it is. Blew right by it. Awesome. All right.
Okay. Cannonball times. We ready?
Yeah.
Diving head in.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have
Sam
shot
wants
glass?
to try alcohol for the first time, it sounds like. He was so excited. He was like, "Can I take a shot?"
You're doing Jack or Fireball?
Some root beer, I think.
Are you old enough to drink?
Are we done?
No, we're never done with this.
If you can see over the bar.
This is my
you can
favorite
see-
bit we do here. Of the many bits.
I'm making it a hype thing.
Nah. Yeah. No, it's fine.
You know what they say about
5'7's average.
I'm not 5'7".
5'8's average. Cannonball
Cheers.
time? Cheers.
That hat is for the wrong football, though.
Here we go.
You're wearing a Paris Saint-Germain.
Cannonball. Cannonball
Cheers.
coming. Cannonball.
Why are you wearing a Paris Saint-Germain?
Hey, speaking of Paris and France, are we bad at baseball as a country, by the way? I saw we lost to Mexico.
It's
I don't care about baseball.
It's a
fuck
Jordan
was that?
brand, Tom. It's a different vibe.
Are we playing our good players in that?
We are, I believe.
That's kind of
That's what I'm saying.
It's Jordan brand, Tom. I'm rocking greatness.
That's
All
not
right,
great.
I'm going to sign off. I will see you guys at some point, probably later on today. I'm going to turn things over to the one and only Tom Downey.
All right, let's hear what's going on around the NFL. Aaron Rodgers. Jeopardy theme song. Play it without us getting copyrighted. Sam, you can sing it. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? It doesn't make sense. Aaron Rodgers is somehow not a member of the New York Jets, and yet is dictating personnel moves, allegedly. His wish list includes Alan Lazard. The Jets are closing in on a deal with Alan Lazard, yet nothing done yet at this point. They're also going to pursue Randall Cobb, which is like, clearly you just want Aaron Rodgers. Because let's be honest, Randall Cobb is washed. He is not good. He's just buddies with Aaron Rodgers. Randall Cobb ain't done jack in the past 3 years. We're talking about a player who is less productive than Noah Brown right now. And we're acting like he's a valuable member at his age, at his career production. He turns 33 this year. He had 417 yards. He's had one good year. Honestly, in his last 7. He's topped 655 yards one time in his last 7 years. You only want him because of Randall Cobb. That's what Connor Orr says, too. If the Jets are going to be running outside zone anyway, Lazard's good to have regardless of QB. That's fine. Move on from Corey Davis. I get that part. Performs the dirty work. I've heard coaches and other teams running that offense wish they had him. And Dan Graziano says that's true in a response to Connor Orr. But there's no equivalent to explain a 2023 pursuit of Randall Cobb. He's right. It is just about Aaron Rodgers and Adam Schefter. The Packers free agent Mercedes Lewis has spent the past 5 years in Green Bay, as audiences from amongst others, the New York Jets, the Las Vegas Raiders. Now the Raiders part makes more sense in light of the Darren Waller trade. Now it makes sense.
Don't even worry about that. It's just not even there.
Just throwing it out there. But the Jets, Mercedes Lewis, they just had a tight end last year that they paid decent amount of money to in Tyler Conklin, but whatever. He wasn't that great. Again, you're trying to add 3 of the notable players from the Green Bay Packers. I wonder what you're doing that for. Meanwhile, Diane Rossini cuts to the chase. Aaron Rodgers has provided the Jets with a wish list of free agents he would like them to target and acquire per sources. It includes Randall Cobb, Alan Lazard, Mercedes Lewis, and Odell Beckham Jr. I would say let's free Elijah Moore and Denzel Mims from this team. Because then you're going to do Garrett Wilson, maybe Corey Davis, Randall Cobb, Alan Lazard. Free those former second-round picks. Maybe you do something with C.J. Uzomah, Tyler Conklin, whatever. The Aaron Rodgers said he wasn't going to hold anyone hostage. Yet here he is, day 2 into free agency, holding the Jets hostage and getting them to do the bidding. Letting the quarterback make all the personnel moves is not a route you really want to pursue. I am worried about that. He's a great football player. Don't get me wrong. If I were the Jets, I would go give up the moon for Lamar Jackson right now. I'd say, screw this. Here are 2 firsts, Ravens. Give us Lamar. You fix your quarterback problem for a decade, or at least more time than you're going to have to deal with Aaron Rodgers in the short term / the long term there. Do you want to make it the NFL Daily background? Bet. It's a weird situation for Rodgers. Should have had this done yesterday. We're gonna drag this out deep into free agency. Some more signings. Kaiser White is a member of the Arizona Cardinals. Jonathan Gannon headed down 2 years, $11 million is the details on that one for Kaiser White. He gets to play with Gannon again in Arizona. They needed a linebacker. That makes sense to me. I like Kaiser White. That's basically the same as the David Long deal. It's a good off-ball linebacker class.
I was just about to ask you, who's the better linebacker?
David Long. If he's healthy. He's got injury problems, but I think he's better. White's good, though. White's is a good football player. That's a good deal for Arizona. Sione Takitaki, a 1-year, $2.6 million deal with the Cleveland Browns. There had been a report, I think it was yesterday, of when this deal gets done, it'll be cheap. And someone acted like it was a done deal, but it hadn't been announced yet. It was kind of a weird wording. Now we have it. 1 year's $2.6 million.
It was Mary Kay Cabot. Yep,
Okay.
she'd love to jump right on that. Said, when it happens, this is what the deal will look like.
Okay.
Tampering.
Weird. No, he's a re-signing, so it's not tampering. But the whole thing is kind of weird.
I think my whole thing is I'm just gonna start claiming tampering even when there's no like chance in hell.
You're just gonna claim tampering.
I'm pushing the envelope over here.
Say so. So that's from Sione Takitaki. Okay, this one's fun. Who will win March Madness, Sam? Should I do my bracket right now?
Live on air?
Live on air?
I've been meaning to get my bracket for obvious reasons. Haven't really gotten around to it. I'm going to throw a few futures out as well, and UConn will absolutely be one of them.
Okay.
UConn's just the team that's going to get hot at the right time.
I got to log in here.
Shoot the lights out of the gym and make a run, Kemba style, cardiac Kemba.
Log in here. Maybe I could do my bracket right now if I can remember what my password is.
Maybe we could plug your computer in and
see the picks.
just pull it up on screen.
That'd be pretty funny. Let me
Get your votes in the comments.
Let me know if I can actually log
know.
in. I don't know if I can.
This season feels a little bit more chalk.
Not gonna let me log in. We're fine. I'm not gonna worry about it.
This season feels a little bit more chalk in terms of what the bracket might look like, but I feel like we've said that in past years.
I have not watched very much basketball, so who are they suggesting?
Nicholas Jones says the Houston Cougars. That's the favorite right now. Marcus Sasser, hopefully, if they're healthy, they can easily make a run. It sounded like he was a game-time decision for the AAC tournament final, which they lost to Memphis.
Nice.
Loyalty's with me. He says Huskies.
They're a 1 seed, right?
Who?
Houston.
Houston, yeah, number
So then
number
just
one seed.
sit them for a game.
They can, yeah, they
Yeah,
can afford to
sit
do
'em
so.
for the
Maybe
16 game.
depending on who they. I don't remember exactly who they've got.
No
in that
one's
second
gonna
round.
lose the 16 seed matchup, right? No one's gonna make that.
That's
happen.
never happened before.
That doesn't happen in the modern day. That's fine.
Let's see. John Edward Kruger says Duke and Alabama.
I hate picking Duke though, 'cause I don't
Yeah,
like Duke.
no. Jenkins Gaming. A few people are trolling. They've been saying UNC for obvious reasons.
Even I know they didn't make the tournament this year. Come on, guys.
Heavy Bone 305 says Miami Hurricanes, another team that could get hot and shoot from deep. Dayton Bolin, the Kansas Jayhawks. Tyler Jones, our resident Kansas fan, would be happy with that. Jenkins said, tell Tom to pick UNC. I don't think that option's available in the bracket.
Write in USC and see what happens. See if it goes, you're an idiot. Just response that way.
Bad Day says Texas. Cavaliers says Pitt. Purdue from Roy. Nicholas Jones, Houston. Fat Monkey, Texas. The Canes. Purdue from Zolan. Simo from Painful Punching Cat. Simo's a sleeper, Tom. Keep your eye out.
Southeast Missouri? Doubt.
That is correct.
All right, Alabama's easy. All right, Maryland, West Virginia. Who are we going with here? WVU. How about we get to this news signing here, and then we'll break that down. I'm just looking at the numbers here. Maryland's better. Straight nerd stuff here. Star point guard, Maryland. All right, Maryland's pick. There it is.
Maryland, I bet against Maryland earlier this week.
All right, I
so-
always fade Sam. We'll
and
come back to that here.
Oftentimes it doesn't work for you, I must point out.
We'll come back to that one. Azeez Al-Shaair signing with the Titans. Full details not yet known. That is one of the more under-the-radar off-ball linebackers off the market, the 49ers linebacker. He'll be a starter in Tennessee. Luke Gifford is always going to be a backup linebacker. Sorry, folks. Azeez Al-Shaair. Kind of overshadowed by the presence of guys like Fred Warner. See what the money is. I'm thinking maybe around the David Long deal again. That's a good deal for the Titans, though. It's a good quality pickup.
Follows Rand Carthen to Tennessee, too. I think we imagined a few of those players would get poached by the Titans, and Al-Shaair looks to be the first one.
There you go. Azeez Al-Shaair, first Niner heading to Tennessee. Some people I know on social media are upset by that because they wanted them on their respective team. So, all right, back to March Madness question. Who wins it? Now looking at San Diego State and is that the College of Charleston? We're going SDSU. I don't believe in them. Virginia Furman. Virginia picks scare me because it's Virginia.
I do not like Virginia to go far.
All right, we're gonna stick with Virginia here. Creighton or NC State? I'm feeling Creighton here.
Is what's his face? There's a player for NC State that's a hooper, but I think he might be out.
I'm going with Creighton.
No, Terquavion Smith. Okay, NC State can surprise him. I'll throw that out. NC State is not to be ignored as a sleeper pick there.
I got Baylor over UCSB. Missouri, Utah State. I like to pick the upset teams who just have like one baller. And then just like carries the team. I love those upset picks.
They just let him shoot the ball like
and
35 times.
They just
a
let
night.
one guy carry him. So I'm going to go Utah State upset pick. Arizona. All right, we're done with the South and the South part of the bracket, or at least the initial rounds. Purdue, Memphis, Duke versus Oral Roberts.
Max Abemus can get sneaky.
Max Abemus, we're going. Screw Duke. We're going old.
Let's go.
Oral Roberts.
The best basketball team in Oklahoma.
Quote, go Oral. Tennessee over the Raging Cajuns. Kentucky versus Providence. You know I got a soft spot on my heart for the Friars. Do they have any bigs? All right, we're going to go Providence. Screw it. Kansas State, Michigan State versus USC. See, Tom Izzo kills me every year. Every year I pick him to go short, they go far. Pick him to go far, they get knocked out early. So
I don't know that you can ever really bank on the actual quality of the team with Tom Izzo.
I'm going USC and
Like,
Marquette.
it just doesn't matter.
Screw it, USC and Marquette. Houston, no-brainer there. Iowa versus Auburn. Does Iowa still have one of the Murrays there?
Chris.
Chris Murray, he's still there?
Keegan's younger brother, yep.
Bet. Iowa. Miami, Indiana. Kind of want to pick. I like to pick the that 11 seed to win from the play-in. Always pick them.
Because they don't have the rust.
Iowa State's getting bounced. Give me Xavier over. Is that Kennesaw?
Yes, Kennesaw State.
A&M over Penn State. Texas over Colgate. This is a very chalky bracket. Kansas, Arkansas over Illinois. VCU upset over St. Mary's. UConn over Iona. Sorry, Iona. TCU over Arizona State versus Nevada. Gonzaga, easy pick. Northwestern or Boise?
Give me Northwestern.
Northwestern. UCLA as well. All right, now we're to the Sweet 16 matchups. Alabama over Maryland. Virginia over South Dakota State. And I'll put Bama over Virginia. Creighton over Baylor? Let's do it. I'm going to ride with Rolly here. Arizona over Utah State. Purdue over Memphis. Oral Roberts, Sweet 16 berth?
Do we just ride with Max Abemus again?
Yeah, we're riding with Max Abemus. Let's go. Kansas State over Providence. Marquette over USC. And then we've got, I'm going to go Arizona over Creighton.
I like.
Kind of want to ride Creighton. Screw it. We're riding with Creighton. We got to have something different and not just chalk.
All right.
Reckless picks. Purdue, Marquette, UCLA over Northwestern, Gonzaga over TCU. I will always pick the Zags Sweet 16. UConn over Virginia, Kansas over Gonzaga, A&M over Texas, Xavier wins, Miami over Indiana, Houston wins. I'll go Houston against Xavier, Elite Eight matchup. Houston, Kansas, Purdue over Marquette, Alabama over Creighton. So now 4-1 seeds. No, this isn't what I wanted. This is what happens.
Kind of what I realized too.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you don't know ball.
It's just
That's what
chalk.
happens. Right here is what happens. Who should I pick to win? Put in the comments. Whoever gets the most votes, I will pick.
What if it's close your eyes, first one you see?
Oh, it could be a disaster idea.
Well, yeah.
Kind of want to ride with Bama.
That's the
by
fun.
way. Be a fun pick. I'm gonna go with. Once again, I always like one side of the bracket more than the other side, with like the 1 seeds or whatever. So people seem to be voting Kansas pretty heavily.
To go back to back though, like that's harder than you think. That's pretty damn hard to do.
It is.
But go with it. No balls, you won't.
Trash. It's bad. It's bad picks in there. A lot of Illinois, but is it what's Illinois seed at this year?
Illinois is like a 9, I think, this year.
See, I don't like picking the 9 seeds to go far because then you get screwed
UCLA
early.
is not a bad pick. UCLA could make a nice run.
I had them losing to Gonzaga.
And by the way, just at the bottom of the screen, most recent signing, and I just realized I accidentally put lowercase h for Houston.
Sad. Derek Rivers back with the Houston Texans on a 1-year deal. It's fine. That's a re-signing. All right. SEMO keeps getting picked. I think they're a 16 seed. That's funny. All right. We're going to ride with Bama. Bama over Kansas. Boring as hell bracket.
No Brandon Miller jokes allowed.
I'm not going to make any bracket or any of those jokes, but I'm looking forward to finishing last again, like I do most years. All right, that's it. Super chat time from Chili50. The Jets are going to collapse with locker room politics if Aaron Rodgers is there next year. I have a feeling the receivers feel like they're being replaced by those Aaron wishlist players. There was a report that some of the Jets players were getting frustrated by the whole process, which I would be too. Like, they're clearly out on their current quarterback. They have no interest in riding with Zach Wilson. None whatsoever. And the guy they clearly want, Aaron Rodgers, is out here not fully committing to it. And that just makes the whole situation super awkward and weird and frankly a little bit confusing on that standpoint there. So it's weird. It's weird. Do you want to do, for the loop cut, do you want to make it like a news rumors tracker update and make it into a full cut to do outside, like on demand? Just get like 3 weigh-ins and hit like the Rodgers stuff too as part of it. Yeah, you're good. All right, we're going to do a game here. Shout out your favorite team. We'll give you guys a minute or so to get your comments in here. First team that we see, I will pick and we'll talk about. So we'll give you guys some time. Get your comments in. Whatever NFL team. We're still commenting about college, which I respect. I respect the college basketball comments. But get your NFL teams in the comments. We will give them a shout out. Or I'll pick the first one I see and we'll talk about them. That's it. So give you guys another minute or so here. Maybe 2. I need to sip some beer. My throat's getting really dried out. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I see the Patriots. Junior Estrada. Okay. Fairly quiet-ish to an extent here. Mostly re-signings. They brought back Matthew Slater, Connor McDermott, James Ferentz. They re-signed Jonathan Jones on a super cheap deal, by the way. Raekwon McMillan re-signs on a mostly not guaranteed deal. Miles Bryant is back on a 1-year, $2.6 million deal. And the outside signing so far, Calvin Anderson, a former Patriot, technically speaking, on a 2-year deal. Details not yet known. I think that's more of a wait and see what the guaranteed money is, etc. But he is back as a member of the Patriots, a new outside signing, but he began his career with New England, so that was kind of funny to me. 2-year deal. Details not yet known at this point, but bit of a quiet offseason so far, minus, of course, the Jonnu Smith trade. That was dumping a player they didn't want to have anymore anyway. Re-signing alert, the Chargers have brought back Trey Pipkins on a 3-year deal. Full details not yet known. We'll see what the money ends up looking like there. That might take the Chargers again out of the offensive line market. Pipkins re-signs. They, of course, have Zion Johnson. Curious what they do now with Jamari Salyer. He played, I thought, very well for them when Rashawn Slater went down, was pressed into duty. Pipkins, Salyer, Zion Johnson, Corey Linsley, Rashawn Slater healthy, maybe Matt Fielder as well. That O-line's in much better shape than it was just a couple of years ago with various levels of investment made by L.A. So he's back with the Chargers. He's great, but hey, there's plenty of options, I suppose, in the end. So Pipkins back as a member of the Chargers. Play the game again. Shout out your favorite team, and we will discuss the first one that we see. First one, give you guys a minute or so to get your comments in because there's always the delay, right? Let's see what's going on. Nothing new at this point. Pat Elflein got cut by the Panthers. That saves under $5 million. No surprise there. He wasn't going to be back there. All right, 3, 2, 1. First team is the Miami Dolphins. They're actually Dolphins channel's live right now with Will Scott. I believe they're still live there. With some running back signings, and everyone who says a Dolphin ends up not being a Dolphin. It's just Jeff Wilson, by the way. Jalen Ramsey, that was the big deal by Miami, right? 3rd-round pick and a backup tight end, Hunter Long. That was shocking to me. Goes to the L.A. Rams, a significant get for Miami. Set the tone for them. Wrong David Long, by the way. Mike White, the quarterback, a 2-year deal up to $16 million. I think that number will check in more on the lines of 2 years, $10-ish million. He's going to back up Tua Tagovailoa. David Long, the linebacker, signs on a 2-year, $11 million deal. The former Titan takes his talents to Miami. I love that deal. Duke Riley ends up back as well as another linebacking option. And the Dolphins re-signed both of their running backs to fairly cheap deals. Raheem Mostert, 2 years, $5.6, only $2.2 million guaranteed. Jeff Wilson, 2 years, up to $8.2 million. I think that number might come in fairly similar. I don't know if that ends up fetching more money, or if they still go after a running back, I should say. But I think that's two solid additions, or retentions, I guess I should call it, by the Miami Dolphins to put them in decent shape at the running back spot. Now, if they draft someone, they're fine. If they can get an Austin Eckler or Derrick Henry, like I know Will wants, probably not going to happen. But if it does, hey, they got a decent spot at that front. From James Mackey, Cardinals free agents, trenches / cornerback. Pretty quiet on Arizona. They brought back Kelvin Beachum. They signed a linebacker. Wait, who was it? They signed? Kaiser White. Yes, thank you, Sam. Former Eagles linebacker. This feels like a bit more of a rebuild in Arizona than maybe they want to admit. DeAndre Hopkins should be traded soon. Should be. We'll see when, but he should be dealt at some point in the near future. Thank you, James. Invisible Miner, a $2 super chat as well. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate that. Any super chats that come in, we will show you guys some love here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. All right, still on sub-only chat. By the way, we are 145 subs away from 330K. That's pretty close. I don't think we're going to get there right now. If we do, I'll do a beer bong. Jungle bong it too. Why not? Kind of don't think we get there, though. Sure would be fun if we made that happen. So make sure you guys are subscribed here. Yeah, news it, Lamar, Rodgers. Yeah, lead with that. Then we'll do trackers. So what's going to happen here is we're going to break down the latest around the NFL, Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, any other juicy tidbits out there. I think we should make it a cut for the channel. Yeah, timing. So just have like 3 weigh-ins, whatever, and probably do Fume as a sponsor, would be my guess. We're going to break down the latest juicy rumors out there. We'll spend time on Aaron Rodgers, by the way, just because how can you not here? That's the big story, still waiting to break at that point. We'll break down Lamar Jackson updates, too, and we will break down all of the moves that have been made so far with our NFL free agency tracker. Fairly quiet day, unfortunately, which hoping for more buzz and more traction, but I'm sure there will be more coming. We'll break down the Darren Waller trade. That one was a big move by the Giants and the Raiders there. So, I mean, you gave extensions to both guys and then got the number 100 overall pick. That was it. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We just got 10 more subs. Thank you all so much. Rumors, news, and free agency tracker coming up right now. Welcome into NFL Daily. I am Tom Downey. Day 2 of NFL free agency up and running. A somewhat quiet day, but there were still enough bombshell trades and signings, and of course some very intriguing rumors that have still been out there. And we're going to begin with what is still the top story in the NFL. What the hell is going on with Aaron Rodgers? The Jets and the Packers are waiting on a decision from Rodgers for his future. Pat McAfee, we have nothing new on that particular standpoint with what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Adam Schefter has said the Jets are closing in on a deal for Allen Lazard. I would bet that comes in around $10 million a year, maybe 11, somewhere in that range. They also have interest in Randall Cobb. Connor Orr makes a great point here for Sports Illustrated. If you're the Jets and you just want a good blocking receiver, you're going to move on from Allen Lazard, or from Corey Davis. Allen Lazard does make sense. But, as Dan Graziano points out, if you are just looking at Lazard, okay. If you include Randall Cobb, who's had 1 good year in his last 7, there is no justifiable pursuit of Randall Cobb that isn't based on, hey, we're going to get Aaron Rodgers as well. Plus, you throw in the Mercedes Lewis aspect of the Jets having interest there, and you mentioned Diana Rossini saying Aaron Rodgers gave the Jets a wish list of Randall Cobb, Allen Lazard, Mercedes Lewis, and Odell Beckham Jr., and it certainly looks like a player who said he wasn't going to hold anyone hostage is kind of holding 2 teams hostage right now in the Packers and the Jets. We are 24 hours into NFL free agency, well past that. It's almost, approaching 20 hours now, and there's no decision yet on Aaron Rodgers. Make a call. And by the way, I kind of feel like the Jets are getting worse at the skill spot in the event that they move on from an Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims, and make room for Allen Lazard and Randall Cobb and Mercedes Lewis. You're getting the gang back together, and the gang wasn't good enough in Green Bay. Are they going to be good enough in New York? I'm not so sure. Are the Jets contenders with Rodgers? My answer is probably yes, but just contenders, you want more if you're Aaron Rodgers, right? So sound off for me in the comments section. Why for yes and for no do the Jets become contenders with Aaron Rodgers? The pinned comments on today's show. So if an ad break comes here on YouTube, take advantage of it and go vote. Lamar Jackson, he cannot officially talk with teams until Wednesday, but the market's been very quiet on the former MVP quarterback. Complaints about him wanting a fully guaranteed deal, not really getting it. There was this report from Baltimore Breakdown that Schefter said Lamar Jackson turned down $20 million guaranteed back in September. Having the years and whatnot included doesn't matter that much. Like, I got to know what the actual years are, how much is guaranteed for injury, how much is not. Then Lamar Jackson quote tweeted this. It's cap. Get it? He's wearing a lot of caps. Lamar Jackson then followed it up with 133, 3 years fully guaranteed, but I need an agent. So I don't know if that's what he wanted or if that's what he was actually offered from a fully guaranteed perspective. The 133 number in terms of guaranteed at signing might start to make more sense versus other practical guarantee numbers. So it's a little bit dicey there. And the Ravens are playing a dangerous game because Lamar Jackson could be signed. Is the team going to come through with a 11th hour offer sheet when free agency begins or opening day offer sheet? Maybe. I kind of don't think that happens because suddenly all these teams, the Falcons were linked to Lamar so heavily, and then they signed Taylor Heineke. Really? Taylor Heineke is the route they end up going? Come on. That's not trying to get better. It's trying to have a backup quarterback in there. The Lamar situation is weird. Doesn't make sense. I think there's collusion, but we'll wait and see what happens tomorrow. Now, today's show is sponsored by Fume. We all have bad habits, and we certainly know how hard it can be to kick those bad habits. Our sponsor, Fume, is on a mission to accelerate humanity's breakup from the bad habits that consume far too many of us. Fume is a natural diffusive device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out of your negative habit or a positive one. I didn't expect much from Fume when I got it, but the minty sensation is powerful, and I like the way it hits the back of the throat, too. The Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors for you to enjoy: maple pepper, crisp mint, and white cranberry. Fume is not a vape. It's a non-electronic device designed to transform your negative habits. The easiest way to stop a bad habit is to make the switch to a positive one, and Fume is designed perfectly to do just that. Head to tryfume.com/chatsports and use code chatsports to get 10% off the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com/chatsports and use code chatsports. Save an additional 10% off on your order today. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. All right, as promised, free agency tracker, all of the latest moves made so far. Kelvin Beachum, this is passed since like last night when we were live yesterday. Beachum back to Arizona, 2 years, 5.1, like that deal. Eric Kendricks, really good deal there, 2 years, $13.25 million. Zach Allen got the bag from Denver, 3 years, $45.7 million. Vance Joseph brings his guy from Arizona to Denver with him. Jameis Winston back as the Saints' backup QB behind Derek Carr. 1 year deal up to $8 million. Jimmy Ward, 2 years, $13 million. I like that deal. It's a veteran fit for a team that needs defenders, a guy who knows the defense there. Caden Ellis, the off-ball linebacker, kind of a strong side linebacker. 3 years, $21.5 million. Can maybe play a bit of edge for you. That was a weird signing. Falcons paying all the old Saints guys. Marcus Davenport, speaking of Saints, 1 year, $13 million. He had a half sack last year. Draymond Jones goes from Denver to Seattle, much like Shelby Harris, whose spot he takes on the roster. 3 years, $51.53 million. big-time money for the defensive tackle market this year. DeMarcus Walker, who was on his third team in as many years with the Tennessee Titans this past year, has 7 sacks, 3 years, $21 million. Good for him, but man, that's a lot of money. E.J. Speed, 2 years, $8 million, the Colts linebacker. Taylor Heineke, 2 years, up to 20, probably more like 2 years, 15, 16, to be the backup behind Desmond Ridder. Luke Gifford, 2 years, up to $5 million. Tennessee not done at linebacker. Stay tuned. Jacoby Myers, one that got things going this morning. 3 years, $33 million. $21 million, that's guaranteed, by the way. Shaq Mason, a trade sent off to the Houston Texans for a 6th and a 7th-round pick going back and forth, so next to nothing there for Houston and Tampa. Texans get a starting guard. They also cut A.J. Cann to make room for that. Nick Mullins back with the Minnesota Vikings. Full details not yet known. Donovan Wilson, he's a Cowboy again. 3-year, $24 million deal. 13.5 of that is guaranteed at signing. Been a quieter today, to be honest. So what free agency move so far has been the most underrated? Let me know in the comment section of all the moves made so far, past 2 days, who is the most underrated free agency move at this point? Raheem Mostert to the Miami Dolphins, a re-signing there. They also brought back Jeff Wilson. More on that. In a illegal move, the Colts have signed a kicker, Matt Gay, to a highest-paid kicker contract ever, which kickers aren't people. Dalvin Tomlinson, 4 years, $57 million deal with the Cleveland Browns. Also make note, Matt Nelson re-signed with the Jets. Deshaun Wharton back on a 1-year, $2.02 million deal. I like that Dalvin Tomlinson move, though. 4 years, $57 million, a run-stopping defensive tackle, exactly what the Cleveland Browns needed. Other re-signings, Andrew Wingard's back, special team / safety. Brandon Parker's back. Noah Brown. The Texans like signing veterans. I don't really know why. They just love to do it. No details yet. Probably going to be cheap. Noah Brown, the former Cowboy wide receiver. Miles Bryant, 1 year, $2.6 million. Terrell Dodson, Ryan Neal. It's a tender for Ryan Neal. I think Miles Bryant, too, by the way. Michael Thomas is back with the Saints on a 1 year, $10 million deal. Some incentives mixed in there as well. But Michael Thomas is going to hope to recapture his old form with Derek Carr. Now, we will have more NFL free agency coverage for you. We'll be live on Wednesday, on Thursday as well, most likely. We'll have winners and losers, a post-free agency mock draft as well. So make sure you guys are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos every single day right here on Chat Sports. 2 centers mixed between 2 Steelers players here. Garrett Bradberry, 3 years, $15.75 million. DeMonte Kazee goes back to Pittsburgh. Nate Herbig could be a new guard for the Steelers. Jake Brendel, 4 years, $20 million. So 2 starting centers in Brendel and Bradberry going to stick around with their current teams on re-signing. Other moves, and some of these are really intriguing. Jeff Wilson, 2 years, up to $8.2 million. When you see up to, the real number, the likely to be earned, the salary cap number is less than that. I mean, it might be more like $5 million, frankly, for Jeff Wilson. Darren Waller, 2023 third-round pick to the Raiders. Darren Waller goes to the Giants. What a shocking deal that one ended up being here. Emmanuel Mosley, 1 year, $6 million. That was kind of an under-the-radar move there. He's coming off injury, but that's a good pickup for Detroit. They're good at corner now. I wonder what they're going to do. We'll come back to Waller in a second. I want to make a quick note of Rashad Penny. No details yet there. That could be interesting. When healthy, he's really good, but he has not been a big-time healthy player. That's always the big red flag, right? The Darren Waller trade was the big one, right? If you get 2020, 2019 Darren Waller, this is a steal. This is a super big steal. If you get past 2 years Darren Waller, it's not as appealing, and that might make more sense for the Raiders. They've kind of shopped him for the past couple of years. Past year, really. Almost flipped him for Devontae Adams. But the Raiders are doing weird things, man. So, Raiders get the third-round pick. The Giants end up getting Darren Waller. You guys can vote for me who you think won that particular trade. R for the Las Vegas Raiders. G for the New York Giants. Get those votes in. I'm going Giants. Maybe Darren Waller ends up being cooked, but I do think he's going to contribute in a big way for Daniel Jones and the Giants this upcoming year. You see a new deal right there, right? As we are filming, Allen Lazard, according to Jordan Schultz, 4 years, $44 million to the New York Jets. $22 million of that is guaranteed. So Allen Lazard is a Jet coming off a 788-yard season as one of Aaron Rodgers' favorite targets. It just seems like, we mentioned at the top of the show, just seems like we're waiting and waiting for Aaron Rodgers to officially become a Jet. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, other moves here. Azeez Al-Shaair, the former Niners linebacker, goes to Tennessee Titans. We teased that one during the Luke Gifford signing. Derek Rivers back to the Houston Texans. Trey Pipkins, by the way, a 3-year, $21.75 million deal. So below-ish end of the starting right tackle market there for Trey Pipkins. So a decent deal for him there. Allen Lazard, the big news here in the past really half hour-ish, somewhere in that range. When there's news, we will have you guys covered. So make sure you are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos right here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. You guys can grade the signing, by the way, of Allen Lazard, A, B, C, D, or F. This is going to be an R grade for Rodgers. This is what this is about, right? Like, the Jets have Corey Davis, so I'm assuming they're going to cut or trade, whatever. They have Elijah Moore. They have Garrett Wilson. They have Denzel Mims. Like, receivers not their biggest need. It is, though, especially in light of the Randall Cobb and Mercedes Lewis reports there, of getting Rodgers to Green Bay. And if this doesn't go down, by the way,
criminal organizational failure.
Look, he's going to be a Jet at some point.
If none of this happens, Zach Wilson will immediately request a trade because his confidence must be as
he's
low as
got to
it's ever.
request a trade. He's gone.
His confidence is as low as it's ever been in his life, and we know what he's into in his personal time.
A lot of B's in the comment section. Look, again, if I can get Elijah Moore, if I'm a different NFL team, I have a lot of interest in going out and getting more. I'm calling the Jets at minimum right now.
I did see the whole, I don't know if this wasn't really Josina Anderson reporting much anything really. I think someone really asked her, like, does this mean that we should be looking to try and trade for Elijah Moore? And she said no, but I also don't know if that was her reporting that with sources or if that's just kind of information she's gotten or a hunch she's gotten. Either way, his future just seems really, really murky.
The Jets have held him and Denzel Mims hostage for years, so combined at least. So get him out of there. Invisible Miner, $5. The Ravens got to bring back their old GM. That's Ozzie Newsome. Eric DeCosta, the new GM, is not that good. What do you think? What do you mean this mess with Ozzie? It is very concerning when your GM throws your receivers under the bus and the receivers get mad at him. That's happened with Rashad Bateman. It's kind of a no-win situation for your GM when he's got to be like, hey, why don't you have any receivers? Like, well, you've drafted a bunch of guys. They haven't played as well as they need to. Are you going to blame them? You're going to say it's on me? It's just there's no right answer there. You pay Lamar, everything feels better. It's that simple. All right, make sure you guys are subscribed here on Chat Sports. Free videos every single day. We're going to take a break. We're going to keep it on loop, recapping all the news. If more stuff happens, if there's another signing, a big deal, whatever, we will come back in with that news. So hang out. See news happen, you can jump back in as well. The Trade Agency Tracker, latest news and rumors, all coming up on loop right now. Welcome into NFL Daily. I am Tom Downey. Day 2 of NFL free agency up and running. A somewhat quiet day, but there were still enough bombshell trades and signings, and of course some very intriguing rumors that have still been out there. And we're going to begin with what is still the top story in the NFL. What the hell is going on with Aaron Rodgers? The Jets and the Packers are waiting on a decision from Rodgers for his future. Pat McAfee We have nothing new on that particular standpoint with what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Adam Schefter has said the Jets are closing in on a deal for Allen Lazard. I would bet that comes in around $10 million a year, maybe 11, somewhere in that range. They also have interest in Randall Cobb. Connor Orr makes a great point here for Sports Illustrated. If you're the Jets and you just want a good blocking receiver, you're going to move on from Allen Lazard or from Corey Davis. Allen Lazard does make sense. But, as Dan Graziano points out, if you are just looking at Lazard, okay. If you include Randall Cobb, who's had one good year in his last 7, there is no justifiable pursuit of Randall Cobb that isn't based on, hey, we're going to get Aaron Rodgers as well. Plus, you throw in the Mercedes Lewis aspect of the Jets having interest there, and you mentioned Diana Rossini saying Aaron Rodgers gave the Jets a wish list of Randall Cobb, Allen Lazard, Mercedes Lewis, and Odell Beckham Jr., and it certainly looks like a player who said he wasn't going to hold anyone hostage is kind of holding 2 teams hostage right now in the Packers and the Jets. We are 24 hours into NFL free agency, well past that. It's almost, approaching 20 hours now, and there's no decision yet on Aaron Rodgers. Make a call. And by the way, I kind of feel like the Jets are getting worse at the skill spot in the event that they move on from an Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims, and make room for Allen Lazard and Randall Cobb and Mercedes Lewis. You're getting the gang back together, and the gang wasn't good enough in Green Bay. Are they going to be good enough in New York? I'm not so sure. Are the Jets contenders with Rodgers? My answer is probably yes, but just contenders, you want more if you're Aaron Rodgers, right? So sound off for me in the comments section. Why for yes and for no do the Jets become contenders with Aaron Rodgers? The pinned comments on today's show. So if an ad break comes here on YouTube, take advantage of it and go vote. Lamar Jackson, he cannot officially talk with teams until Wednesday, but the market's been very quiet on the former MVP quarterback. Complaints about him wanting a fully guaranteed deal, not really getting it. There was this report from Baltimore Breakdown that Schefter said Lamar Jackson turned down $20 million guaranteed back in September. Having the years and whatnot included doesn't matter that much. I got to know what the actual years are, how much is guaranteed for injury, how much is not. Then Lamar Jackson quote tweeted this. It's cap. Get it? He's wearing a lot of caps. Lamar Jackson then followed it up with 133, 3 years fully guaranteed, but I need an agent. So I don't know if that's what he wanted or if that's what he was actually offered from a fully guaranteed perspective. The 133 number in terms of guaranteed at signing might start to make more sense versus other practical guarantee numbers. So it's a little bit dicey there. And the Ravens are playing a dangerous game because Lamar Jackson could be signed. Is the team going to come through with a 11th hour offer sheet when free agency begins or opening day offer sheet? Maybe. I kind of don't think that happens because suddenly all these teams, the Falcons were linked to Lamar so heavily, and then they signed Taylor Heineke. Really? Taylor Heineke is the route they end up going? Come on. That's not trying to get better. It's trying to have a backup quarterback in there. The Lamar situation is weird. Doesn't make sense. I think there's collusion, but we'll wait and see what happens tomorrow. Now, today's show is sponsored by Fume. We all have bad habits, and we certainly know how hard it can be to kick those bad habits. Our sponsor, Fume, is on a mission to accelerate humanity's breakup from the bad habits that consume far too many of us. Fume is a natural diffusive device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out of your negative habit or a positive one. I didn't expect much from Fume when I got it, but the minty sensation is powerful, and I like the way it hits the back of the throat, too. The Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors for you to enjoy: maple pepper, crisp mint, and white cranberry. Fume is not a vape. It's a non-electronic device designed to transform your negative habits. The easiest way to stop a bad habit is to make the switch to a positive one, and Fume is designed perfectly to do just that. Head to tryfume.com/chatsports and use code chatsports to get 10% off the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com/chatsports and use code Chat Sports. Save an additional 10% off on your order today. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. All right, as promised, free agency tracker, all of the latest moves made so far. Kelvin Beachum, this has passed since like last night when we were live yesterday. Beachum back to Arizona, 2 years, 5.1, like that deal. Eric Kendricks, really good deal there, 2 years, $13.25 million. Zach Allen got the bag from Denver, 3 years, $45.7 million. Vance Joseph brings his guy from Arizona to Denver with him. Jameis Winston back as the Saints' backup QB behind Derek Carr. 1 year deal up to $8 million. Jimmy Ward, 2 years, $13 million. I like that deal. It's a veteran fit for a team that needs defenders, a guy who knows the defense there. Caden Ellis, the off-ball linebacker, kind of a strong side linebacker. 3 years, $21.5 million. Can maybe play a bit of edge for you. That was a weird signing. Falcons paying all the old Saints guys. Marcus Davenport, speaking of Saints, 1 year, $13 million. He had a half sack last year. Draymond Jones goes from Denver to Seattle, much like Shelby Harris, whose spot he takes on the roster. 3 years, $51.53 million. Big time money for the defensive tackle market this year. DeMarcus Walker, who was on his third team in as many years with the Tennessee Titans this past year, has 7 sacks, 3 years, $21 million. Good for him, but man, that's a lot of money. EJ Speed, 2 years, $8 million, the Colts linebacker. Taylor Heineke, 2 years, up to 20, probably more like 2 years, 15, 16, to be the backup behind Desmond Ridder. Luke Gifford, 2 years, up to $5 million. Tennessee not done at linebacker. Stay tuned. Jacoby Myers, one that got things going this morning. 3 years, $33 million. $21 million, that's guaranteed, by the way. Shaq Mason, a trade sent off to the Houston Texans for a 6th and a 7th round pick going back and forth. So next to nothing there for Houston and Tampa. Texans get a starting guard. They also cut A.J. Cann to make room for that. Nick Mullins back with the Minnesota Vikings. Full details not yet known. Donovan Wilson. He's a Cowboy again, 3 year, $24 million deal. 13.5 of that is guaranteed at signing. Bit quieter today, to be honest. So what free agency move so far has been the most underrated? Let me know in the comment section of all the moves made so far, past 2 days, who is the most underrated free agency move at this point? Raheem Mostert to the Miami Dolphins, a re-signing there. They also brought back Jeff Wilson. More on that. In a illegal move, the Colts have signed a kicker, Matt Gay, to a highest-paid kicker contract ever, which kickers aren't people. Dalvin Tomlinson, 4 years, $57 million deal with the Cleveland Browns. Also make note, Matt Nelson re-signs with the Jets. Deshaun Wharton back on a 1 year, $2.02 million deal. I like that Dalvin Tomlinson move, though. 4 years, $57 million, a run-stopping defensive tackle, exactly what the Cleveland Browns needed. Other re-signings, Andrew Wingard's back, special team / safety. Brandon Parker's back. Noah Brown. The Texans like signing veterans. I don't really know why. They just love to do it. No details yet. Probably going to be cheap. Noah Brown, the former Cowboy wide receiver. Miles Bryant, 1 year, $2.6 million. Terrell Dodson, Ryan Neal. It's a tender for Ryan Neal. I think Miles Bryant, too, by the way. Michael Thomas is back with the Saints on a 1 year, $10 million deal. Some incentives mixed in there as well. But Michael Thomas is going to hope to recapture his old form with Derek Carr. Now, we will have more NFL free agency coverage for you. We'll be live on Wednesday, on Thursday as well, most likely. We'll have winners and losers, a post-free agency mock draft as well. So make sure you guys are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos every single day right here on Chat Sports. Two centers mixed between two Steelers players here. Garrett Bradberry, 3 years, $15.75 million. DeMonte Kazee goes back to Pittsburgh. Nate Herbig could be a new guard for the Steelers. Jake Brendel, 4 years, $20 million. So two starting centers in Brendel and Bradberry going to stick around with their current teams on re-signing. Other moves, and some of these are really intriguing. Jeff Wilson, 2 years, up to $8.2 million. When you see up to, the real number, the likely to be earned, the salary cap number is less than that. I mean, it might be more like $5 million, frankly, for Jeff Wilson. Darren Waller, 2023 third-round pick to the Raiders. Darren Waller goes to the Giants. What a shocking deal that one ended up being here. Emmanuel Mosley, 1 year, $6 million. That was kind of an under-the-radar move there. He's coming off injury, but that's a good pickup for Detroit. They're good at corner now. I wonder what they're going to do. We'll come back to Waller in a second. I want to make a quick note of Rashad Penny. No details yet there. That could be interesting. When healthy, he's really good, but he has not been a big-time healthy player. That's always the big red flag, right? The Darren Waller trade was the big one, right? If you get 2020, 2019 Darren Waller, this is a steal. This is a super big steal. If you get past 2 years Darren Waller, it's not as appealing, and that might make more sense for the Raiders. They've kind of shopped him for the past couple of years. Past year, really. Almost flipped him for Devontae Adams. But the Raiders are doing weird things, man. So, Raiders get the third-round pick. The Giants end up getting Darren Waller. You guys can vote for me who you think won that particular trade. R for the Las Vegas Raiders. G for the New York Giants. Get those votes in. I'm going Giants. Maybe Darren Waller ends up being cooked, but I do think he's going to contribute in a big way for Daniel Jones and the Giants this upcoming year. You see a new deal right there, right? As we are filming, Allen Lazard, according to Jordan Schultz, 4 years, $44 million to the New York Jets. $22 million of that is guaranteed. So Allen Lazard is a Jet coming off a 788-yard season as one of Aaron Rodgers' favorite targets. It just seems like, we mentioned at the top of the show, just seems like we're waiting and waiting for Aaron Rodgers to officially become a Jet. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, other moves here. Azeez Al-Shaair, the former Niners linebacker, goes to Tennessee Titans. We teased that one during the Luke Gifford signing. Derek Rivers back to the Houston Texans. Trey Pipkins, by the way, a 3-year, $21.75 million deal. So below-ish end of the starting right tackle market there for Trey Pipkins. So a decent deal for him there. Allen Lazard, the big news here in the past, really, half hour-ish, somewhere in that range. When there's news, we will have you guys covered, so make sure you are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos right here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Welcome into NFL Daily. I am Tom Downey. Day 2 of NFL free agency up and running. A somewhat quiet day, but there were still enough bombshell trades and signings, and of course some very intriguing rumors that have still been out there. And we're going to begin with what is still the top story in the NFL. What the hell is going on with Aaron Rodgers? The Jets and the Packers are waiting on a decision from Rodgers for his future. Pat McAfee, we have nothing new on that particular standpoint with what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Adam Schefter said the Jets are closing in on a deal for Allen Lazard. I would bet that comes in around $10 million a year, maybe 11, somewhere in that range. They also have interest in Randall Cobb. Connor Orr makes a great point here of Sports Illustrated. If you're the Jets and you just want a good blocking receiver, you're going to move on from Allen Lazard, or from Corey Davis. Allen Lazard does make sense. But, as Dan Graziano points out, if you are just looking at Lazard, okay. If you include Randall Cobb, who's had one good year in his last 7, there is no justifiable pursuit of Randall Cobb that isn't based on, hey, we're going to get Aaron Rodgers as well. Plus, you throw in the Mercedes Lewis aspect of the Jets having interest there, and you mentioned Diana Rossini saying Aaron Rodgers gave the Jets a wish list of Randall Cobb, Allen Lazard, Mercedes Lewis, and Odell Beckham Jr., and it certainly looks like a player who said he wasn't going to hold anyone hostage is kind of holding 2 teams hostage right now in the Packers and the Jets. We are 24 hours into NFL free agency, well past that. It's almost, approaching 20 hours now, and there's no decision yet on Aaron Rodgers. Make a call. And by the way, I kind of feel like the Jets are getting worse at the skill spot in the event that they move on from an Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims, and make room for Allen Lazard and Randall Cobb and Mercedes Lewis. You're getting the gang back together, and the gang wasn't good enough in Green Bay. Is it going to be good enough in New York? I'm not so sure. Are the Jets contenders with Rodgers? My answer is probably yes, but just contenders, you want more if you're Aaron Rodgers, right? So sound off for me in the comments section. Why for yes and for no, do the Jets become contenders with Aaron Rodgers? The pinned comments on today's show. So if an ad break comes here on YouTube, take advantage of it and go vote. Lamar Jackson, he cannot officially talk with teams until Wednesday, but the market's been very quiet on the former MVP quarterback. Complaints about him wanting a fully guaranteed deal, not really getting it. There was this report from Baltimore Breakdown that Schefter said Lamar Jackson turned down $20 million guaranteed back in September. Having the years and whatnot included doesn't matter that much. Like, I got to know what the actual years are, how much is guaranteed for injury, how much is not. Then Lamar Jackson quote tweeted this. It's cap. Get it? He's wearing a lot of caps. Lamar Jackson then followed it up with 133, 3 years fully guaranteed, but I need an agent. So I don't know if that's what he wanted or if that's what he was actually offered from a fully guaranteed perspective. The 133 number in terms of guaranteed at signing might start to make more sense versus other practical guarantee numbers. So it's a little bit dicey there. And the Ravens are playing a dangerous game because Lamar Jackson could be signed. Is the team going to come through with a 11th hour offer sheet when free agency begins, or opening day offer sheet? Maybe. I kind of don't think that happens because suddenly all these teams, the Falcons were linked to Lamar so heavily, and then they signed Taylor Heineke. Really? Taylor Heineke is the route they end up going? Come on. That's not trying to get better. It's trying to have a backup quarterback in there. The Lamar situation is weird. Doesn't make sense. I think there's collusion, but we'll wait and see what happens tomorrow. Now, today's show is sponsored by Fume. We all have bad habits, and we certainly know how hard it can be to kick those bad habits. Our sponsor, Fume, is on a mission to accelerate humanity's breakup from the bad habits that consume far too many of us. Fume is a natural diffusive device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out of your negative habit or a positive one. I didn't expect much from Fume when I got it, but the minty sensation is powerful, and I like the way it hits the back of the throat, too. The Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors for you to enjoy: maple pepper, crisp mint, and white cranberry. Fume is not a vape. It's a non-electronic device designed to transform your negative habits. The easiest way to stop a bad habit is to make the switch to a positive one, and Fume is designed perfectly to do just that. Head to tryfume.com/chatsports and use code chatsports to get 10% off the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com/chatsports and use code chatsports. Save an additional 10% off on your order today. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. All right, as promised, free agency tracker, all of the latest moves made so far. Kelvin Beachum, this has been passed since like last night when we were live yesterday. Beachum back to Arizona, 2 years, 5.1, like that deal. Eric Kendricks, really good deal there, 2 years, $13.25 million. Zach Allen got the bag from Denver, 3 years, $45.7 million. Vance Joseph brings his guy from Arizona to Denver with him. Jameis Winston back as the Saints backup QB behind Derek Carr. 1 year deal up to $8 million. Jimmy Ward, 2 years, $13 million. I like that deal. It's a veteran fit for a team that needs defenders, a guy who knows the defense there. Caden Ellis, the off-ball linebacker, kind of a strong side linebacker. 3 years, $21.5 million. Can maybe play a bit of edge for you. That was a weird signing. Falcons paying all the old Saints guys. Marcus Davenport, speaking of Saints, 1 year, $13 million. He had a half sack last year. Draymond Jones goes from Denver to Seattle, much like Shelby Harris, whose spot he takes on the roster. 3 years, $51.53 million. big-time money for the defensive tackle market this year. DeMarcus Walker, who was on his third team in as many years with the Tennessee Titans this past year, has 7 sacks, 3 years, $21 million. Good for him, but man, that's a lot of money. E.J. Speed, 2 years, $8 million, the Colts linebacker. Taylor Heineke, 2 years, up to 20, probably more like 2 years, 15, 16, to be the backup behind Desmond Ridder. Luke Gifford, 2 years, up to $5 million. Tennessee not done at linebacker. Stay tuned. Jacoby Myers, one that got things going this morning. 3 years, $33 million. $21 million, that's guaranteed, by the way. Shaq Mason, a trade sent off to the Houston Texans for a 6th and a 7th round pick going back and forth. So next to nothing there for Houston and Tampa. Texans get a starting guard. They also cut A.J. Cann to make room for that. Nick Mullins back with the Minnesota Vikings. Full details not yet known. Donovan Wilson, he's a Cowboy again. 3-year, $24 million deal. 13.5 of that is guaranteed at signing. Bit of quieter today, to be honest. So what free agency move so far has been the most underrated? Let me know in the comment section of all the moves made so far, past 2 days, who is the most underrated free agency move at this point? Raheem Mostert to the Miami Dolphins, a re-signing there. They also brought back Jeff Wilson. More on that. In a illegal move, the Colts have signed a kicker, Matt Gay, to a highest-paid kicker contract ever, which kickers aren't people. Dalvin Tomlinson, 4 years, $57 million deal with the Cleveland Browns. Also make note, Matt Nelson re-signs with the Jets. Deshaun Wharton back on a 1-year, $2.02 million deal. I like that Dalvin Tomlinson move, though. 4 years, $57 million, a run-stopping defensive tackle, exactly what the Cleveland Browns needed. Other re-signings, Andrew Wingard's back, special team/safety. Brandon Parker's back. Noah Brown. The Texans like signing veterans. I don't really know why. They just love to do it. No details yet. Probably going to be cheap. Noah Brown, the former Cowboy wide receiver. Miles Bryant, 1 year, $2.6 million. Terrell Dodson, Ryan Neal. That's a tender for Ryan Neal. I think Miles Bryant, too, by the way. Michael Thomas is back with the Saints on a 1 year, $10 million deal. Some incentives mixed in there as well. But Michael Thomas is going to hope to recapture his old form with Derek Carr. Now, we will have more NFL free agency coverage for you. We'll be live on Wednesday, on Thursday as well, most likely. We'll have winners and losers, a post-free agency mock draft as well. So make sure you guys are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos every single day right here on Chat Sports. 2 centers mixed between 2 Steelers players here. Garrett Bradberry, 3 years, $15.75 million. DeMonte Kazee goes back to Pittsburgh. Nate Herbig could be a new guard for the Steelers. Jake Brendel, 4 years, $20 million. So 2 starting centers in Brendel and Bradberry going to stick around with their current teams on re-signing. Other moves, and some of these are really intriguing. Jeff Wilson, 2 years, up to $8.2 million. When you see up to, the real number, the likely to be earned, the salary cap number is less than that. I mean, it might be more like $5 million, frankly, for Jeff Wilson. Darren Waller, 2023 third-round pick to the Raiders. Darren Waller goes to the Giants. What a shocking deal that one ended up being here. Emmanuel Mosley, 1 year, $6 million. That was kind of an under-the-radar move there. He's coming off injury, but that's a good pickup for Detroit. They're good at corner now. I wonder what they're going to do. We'll come back to Waller in a second. I want to make a quick note of Rashad Penny. No details yet there. That could be interesting. When healthy, he's really good, but he has not been a big-time healthy player. That's always the big red flag, right? The Darren Waller trade was the big one, right? If you get 2020, 2019 Darren Waller, this is a steal. This is a super big steal. If you get past 2 years Darren Waller, it's not as appealing, and that might make more sense for the Raiders. They've kind of shopped him for the past couple of years. Past year, really. Almost flipped him for Devontae Adams. But the Raiders are doing weird things, man. So, Raiders get the third-round pick. The Giants end up getting Darren Waller. You guys can vote for me who you think won that particular trade. R for the Las Vegas Raiders. G for the New York Giants. Get those votes in. I'm going Giants. Maybe Darren Waller ends up being cooked, but I do think he's going to contribute in a big way for Daniel Jones and the Giants this upcoming year. You see a new deal right there, right? As we are filming, Allen Lazard, according to Jordan Schultz, 4 years, $44 million to the New York Jets. $22 million of that is guaranteed. So Allen Lazard is a Jet, coming off a 788-yard season as one of Aaron Rodgers' favorite targets. It just seems like, we mentioned at the top of the show, just seems like we're waiting and waiting for Aaron Rodgers to officially become a Jet. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, other moves here. Azeez Al-Shaair, the former Niners linebacker, goes to Tennessee Titans. We teased that one during the Luke Gifford signing. Derek Rivers back to the Houston Texans. Trey Pipkins, by the way, a 3-year, $21.75 million deal. So below-ish end of the starting right tackle market there for Trey Pipkins. So a decent deal for him there. Allen Lazard, the big news here in the past really hour-ish, half-hour-ish, somewhere in that range. When there's news, we will have you guys covered. So make sure you are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos right here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Welcome into NFL Daily. I am Tom Downey. Day 2 of NFL free agency up and running. A somewhat quiet day, but there were still enough bombshell trades and signings, and of course some very intriguing rumors that have still been out there. And we're going to begin with what is still the top story in the NFL. What the hell is going on with Aaron Rodgers? The Jets and the Packers are waiting on a decision from Rodgers for his future. Pat McAfee, we have nothing new on that particular standpoint with what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Adam Schefter has said the Jets are closing in on a deal for Allen Lazard. I would bet that comes in around $10 million a year, maybe 11, somewhere in that range. They also have interest in Randall Cobb. Connor Orr makes a great point here of Sports Illustrated. If you're the Jets and you just want a good blocking receiver, you're going to move on from Allen Lazard, or from Corey Davis. Allen Lazard does make sense. But, as Dan Graziano points out, if you are just looking at Lazard, okay. If you include Randall Cobb, who's had one good year in his last 7, there is no justifiable pursuit of Randall Cobb that isn't based on, hey, we're going to get Aaron Rodgers as well. Plus, you throw in the Mercedes Lewis aspect of the Jets having interest there. And you mentioned Diana Rossini saying Aaron Rodgers gave the Jets a wish list of Randall Cobb, Allen Lazard, Mercedes Lewis, and Odell Beckham Jr. And it certainly looks like a player who said he wasn't going to hold anyone hostage is kind of holding 2 teams hostage right now in the Packers and the Jets. We are 24 hours into NFL free agency, well past that. It's almost, approaching 20 hours now, and there's no decision yet on Aaron Rodgers. Make a call. And by the way, I kind of feel like the Jets are getting worse at the skill spot in the event that they move on from an Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims, and make room for Allen Lazard and Randall Cobb and Mercedes Lewis. You're getting the gang back together, and the gang wasn't good enough in Green Bay. Is it going to be good enough in New York? I'm not so sure. Are the Jets contenders with Rodgers? My answer is probably yes, but just contenders, you want more if you're Aaron Rodgers, right? So sound off for me in the comments section. Why for yes and for no, do the Jets become contenders with Aaron Rodgers? The pinned comments on today's show. So if an ad break comes here on YouTube, take advantage of it and go vote. Lamar Jackson, he cannot officially talk with teams until Wednesday, but the market's been very quiet on the former MVP quarterback. Complaints about him wanting a fully guaranteed deal, not really getting it. There was this report from Baltimore Breakdown that Schefter said Lamar Jackson turned down $20 million guaranteed back in September. Having the years and whatnot included doesn't matter that much. I got to know what the actual years are, how much is guaranteed for injury, how much is not. Then Lamar Jackson quote tweeted this. It's cap. Get it? He's wearing a lot of caps. Lamar Jackson then followed it up with 133, 3 years fully guaranteed, but I need an agent. So I don't know if that's what he wanted or if that's what he was actually offered from a fully guaranteed perspective. The 133 number in terms of guaranteed at signing might start to make more sense versus other practical guarantee numbers. So it's a little bit dicey there. And the Ravens are playing a dangerous game because Lamar Jackson could be signed. Is the team going to come through with a 11th hour offer sheet when free agency begins, or opening day offer sheet? Maybe. I kind of don't think that happens because suddenly all these teams, the Falcons were linked to Lamar so heavily, and then they signed Taylor Heineke. Really? Taylor Heineke is the route they end up going? Come on. That's not trying to get better. It's trying to have a backup quarterback in there. The Lamar situation is weird. Doesn't make sense. I think there's collusion, but we'll wait and see what happens tomorrow. Now, today's show is sponsored by Fume. We all have bad habits, and we certainly know how hard it can be to kick those bad habits. Our sponsor, Fume, is on a mission to accelerate humanity's breakup from the bad habits that consume far too many of us. Fume is a natural diffusive device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out of your negative habit or a positive one. I didn't expect much from Fume when I got it, but the minty sensation is powerful, and I like the way it hits the back of the throat, too. The Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors for you to enjoy: maple pepper, crisp mint, and white cranberry. Fume is not a vape. It's a non-electronic device designed to transform your negative habits. The easiest way to stop a bad habit is to make the switch to a positive one, and Fume is designed perfectly to do just that. Head to tryfume.com/chatsports and use code chatsports to get 10% off the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com/chatsports and use code chatsports. Save an additional 10% off on your order today. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. All right, as promised, free agency tracker, all of the latest moves made so far. Kelvin Beachum, this has passed since like last night when we were live yesterday. Beachum back to Arizona, 2 years, 5.1, like that deal. Eric Kendricks, really good deal there, 2 years, $13.25 million. Zach Allen got the bag from Denver, 3 years, $45.7 million. Vance Joseph brings his guy from Arizona to Denver with him. Jameis Winston back as the Saints' backup QB behind Derek Carr. 1-year deal up to $8 million. Jimmy Ward, 2 years, $13 million. I like that deal. It's a veteran fit for a team that needs defenders, a guy who knows the defense there. Caden Ellis, the off-ball linebacker, kind of a strong side linebacker. 3 years, $21.5 million. Can maybe play a bit of edge for you. That was a weird signing. Falcons paying all the old Saints guys. Marcus Davenport, speaking of Saints, 1 year, $13 million. He had a half sack last year. Draymond Jones goes from Denver to Seattle, much like Shelby Harris, whose spot he takes on the roster. 3 years, $51.53 million. Big time money for the defensive tackle market this year. DeMarcus Walker, who was on his third team in as many years with the Tennessee Titans this past year, has 7 sacks, 3 years, $21 million. Good for him, but man, that's a lot of money. EJ Speed, 2 years, $8 million, the Colts linebacker. Taylor Heineke, 2 years, up to 20, probably more like 2 years, 15, 16, to be the backup behind Desmond Ridder. Luke Gifford, 2 years, up to $5 million. Tennessee not done at linebacker. Stay tuned. Jacoby Myers, one that got things going this morning. 3 years, $33 million. $21 million, that's guaranteed, by the way. Shaq Mason, a trade sent off to the Houston Texans for a 6th and a 7th round pick going back and forth. So next to nothing there for Houston and Tampa. Texans get a starting guard. They also cut A.J. Cann to make room for that. Nick Mullins back with the Minnesota Vikings. Full details not yet known. Donovan Wilson. He's a Cowboy again, 3-year, $24 million deal. 13.5 of that is guaranteed at signing. Been a quieter today, to be honest. So what free agency move so far has been the most underrated? Let me know in the comment section of all the moves made so far, past 2 days, who is the most underrated free agency move at this point? Raheem Mostert to the Miami Dolphins are re-signing there. They also brought back Jeff Wilson. More on that. In a illegal move, the Colts have signed a kicker, Matt Gay, to a highest-paid kicker contract ever, which kickers aren't people. Dalvin Tomlinson, 4 years, $57 million deal with the Cleveland Browns. Also make note, Matt Nelson re-signed with the Jets. Deshaun Wharton back on a 1-year, $2.02 million deal. I like that Dalvin Tomlinson move, though. 4 years, $57 million, a run-stopping defensive tackle, exactly what the Cleveland Browns needed. Other re-signings, Andrew Wingard's back, special team/safety. Brandon Parker's back. Noah Brown. The Texans like signing veterans. I don't really know why. They just love to do it. No details yet. Probably going to be cheap. Noah Brown, the former Cowboy wide receiver. Miles Bryant, 1 year, $2.6 million. Terrell Dodson, Ryan Neal. It's a tender for Ryan Neal. I think Miles Bryant, too, by the way. Michael Thomas is back with the Saints on a 1 year, $10 million deal. Some incentives mixed in there as well. But Michael Thomas is going to hope to recapture his old form with Derek Carr. Now, we will have more NFL free agency coverage for you. We'll be live on Wednesday, on Thursday as well, most likely. We'll have winners and losers, a post-free agency mock draft as well. So make sure you guys are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos every single day right here on Chat Sports. Two centers mixed between two Steelers players here. Garrett Bradberry, 3 years, $15.75 million. DeMonte Kazee goes back to Pittsburgh. Nate Herbig could be a new guard for the Steelers. Jake Brendel, 4 years, $20 million. So two starting centers in Brendel and Bradberry going to stick around with their current teams on re-signing. Other moves, and some of these are really intriguing. Jeff Wilson, 2 years, up to $8.2 million. When you see up to, the real number, the likely to be earned, the salary cap number is less than that. I mean, it might be more like $5 million, frankly, for Jeff Wilson. Darren Waller, 2023 third-round pick to the Raiders. Darren Waller goes to the Giants. What a shocking deal that one ended up being here. Emmanuel Mosley, 1 year, $6 million. That was kind of an under-the-radar move there. He's coming off injury, but that's a good pickup for Detroit. They're good at corner now. I wonder what they're going to do. We'll come back to Waller in a second. I want to make a quick note of Rashad Penny. No details yet there. That could be interesting. When healthy, he's really good, but he has not been a big-time healthy player. That's always the big red flag, right? The Darren Waller trade was the big one, right? If you get 2020, 2019 Darren Waller, this is a steal. This is a super big steal. If you get past 2 years Darren Waller, it's not as appealing, and that might make more sense for the Raiders. They've kind of shopped him for the past couple of years. Past year, really. Almost flipped him for Devontae Adams. But the Raiders are doing weird things, man. So, Raiders get the third-round pick. The Giants end up getting Darren Waller. You guys can vote for me who you think won that particular trade. R for the Las Vegas Raiders. G for the New York Giants. Get those votes in. I'm going Giants. Maybe Darren Waller ends up being cooked, but I do think he's going to contribute in a big way for Daniel Jones and the Giants this upcoming year. You see a new deal right there, right? As we are filming, Allen Lazard, according to Jordan Schultz, 4 years, $44 million to the New York Jets. $22 million of that is guaranteed. So Allen Lazard is a Jet, coming off a 788-yard season as one of Aaron Rodgers' favorite targets. It just seems like, we mentioned at the top of the show, just seems like we're waiting and waiting for Aaron Rodgers to officially become a Jet. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, other moves here. Azeez Al-Shaair, the former Niners linebacker, goes to Tennessee Titans. We teased that one during the Luke Gifford signing. Derek Rivers back to the Houston Texans. Trey Pipkins, by the way, a 3-year, $21.75 million deal. So below-ish end of the starting right tackle market there for Trey Pipkins. So a decent deal for him there. Allen Lazard, the big news here in the past really hour-ish, half-hour-ish, somewhere in that range. When there's news, we will have you guys covered. So make sure you are subscribed. YouTube.com NFL.com/Chat Sports TV. Free videos right here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Welcome into NFL Daily. I am Tom Downey. Day 2 of NFL free agency up and running. A somewhat quiet day, but there were still enough bombshell trades and signings, and of course some very intriguing rumors that have still been out there. And we're going to begin with what is still the top story in the NFL. What the hell is going on with Aaron Rodgers? The Jets and the Packers are waiting on a decision from Rodgers for his future. Pat McAfee, we have nothing new on that particular standpoint with what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Adam Schefter has said the Jets are closing in on a deal for Allen Lazard. I would bet that comes in around $10 million a year, maybe 11, somewhere in that range. They also have interest in Randall Cobb. Connor Orr makes a great point here for Sports Illustrated. If you're the Jets and you just want a good blocking receiver, you're going to move on from Allen Lazard or from Corey Davis. Allen Lazard does make sense. But, as Dan Graziano points out, if you are just looking at Lazard, okay. If you include Randall Cobb, who's had one good year in his last 7, there is no justifiable pursuit of Randall Cobb that isn't based on, hey, we're going to get Aaron Rodgers as well. Plus, you throw in the Mercedes Lewis aspect of the Jets having interest there, and you mentioned Diana Rossini saying Aaron Rodgers gave the Jets a wish list of Randall Cobb, Allen Lazard, Mercedes Lewis, and Odell Beckham Jr., and it certainly looks like a player who said he wasn't going to hold anyone hostage is kind of holding 2 teams hostage right now in the Packers and the Jets. We are 24 hours into NFL free agency, well past that. It's almost, approaching 20 hours now, and there's no decision yet on Aaron Rodgers. Make a call. And by the way, I kind of feel like the Jets are getting worse at the skill spot in the event that they move on from an Elijah Moore, or Denzel Mims, and make room for Allen Lazard and Randall Cobb and Mercedes Lewis. You're getting the gang back together, and the gang wasn't good enough in Green Bay. Are they going to be good enough in New York? I'm not so sure. Are the Jets contenders with Rodgers? My answer is probably yes, but just contenders, you want more if you're Aaron Rodgers, right? So sound off for me in the comments section. Why for yes and for no do the Jets become contenders with Aaron Rodgers? The pinned comments on today's show. So if an ad break comes here on YouTube, take advantage of it and go vote. Lamar Jackson, he cannot officially talk with teams until Wednesday, but the market's been very quiet on the former MVP quarterback. Complaints about him wanting a fully guaranteed deal, not really getting it. There was this report from Baltimore Breakdown that Schefter said Lamar Jackson turned down $20 million guaranteed back in September. Having the years and whatnot included doesn't matter that much. I got to know what the actual years are, how much is guaranteed for injury, how much is not. Then Lamar Jackson quote tweeted this. It's cap. Get it? He's wearing a lot of caps. Lamar Jackson then followed it up with 133, 3 years fully guaranteed, but I need an agent. So I don't know if that's what he wanted or if that's what he was actually offered from a fully guaranteed perspective. The 133 number in terms of guaranteed at signing might start to make more sense versus other practical guarantee numbers. So it's a little bit dicey there. And the Ravens are playing a dangerous game because Lamar Jackson could be signed. Is the team going to come through with a 11th hour offer sheet when free agency begins, or opening day offer sheet? Maybe. I kind of don't think that happens because suddenly all these teams, the Falcons were linked to Lamar so heavily, and then they signed Taylor Heineke. Really? Taylor Heineke is the route they end up going? Come on. That's not trying to get better. It's trying to have a backup quarterback in there. The Lamar situation is weird. Doesn't make sense. I think there's collusion, but we'll wait and see what happens tomorrow. Now, today's show is sponsored by Fume. We all have bad habits, and we certainly know how hard it can be to kick those bad habits. Our sponsor, Fume, is on a mission to accelerate humanity's breakup from the bad habits that consume far too many of us. Fume is a natural diffusive device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out of your negative habit or a positive one. I didn't expect much from Fume when I got it, but the minty sensation is powerful, and I like the way it hits the back of the throat, too. The Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors for you to enjoy: maple pepper, crisp mint, and white cranberry. Fume is not a vape. It's a non-electronic device designed to transform your negative habits. The easiest way to stop a bad habit is to make the switch to a positive one, and Fume is designed perfectly to do just that. Head to tryfume.com/chatsports and use code chatsports to get 10% off the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com/chatsports and use code chatsports. Save an additional 10% off on your order today. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. All right, as promised, free agency tracker, all of the latest moves made so far. Kelvin Beachum, this has passed since like last night when we were live yesterday. Beachum back to Arizona, 2 years, 5.1, like that deal. Eric Kendricks, really good deal there, 2 years, $13.25 million. Zach Allen got the bag from Denver, 3 years, $45.7 million. Vance Joseph brings his guy from Arizona to Denver with him. Jameis Winston back as the Saints' backup QB behind Derek Carr. 1-year deal up to $8 million. Jimmy Ward, 2 years, $13 million. I like that deal. It's a veteran fit for a team that needs defenders, a guy who knows the defense there. Caden Ellis, the off-ball linebacker, kind of a strong side linebacker. 3 years, $21.5 million. Can maybe play a bit of edge for you. That was a weird signing. Falcons paying all the old Saints guys. Marcus Davenport, speaking of Saints, 1 year, $13 million. He had a half sack last year. Draymond Jones goes from Denver to Seattle, much like Shelby Harris, whose spot he takes on the roster. 3 years, $51.53 million. Big time money for the defensive tackle market this year. DeMarcus Walker, who was on his third team in as many years with the Tennessee Titans this past year, has 7 sacks, 3 years, $21 million. Good for him, but man, that's a lot of money. EJ Speed, 2 years, $8 million, the Colts linebacker. Taylor Heineke, 2 years, up to 20, probably more like 2 years, 15, 16, to be the backup behind Desmond Ridder. Luke Gifford, 2 years, up to $5 million. Tennessee not done at linebacker. Stay tuned. Jacoby Myers, one that got things going this morning. 3 years, $33 million. $21 million, that's guaranteed, by the way. Shaq Mason, a trade sent off to the Houston Texans for a 6th and a 7th round pick going back and forth. So next to nothing there for Houston and Tampa. Texans get a starting guard. They also cut A.J. Cann to make room for that. Nick Mullins back with the Minnesota Vikings. Full details not yet known. Donovan Wilson. He's a Cowboy again, 3-year, $24 million deal. 13.5 of that is guaranteed at signing. Bit quieter today, to be honest. So what free agency move so far has been the most underrated? Let me know in the comment section of all the moves made so far, past 2 days, who is the most underrated free agency move at this point? Raheem Mostert to the Miami Dolphins, a re-signing there. They also brought back Jeff Wilson. More on that. In a illegal move, the Colts have signed a kicker, Matt Gay, to a highest-paid kicker contract ever, which kickers aren't people. Dalvin Tomlinson, 4 years, $57 million deal with the Cleveland Browns. Also make note, Matt Nelson re-signs with the Jets. Deshaun Wharton back on a 1-year, $2.02 million deal. I like that Dalvin Tomlinson move, though. 4 years, $57 million, a run-stopping defensive tackle, exactly what the Cleveland Browns needed. Other re-signings, Andrew Wingard's back, special team / safety. Brandon Parker's back. Noah Brown. The Texans like signing veterans. I don't really know why. They just love to do it. No details yet. Probably going to be cheap. Noah Brown, the former Cowboy wide receiver. Miles Bryant, 1 year, $2.6 million. Terrell Dodson, Ryan Neal. It's a tender for Ryan Neal. I think Miles Bryant, too, by the way. Michael Thomas is back with the Saints on a 1 year, $10 million deal. Some incentives mixed in there as well. But Michael Thomas is going to hope to recapture his old form with Derek Carr. Now, we will have more NFL free agency coverage for you. We'll be live on Wednesday, on Thursday as well, most likely. We'll have winners and losers, a post-free agency mock draft as well. So make sure you guys are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos every single day right here on Chat Sports. Two centers mixed between two Steelers players here. Garrett Bradberry, 3 years, $15.75 million. Damontae Kazee goes back to Pittsburgh. Nate Herbig could be a new guard for the Steelers. Jake Brendel, 4 years, $20 million. So two starting centers in Brendel and Bradberry going to stick around with their current teams on re-signing. Other moves, and some of these are really intriguing. Jeff Wilson, 2 years, up to $8.2 million. When you see up to, the real number, the likely to be earned, the salary cap number is less than that. I mean, it might be more like $5 million, frankly, for Jeff Wilson. Darren Waller, 2023 third-round pick to the Raiders. Darren Waller goes to the Giants. What a shocking deal that one ended up being here. Emmanuel Mosley, 1 year, $6 million. That was kind of an under-the-radar move there. He's coming off injury, but that's a good pickup for Detroit. They're good at corner now. I wonder what they're going to do. We'll come back to Waller in a second. I want to make a quick note of Rashad Penny. No details yet there. That could be interesting. When healthy, he's really good, but he has not been a big-time healthy player. That's always the big red flag, right? The Darren Waller trade was the big one, right? If you get 2020, 2019 Darren Waller, this is a steal. This is a super big steal. If you get past 2 years Darren Waller, it's not as appealing, and that might make more sense for the Raiders. They've kind of shopped him for the past couple of years. Past year, really. Almost flipped him for Davante Adams. But the Raiders are doing weird things, man. So, Raiders get the third-round pick. The Giants end up getting Darren Waller. You guys can vote for me who you think won that particular trade. R for the Las Vegas Raiders. G for the New York Giants. Get those votes in. I'm going Giants. Maybe Darren Waller ends up being cooked, but I do think he's going to contribute in a big way for Daniel Jones and the Giants this upcoming year. You see a new deal right there, right? As we are filming, Allen Lazard, according to Jordan Schultz, 4 years, $44 million to the New York Jets. $22 million of that is guaranteed. So Allen Lazard is a Jet, coming off a 788-yard season as one of Aaron Rodgers' favorite targets. It just seems like, we mentioned at the top of the show, just seems like we're waiting and waiting for Aaron Rodgers to officially become a Jet. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, other moves here. Azeez Al-Shaair, the former Niners linebacker, goes to Tennessee Titans. We teased that one during the Luke Gifford signing. Derek Rivers back to the Houston Texans. Trey Pipkins, by the way, a 3-year, $21.75 million deal. So below-ish end of the starting right tackle market there for Trey Pipkins. So a decent deal for him there. Allen Lazard, the big news here in the past, really, half hour-ish, somewhere in that range. When there's news, we will have you guys covered, so make sure you are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos right here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports.